Pink Flamingo Productions presents Devil's Contract, Dark Pen Series Book 1, written by Alta Hensley and Livia Grant, performed by Lynn Barrington and Michael Gallagher.
Chapter 1. Katya. Welcome to the Met, Mr. and Mrs. Miller. You'll be seated at table 9 this evening. I give Tristan the side-eye before responding. That's Mr. Miller and Ms. Belov, I informed the flustered organizer tasked with checking in the fashionable elite to the biggest event of the year. The panic on the chick's face is comical. It's unlike Anna to put such an inexperienced girl out front in one of the most important jobs at the gala. Okay, she says, momentarily dazzled by Tristan's charming smile. Of course, he's grinning, enjoying the entertainment. Mr. Miller is both my husband and my guest, not the other way around. Realizing the girl has absolutely no clue whatsoever, I finally give her my name. Katya Belov, owner of the Whitney, my hotel, and sponsor of the entirety of Table 9. If I wasn't so excited to get inside, I'd laugh at the shock plastered all over her face as she sputters apologies for not recognizing me. Stuck waiting, I notice the newbie's hands shaking as she frantically taps and swipes the tablet. Christ, I can find information in my handwritten notebook faster than this Gen Z girl can on an iPad. Ah, yes, I see it here. I'm sorry for the mix-up. I wave to Tristan to make himself useful by carrying the gift bags she is foisting in our direction as I sail past her. Mrs. Miller, Ms. Belov, you can't go in just yet. We have to leave space between— I turn, cutting her off mid-sentence. Sweetie, I'll make it easier for you. I've been attending the gala for more than enough years to know how this works. Turning back to the gauntlet in front of me, I put on my best "it's showtime" smile for the high-powered cameras that start flashing the minute we step out of the arrivals tent. Hundreds of photographers and journalists line the mammoth staircase, jockeying for photographs of A-list celebrities in their elaborate costumes. I don't play the game of who can wear the most outrageous gown, opting for classic opulence instead, which is more on brand for me. "Ms. Belov, over here!" A seasoned paparazzo at the bottom of the steps shouts. "Who are you wearing?" "Gucci, and my jewels are Tiffany," I purr loud enough to be heard over the clicking of the cameras. I may not be a celebrity in Hollywood, but here in New York City, I'm fucking royalty, and I have the gown and jewels to prove it. Words like gorgeous, stunning, and beautiful make it to my ears as I slowly climb the stairs, stopping often to pose here and spin there. I may have never walked the runway, but my father made sure I was trained nonetheless, understanding the position our family held in New York City society. For his part, Tristan plays his role perfectly, more handsome than the Academy Award-winning actor we're following up the steps. The photographers clamor for his picture every bit as much as mine. Individually, we take beautiful photos, but together— it's the main reason we're still married. I'm not vain, it's simply a fact. We're a stunning couple, at least aesthetically. Behind the curtain of marriage, not so much. But I'm not going to think about that tonight. I have too many people to rub elbows with to waste time contemplating how I've somehow ended up in a marriage of convenience in the 21st century. We aren't 10 feet inside the Great Hall when we're greeted by the first of hundreds of roaming servers peddling expensive champagne. Ever the gentleman, at least in public, Tristan grabs 2 flutes, offering one to me while holding out his bent arm for me. Neither of us say it out loud, but I know we both think, it's go time, as we step into the throng of attendees. Unlike the attention-hungry celebrities, I time my arrival perfectly, just shy of fashionably late. Not only does it ensure I'm not sandwiched between publicity hogs, but more importantly, it gives me the advantage of deciding who I want to stop and acknowledge as we move deeper into the room toward Table 9. "Katya, darling, it's been ages," the 40-something princess of a tiny micro-country in Eastern Europe says, greeting me with air kisses on my cheeks. "Liesel, I didn't expect to see you here. I hesitate before realizing why. I didn't see your name on the Whitney's VIP list. Our parents had been close acquaintances, and her family had stayed at my hotel dozens of times over the decades. Had one of my employees missed including my friend on my daily report of VIPs? You know Jonathan. He insists we stay at the Waldorf. Oh, where is Jonathan? I'd love to say hello, I say, glancing around for her aging husband and finding a young stud just over her shoulder instead. It only takes me a second to put the pieces together. Our eyes meet, and my friend winks, confirming my suspicions. Taking a longer look at the muscle-bound eye candy standing bored behind her, I return to her gaze. Leaning closer, I say softly, "He looks yummy, at least with that tuxedo on. Hopefully he's even better with it off." It's a risque comment for polite society, but since I specialize in keeping the well-hidden secrets of the rich and famous, it's right in my wheelhouse. Liesl doesn't disappoint, leaning in to whisper back, "Even better," with a sly smile on her lips. "Then I'm happy you're staying at the Waldorf. I wouldn't want your neighbors calling security for noise complaints," I shoot back, my polite smile never wavering. Her pale face blushes, and we both giggle like teenagers at a slumber party before I remember where I am. We both do our best to regain our elegant composure before she starts to move away into the crowd. "Be sure to pass my love on to Jonathan," I say as she departs with a little wave. I'm exceedingly pleased with myself for uncovering a juicy secret within minutes of my arrival. We aren't 10 feet away before Tristan says, "You're having entirely too much fun." It's annoying that he knows me well enough to parrot what I'm thinking. "You say it like it's a game," I say under my breath. "Isn't it? And baby, you play the secret game better than anyone I know." My heart lurches, only making me more annoyed, this time at myself. He hasn't used a term of endearment directed my way in months. He must be up to something. But I don't have time to think about Tristan, not when I'm walking the crowd, shaking hands with politicians, hugging celebrities, kissing fashion designers, and... What the hell is he doing here? I'm grateful when Tristan jumps in to carry the conversation with the small group of musicians we are chatting with, giving me a moment to calm my pulse at seeing the one man in the city I have no desire to see. If this was some fucked up version of the game, One of These Things Doesn't Belong, I know exactly who I'd name the winner. His back is to me, but I know that silhouette anywhere. As if Dex feels my displeasure from across the room, he spins around, almost catching me glaring at him. Just in the nick of time, I glance away, feigning interest in Lady Gaga's outrageous gown. I don't dare look back again, and I don't need to anyway. I know exactly what I'd see. An imposter, hard masculine perfection on the outside, but a molten pool of evil brewing on the inside. Yet, as I sneak another peek his way, I begrudgingly acknowledge, at least to myself, he is a master at playing the role of respectable gentleman in public. His stylish tuxedo may be a clever disguise, but I never fall for it. I need to push memories of the private Dex I've known my entire life out of my mind. He's already taken up too much room in my brain over the years, and now that I've successfully ejected him and everything he stands for from my life, I refuse to give him even one more minute of myself. Time ticks by as Tristan and I continue to work the room, laughing and smiling while making mental notes I know we'll have fun chatting about over a glass of wine at home later. I run through the list in my head, making sure I won't forget important details when I get back to my notebook. First, the recently separated actress hasn't announced it yet, but I notice she's sneaking non-alcoholic beverages disguised in champagne flutes. She's pregnant. I wonder if the baby daddy is here tonight. I glance around nonchalantly, but don't see any possible suspects waiting for her. Even more salacious is the famously married host of the #1 national news program excusing himself from our small group to head to the restroom with his best friend. As his wife prattles on, I have the perfect vantage point to see the men walk past the restroom. letting themselves into an unlocked closet just beyond. I stay facing that direction until they come out 10 minutes later, flushed and sweaty. Oh my goodness, they're on the down low. We aren't but a few feet away when Tristan leans in to whisper, "Did you see what I saw?" I keep my public smile plastered on my face as I acknowledge, "I did. That was a pretty bold move."
"I'll say," he agrees before turning my direction. "I know you have a few other people you want to talk with before dinner. Would you like me to head to our table to be there to welcome our guests?"
We may not have a traditional marriage, but on nights like tonight, I'm reminded why I'd married Tristan Miller. Unlike the devil across the room, the husband on my arm was an asset with the Manhattan elite. "Thanks, I'd appreciate that. I'll meet you at the table in about 10. After a small peck of a kiss on my cheek, Tristan heads in the direction of the dinner tables. I move deeper into the guests, still congregating, shaking hands and exchanging small talk. By the time I make it across the venue to table 9, several of the guests I invited to join my table are already seated, chatting away. The one person I expect to be seated, however, is nowhere to be seen. I push down my annoyance that Tristan wasn't there talking with my guests. I'm unwilling to give anyone else in attendance a sniff of my own dirty laundry. As far as the world is concerned, I landed America's most eligible bachelor when I married the real estate mogul and financier. I glance around as nonchalantly as I can, careful to make eye contact with enough people that anyone observing would assume I'm just scanning the event for acquaintances. It's hard to maintain the ruse, however, when I spot my other half in the corner of the room, behind the bar, his hand resting intimately on the hip of his newest mistress, as he leans in to whisper something against the shell of her ear. Even from a distance, I can see her deep blush. Tears sting my eyes, not because he dared to cheat on me. I'd grown used to that long ago. But does he have to flaunt it in my face here? He'd promised not to embarrass me tonight. I'm not a religious person, but I take the time to say a silent prayer that no one will notice my shameful secret.
"Is that number 8 or 9?
I hear behind me. God has a sick sense of humor. The gravelly, masculine voice is too close and unbearably smug. When I don't respond, Dax has the balls to shift forward until I can feel the front of his tuxedo brushing against my bare back. Even if he stayed silent, I would have known it was Dax from his trademark scent. The fragrance is about the only thing that remains constant between the public philanthropic guise and the private criminal version of the same man. I fight to contain the full-body shiver that always happens when he's close, unwilling to let him see that he can still affect me. Taking a deep breath, I work to keep my pulse from racing, as it always does when I go head-to-head with my ex-business partner. It isn't until I feel his hand on my hip that I spin around, confronting him with my special brand of polished poison I try not to unleash in public. "How dare you invade my space? It's bad enough they let men like you attend in the first place, but I shouldn't be forced to breathe the same air as you."
"I see you're still on your high and mighty horse, Katya. Too bad. It's gonna hurt like hell when you fall from way up there."
Chapter 2. Dax. In a room full of beautiful people, she shouldn't stand out above them all, but she does. Katya Belov is by far the most gorgeous woman I've ever laid eyes on. Not that I'd tell her that. She already has a big enough head. The power she holds by owning the Whitney, her reputation, and the way she has her finger on the pulse of New York City puts her right up there with the most feared and respected men and women I associate with daily. Though she doesn't walk among the underground and criminal worlds like I do, disappointingly squeaky clean, she still has the notoriety of being a woman not to mess with. And she knows it. I try my best not to get mesmerized by the green in her eyes, or notice the way her plump mouth glimmers from her lip gloss under the chandelier light. The annoyance painted on her face, with that pert nose raised slightly, causes my dick to twitch. What I wouldn't pay to have the opportunity to tame her inner brat. I clench my fist by my side to control the urge to run my fingers through her dark locks, take hold, and pull her head back so I can taste her neck by force. "You don't belong here," she says, snapping me from my wicked thoughts. Katya slaps my hand off her hip, but I notice that she allowed me to hold it there far longer than I anticipated. "You're beneath the people in this room." "And you're above them," I counter with a smirk. And yet, here we both are. I glance at her ass of a husband who isn't doing a good job masking that he's more interested in his next mistress than anything or anyone at the gala. And you are most certainly above him. Katya gracefully takes a few steps away from me, turning so she doesn't have to see her husband. "I don't think I asked for your opinion. Now, if you don't mind, I have other guests to take notes on," I cut in. On the long list of things I both like and hate about Katya is just how much she's like me in this one regard. We watch people. We study their moves, their actions, their words. We pay attention to how they interact with others. We listen to the hushed secrets, and we take notes on it all. Knowledge is power, and both Katya and I know this. We were taught this at a young age by our fathers. Watch, listen, study, and save it for later. You never know when it will become useful. Her lips quirk. "You act like you know me so well." I do. She blanks her face with one of her classic and fake smiles as she scans the room. "Just because we have a past. But no, Dex, you don't know me." Our fathers were business partners before their deaths. They mixed the good and the bad. They blended the white and the black. They did it perfectly, handing Katya and me the tools to continue this legacy. And yet, Katya fucked it all up by kicking me out and pushing me away. She changed the rules of our father's contract, and for that she should be punished. But Katya isn't the type of woman you can simply punish. She's a woman who knows how to get what she wants and will do whatever it takes to achieve it. "You aren't as complicated as you think," I say, taking in every inch of her body while she seethes in silence. I've studied and watched her over the years we've been apart. I've damn near been her stalker. But that's what I was groomed to do. To watch my opponent and figure out a way to defeat them. And she's the one who chose to be my opponent instead of my partner. "One of these days, the people in this room, in this city, are going to see you for the man you really are," she says. Katya knows high society and the wealthy like no one else. She lives and breathes the decadence, the elegance, and the opulence. This is her world, where I've always been a man who dances in the shadows. They see me. I've never tried to be anyone I'm not, I counter. Hell, Katya is right in saying that I don't belong here. I'm the vampire that mistakenly got an invite to come inside, and now my job is to feast off the guests. I'm the devil on their shoulders, hoping I can gather enough intel to defeat the angel on the other side. I don't apologize for who I am or what I do. This life is a chess game, and I always win. And whether Katya wants to admit it or not, we are the same in many ways. "I have work to do," she says. I can see she's getting antsy conversing with me alone. She needs to work the room as I do. We both have a job to do. Katya uses her information to gain favors, promises, and to climb the social ladder. I use my knowledge to blackmail, to sell to the highest bidder, and to make a lot of fucking money. I walk with the criminals, the monsters in the shadows, and the bad men that people are afraid of. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe we should compare notes when the night's over, I suggest, taking a step closer to her, not liking the distance she's created. Or other things. She huffs as she reaches for a strand of hair and fiddles with it. She avoids eye contact with me for the briefest of moments, and I watch her swallow hard, stiffen her spine, and then stare directly at me with renewed courage. "I don't get in the mud with pigs," she says as sweetly as her icy demeanor allows. Keeping my eyes locked with hers, I say, "I have a feeling you like getting dirty." As if she didn't hear my last comment, she tilts her head ever so slightly and smiles. Oh, Dex, I find it quite amusing that you actually think I need you. Like I told you 3 years ago, I can take care of myself. Biting back the rising anger from her little reminder of just how easy it was for her to cast me aside, I calmly reply, I disagree, my love. I think you need me very much. Her eyes narrow. Really? How so? The Whitney. What about the Whitney? Not wanting to show all my cards and let on just how much I know, I offer, I've noticed the awnings are fading, the exterior paint is chipping, and is the outdoor pool still closed down? I pause to take in how her lips purse and her fingernails dig into her palms as she fists her hands. Is it out of laziness or something else? My contractor is simply busy on a remodel inside, she snaps too quickly. Taking a deep breath, she regains the little composure she just lost. But I do find it sad, she says in her sickly sweet voice, that you pay such close attention to a hotel that you have nothing to do with anymore. Just stating the obvious, I say, as I put my hands in my pockets and shrug. But you really should think of replacing the contractor you have. I know how to run my business, but thank you. She lifts her chin slightly and glances around the room. I do think, however, that you should focus more on that little motel you now reside at instead of the Whitney. What's it called again? I don't bother giving her an answer, as I appreciate how flawless she is in her response. The woman truly is as skilled as the most ruthless assassin. Katya can take down her enemies by her sharp tongue alone. I love seeing her at work, even if I'm the current enemy. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Now, if you don't mind, she says as she clears her throat, I need to go and— Find your husband, I interrupt. I agree. You really should do that before the reporters get hold of this story. I take joy in seeing her jaw clench right before she brushes by me and storms away. The sight of her backside swishing in that perfect dress is just as beautiful as her front. It truly is a shame that all that beauty has been gifted to her. And it's even more of a shame that my dick doesn't agree with my mind that this woman is trouble, and I should stay away.
Chapter 3. Katya. The limo door isn't closed 3 seconds before Tristan starts complaining.
Terrible heartburn. I don't remember the menu being as spicy last year.
He drones on, trying to fill the 3-minute drive to the Whitney, as if it might prevent me chewing his ass for embarrassing me. We've only been married for 2 years, but he can't honestly think I'm oblivious to his pattern of deflection anytime he knows he's pissed me off. It's almost as insulting as his behavior.
Tom Rutherford mentioned it as well, he continues. Usually they do a better job with the menu.
And yet, it didn't prevent you from returning to the dessert table twice for more chocolate. Add the shot of espresso after dinner and you get what you deserve, I retort in my icy tone normally reserved for enemies. He deserves worse than heartburn.
Oh, come on. I only splurge occasionally, and you should too. You didn't even eat the cheesecake I know you love so much,
he counters. Clearly my icy warning bounced off his playboy charm. Stop overcompensating and trying to pretend you actually know me, I caution him.
Don't I?
I turn to glare at him just as we pass under a street lamp. Tristan's eyes widen when he finally registers my anger, directed squarely at him. I asked one thing of you when we made this little arrangement of ours. One fucking thing. Discretion. Is that too damn hard to ask for?
Oh, please. Don't lecture me. Did you really think I didn't notice Cohen hanging around you all night, following you around like a damn puppy dog?
I know my husband couldn't care less if I flirt with 100 other men. He's only trying to deflect from his own dalliances. But if Tristan noticed Dex tracking me in the crowd, that meant others might have too. Damn all the men in my life. And yes, that includes my late father. I pushed down the lingering resentment that my only parent left me to clean up all the messes he'd made by going into business with the devil. Dex is many things, but a puppy isn't one of them, I retort, realizing too late that it sounds like I'm defending the asshole. Tristan loosens his tie, unbuttoning the top button of his tuxedo shirt, and for a brief second, I panic, thinking he's stupid enough to try seduction in a futile attempt at placating me.
You don't have any antacids in that tiny purse of yours, do you?
He asks, as I notice a small drop of sweat running down his temple. So, seduction is a hard no. For the first time, I believe this may be more than just a ploy to distract me. We're literally 30 seconds from home. I leave off the "you big baby" just because I refuse to stoop to his petty level. I'm saved from further discussion by the car door next to me opening as a familiar hand extends in front of me. Stepping out onto the sidewalk, I greet the only man in my life who hasn't pissed me off today, or more accurately, ever.
Good evening, Miss Belov. I hope you had a good time at the gala.
Thanks, Gordon. It was lovely. I open my purse and pull out a stack of sweets wrapped in one of the cloth napkins I'd nicked from table 9. They serve those cookies you love. I brought you a few, I say, shoving them into his hand before he objects.
Oh, Miss Katya, you didn't need to do that. You spoil me,
he says, although he takes the treats nonetheless. Little does my doorman know the wide grin that lights up his face is one of few steady constants in my turbulent life. I've always found something therapeutic in watching how Gordon's skin crinkles around his eyes when he smiles, which he does often. Those creases are like a barometer telling me all is well with the world. You take good care of me, Gordon. I pat his arm affectionately before adding, you deserve so much more. Stepping into the revolving door, I push through into the well-lit lobby of the Whitney, the only home I've ever known. My gaze scans every nook and cranny, observing, looking for anything out of place, and gratefully finding everything in order. In the distance, I hear the tinkling of piano music coming from the high-end bar at the other end of the grand lobby.
Good evening, Miss Belov.
The manager on duty greets me as I pass by the elegant front desk. The click-click of my high heels echoes off the marble and stone in the 3-story atrium as he adds,
Welcome home.
Thank you, Peter. Have a good evening, I reply with a small nod of acknowledgement. Seconds later, I find the head of my security team waiting near the elevator.
Everything is under control, Miss Belov. No issues this evening.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Jenkins, I say, enjoying the usual professional banter with the retired military officer I trust to keep the Whitney and her guests safe. As I've said 100 times, you really don't have to wait for me. Go and have a nice evening with your family, I add, knowing he's been waiting for my return, refusing to go home until he's given me his final report of the day, no matter how often I tell him it's unnecessary. Email was invented for a reason, after all. Only after I step into the private elevator that takes Tristan and me to our penthouse suite do I start to let the tight grip of self-control loosen its hold on me. The barrier may be invisible to the naked eye, but the hard defensive shell has been my most constant companion in life. Tristan is uncharacteristically silent, making it quiet enough in the enclosed space to hear his stomach churning as he flexes his head to the side, massaging his neck. You really aren't feeling well, are you? I ask.
Not that you care,
he accurately retorts. Francesca is still on duty. Send her down to housekeeping for antacids if you don't have any in your room. I don't know why I'm helping him. He deserves to be miserable for the bullshit he pulled with mistress number 11 tonight. A few seconds later, the elevator opens to our private lobby. Our personal housekeeper is waiting to greet us. Not for the first time. I wonder if she spends hours waiting or if she gets an alert from one of the lobby employees letting her know I'm on my way up. I guess it doesn't matter. All that matters is she's here 6 nights a week, waiting to take care of any last-minute requests I have before retiring. Good evening, ma'am. Welcome home. Thank you, Francesca. Any messages while I was away? I don't bother stopping to chat. I know she'll follow me, always waiting discreetly in the wings. No messages, ma'am. I believe everyone was at the gala with you. She is mostly right, although I'm expecting a call from my contractor. It annoys me that I'm going to have to track him down tomorrow and remind him that he works for me, not the other way around. Very good. It's late enough. I think I'll retire without going into my office tonight.
Of course, ma'am. Would you like me to draw you a bath? She asks.
No, thank you. Not tonight. I'll just take my nightcap in the library. I kick my high heels off the second I step onto the plush carpet of the bedroom lounge. It's the only part of the master suite Tristan and I share. I half expect him to be sprawled out on the leather couch, waiting for me. With our busy schedules, this is about the only time of day we spend even a little bit of time together. And after a party like the gala, it's one of the only things we genuinely enjoy doing together, rehashing the fashion hits and misses of the night while sharing any juicy tidbits we'd been able to gather on the other guests. I push down my annoyance when I see the door to his private bedroom already closed. Like a child, he's hiding, trying to avoid me holding him accountable for his gross indiscretion tonight. Francesca knows me well. As I enter my bedroom, my California King is already turned down, and the single Reese's peanut butter cup I indulge in each night is waiting patiently on a cocktail napkin next to my sleeping pill and a small glass of water on the bedside table. The lights in my mammoth walk-in closet come on as I enter. I waste no time in stripping off my gown and strapless bra, throwing them over the nearest chair with the comfort that Francesca will deal with it later. I catch glimpses of my near-naked body in the full-length mirrors interspersed throughout the room, liking what I see. Despite celebrating my 30th birthday last month, I know my body doesn't look a day over 21. I have hundreds of hours in my home gym and a dietitian that definitely wouldn't like my nightly Reese's habit to thank for that small miracle. Only after sliding on my long satin robe do I finally stand in front of one of my prized possessions, a floral oil painting housed in an antique gold leaf frame that is as priceless as the art. While the artwork is beautiful, it's knowing that the famous 19th century Russian artist who created it had proposed to my great-grandmother that makes the art special to me. I often wonder how different my life might be had she said yes to the starving artist's proposal, instead of marrying into one of the most powerful Russian bratva in the old country. The painting is one of the only items I own that has been passed down from my mother's side of the family, and I treasure it. And I treasure what hides behind it even more. Swinging the painting away from the wall on a hinge, I punch my 8-digit passcode into the touchpad before placing my right index finger onto the small biometric reader. The click of the lock disengaging on the hidden wall safe triggers an almost euphoric wave of excitement for me. Other women get high on drugs or designer shoes or rare jewels. Not me. My drug of choice is a juicy secret. The more salacious, the better, and I give myself bonus points for information gathered on the most elite members of society. I force myself to take the time to remove the diamond earrings, necklace, and bracelet I draped myself in for the gala, placing each piece of jewelry in their black velvet boxes. Only then do I reach into the bottom shelf and pull out my most prized possession. I know it doesn't look like much from the outside. The thick leather cover is scratched and nicked, and there is a small burn on the spine of the heavy notebook, where I accidentally left it too close to my curling iron as a teenager. But it's what's on the inside that's most important anyway. That, and the unique jewel-covered fountain pen I pull from the safe before closing it and swinging the painting back into place. Francesca has my nightly glass of Bordeaux waiting on the table next to the chaise lounge in the reading nook of my bedroom. Knowing my preferences, she's pulled the heavy drapes open to expose the million-dollar view of the city that never sleeps. We're high enough that the traffic is only a distant din below us. I sip my wine, taking a few minutes to decompress, enjoying the dichotomy of the bright lights of Fifth Avenue against the darkness of Central Park. I can't imagine ever getting tired of the view, and while I'm not an overly emotional woman, it's this time of day, alone with my wine, notebook, fancy pen, and the lights of Manhattan, that I'm at my most vulnerable.
Can I get you anything else this evening, ma'am? Francesca's voice startles me.
No, thank you. I'm good for the evening. Sleep well.
You too, Miss Beloff. Good night.
She moves through the apartment silently, but I listen for the ding of the elevator in the distance, knowing when the doors whisper shut, I'll finally be alone. The jewel-encrusted pen is heavy between my fingers as I open my notebook, flipping to the last page containing my distinctive handwriting. I take a few minutes to read my last entry. Has it really been 2 weeks since my discovery that one of America's favorite actors had been using the Whitney to meet his mistress for a little extracurricular exercise? Time can move so quickly sometimes, but I shrug it off. That guests use my hotel's upscale rooms to get down and dirty with a side piece is not usually noteworthy. Hell, if I try to keep track of every time some guy sticks his dick into a pussy he shouldn't, I'd need to invest in a half-dozen new notebooks and a larger safe. No, what makes the last entry so juicy is that the actor in question has a dark craving for power, the kind of physical power that ends with bloody sheets and screaming women. Mr. Jenkins had more than earned his expensive salary that night by making sure the abusive celebrity understood exactly how the Whitney handles assholes who love to whip their poor victims raw while sodomizing them against their will. The $200,000 payment he coughed up so we wouldn't call the cops was much less important than getting the girl to safety, and I still feel a little dirty accepting it, even if she did beg us not to call the police. So I instructed Peter to deposit the check, noting we could use some of the funds to get the room fixed and ready to rent again. But as expensive as New York City is, I didn't need the $200K to make repairs, which is why I told Peter to cut a check in the amount of $175,000 to the victim. She deserved the payout more than the Whitney. I'm aware many would find it abhorrent that I kept the police out of the scandal, preferring that I throw the abuser in jail for his crimes instead. But my notebook provides my own brand of justice instead. Before throwing him out, I made it clear that if I catch even a whiff of a rumor that he's done an encore performance with another unsuspecting woman, details of his sadistic crimes in my hotel will be the lead story on the 11 o'clock news across the country. The security footage and photos Mr. Jenkins took that night would ensure his demise, even if we're never able to identify the girl involved. Looking at the fresh, blank page beside the nasty one, I let my mind turn to lighter news, remembering all the naughty secrets I'd discovered tonight at the Met Gala and documenting them line by line in my flowing script. Pregnancies, affairs, bankruptcies, and pending divorces. Each entry makes me feel powerful, like I'm holding on to a small measure of control in an often uncontrollable world. The ink on my last entry isn't dry yet when Dex Cohen invades my thoughts. Like the man himself, my memories refuse to behave. My brain barrages me with snapshot after snapshot of how fucking handsome he'd looked in his tailored tuxedo, working the room with his polished veneer of perfection. And that scent. Why did my body have to react like one of Pavlov's damned dogs at the tiniest trace of his aroma? Even now, hours later, I can almost feel myself getting wet, as if I'd ever allow him to touch a hair on my head. I've witnessed firsthand how cruel he can be when he lowers the mask he wears in polite society. I do my best to refocus on how sexy the rebooted boy band had been during their headliner performance tonight, trying to focus on their gyrating hips and indecent dance moves. But it's no use. Just like he'd done in person at the gala, Dex Cohen pushes himself into my thoughts, sets up camp, and refuses to leave. It isn't a conscious decision to let my legs fall open, stretched out on the lounge chair. Just like I don't really choose to move my left hand inside my robe, loosening the tie to expose my skin. My eyes are closed by the time my fingers slip inside the elastic waist of my panties, moving lower until I feel my wetness. Anger for allowing Dex Cohen to invade this private moment threatens to dampen my pleasure, but I push it aside, placating myself with the knowledge that no one else will ever know. Weak, weak, weak. That's one four-letter word I hate being associated with, but the zing of pleasure I receive as I brush my clit mocks me. Images from the past mingle with the present, flashing behind my closed eyes like an old movie I've watched too many times before. Teenage Dex, shirtless, working on one of the many construction projects we'd done during the time he lived at the Whitney. As an impressionable preteen, I'd been mesmerized at how his many tattoos danced across his muscular chest and arms as he did hard labor. Even all these years later, I remember running to hide in my bedroom, unsure why I couldn't resist touching my private parts, sure that something was wrong with me. My brain jumps to years later, remembering hiding in a linen closet to sneak a cigarette, when Dex, home on college break, had arrived with some random chick. I'd been trapped behind the stack of linen as he'd shoved his dick down her throat while she knelt before him. Witnessing the oral sex had been hot enough, but it was the way his eyes had met mine as he'd fucked her mouth to his roaring climax that I remembered most about that day. It was the first time he'd looked at me with something other than brotherly annoyance. I'd seen the hunger in his eyes and knew instinctively he was wishing it was me on my knees sucking him off instead of his girl of the week. That was the first time I'd ever felt sexually powerful, which was why I masturbate to that memory more than I like to admit, even to myself. Slipping my fingers between my lower lips, I let my head fall to the back of the chaise, while I used the fingers of my other hand to press against my clit, letting a shiver of pleasure rattle through my body.
I suppose it's too much to hope that you're thinking about me right now, isn't it?
Tristan's mocking voice yanks me out of my trip down memory lane in a split second. I am mortified. Worse than mortified, I'm still horny, left hanging without my release. "How dare you come in here without knocking?" I cry, quickly closing my robe to hide my body. Tristan's chuckle infuriates me.
I did knock. You must have been too engrossed to hear it.
And since when does that give you the right to barge in anyway?
You are my wife, if I recall.
Screw you, Tristan.
I'd enjoy that. It's one of the few regrets I have about this little business arrangement we have. I wish I'd negotiated for at least a few conjugal rights. Even men on death row get that much.
Yeah, well, those men don't have a line of mistresses waiting in the wings to service them like you do.
I resent that. There's no line.
That's right. In your fucked up brain, it somehow makes it all okay because you only fuck one woman at a time. You're a true prince, I retort, unsure if I'm angrier at his indiscretions or my own impatience for him to leave me alone so I can finish what I started.
Listen, I didn't come in here to argue. I can't lay down yet with this heartburn, so I'm going down to have a nightcap at the bar.
Fine. I wave him away like I'm swishing at a fly. Have fun. I'm not sure what makes me say it, but I can't bite my tongue hard enough to keep my "Tell number 11 I say hi" from spilling out. It's an offhand comment, but the look I see in his eyes as our gaze meets tells me I've guessed right. The fucker isn't going to the bar. He's going down to the fuck pad he keeps on the 10th floor to bone his mistress of the month. He's halfway out the door when I shout after him, "You're going downhill, Tristan. Number 10 was much better looking." Tears sting my eyes as I hear the door to the bedroom suite slam shut. I'm not jealous, not really. I went into this business arrangement with my eyes wide open. Tristan and I are a good match, at least on paper. I enjoy my independence way too much to ever allow a man to hold the kind of power over me that a true marriage would bring. So why does my solitary life feel a bit like a death sentence tonight?
Chapter 4. Dex. The only reason she married that idiot was for money. Everyone knew it, and everyone knows that the reason she stays with him is for appearances. Katya can't stand rumors and gossip being spread about her or the Whitney. But what's sad is that she can't keep it from happening by being married to that cheating loser. She also can't admit she fucked up, which she did, more than she even knows. Am I salty? You can fucking believe it. As my car pulls up to drop me off in front of my motel, as Katya so nicely pointed out to me, it takes all my might not to rage. It's a pit. I know it. I just haven't had the energy or desire to put any money or effort into it, especially since I don't intend on staying here much longer if the plan I've put in motion works out as I hope. It isn't the Whitney, and never will be. It's also in such an inconvenient location in New York. I left the gala what feels like hours ago, and the damn traffic, even at night, is wearing thin on me. "Good evening, Mr. Cohen," Don, my front desk manager, says. The polite words seem foreign coming from the man's mouth. His eyes are glassy, and he reeks of marijuana. I've been trying to groom the ex-hitman on how to interact with polite society, but the goon really belongs on the street hustling rather than working for me in this manner. "Good evening," I mumble, hating the smell of the lobby. No matter how many times I complain, the housekeepers can't fully rid the smell of piss from the cracked floor of the foyer. It really needs to be torn up, but God knows what I'd find underneath. The sound of drunk laughter and music coming through the walls from the pub next door should annoy me, but instead it makes me thirsty for a beer. I'd much rather be over there than standing in my poor excuse of a substitute for the Whitney. O'Leary's is the only good thing about this place. The food is fantastic, and the drinks pour heavy. The booths in the back provide me the privacy needed to conduct my business, and the patrons know better than to try and snoop. But it's a far cry from the rooftop of the Whitney where I used to conduct my business. "There you are," I hear a voice come from the top of the stained, carpeted stairway. "Notice how I'm walking down the stairs? That's because your piece of shit elevator isn't working again," Maxwell Ryland says with enough snark in his voice to have me clench my jaw. So I don't reply with my own snarky retort. The fat fucker who makes a living scamming unsuspecting elderly by offering fraudulent reverse mortgages could use the exercise. "We'll get maintenance on it," I say, glaring at Dawn to silently tell the lazy ass to get on it. "I tried," Dawn says with a shrug. "Can't get a hold of maintenance." "Then call Z," I snap. "The man can fix anything." I see Dawn's discomfort at the idea of calling Z. I can't say I blame him. Z has been my right-hand man and best friend since childhood, but he's a mean motherfucker who doesn't like to be disturbed unless there's a large paycheck waiting for him at the end. But I also know that he'll help me whenever called upon. He's my cleaner. He cleans all messes, no matter what they are. Well, tonight I need a working elevator. "I can't keep staying here," Maxwell says. "This isn't the Whitney by a long shot. I appreciate your discretion and allowing us to do our business here, but this place is a real shithole." "We're working on fixing it up. Give it time," I say, climbing the stairs and walking past him. My patience is thin, and either I walk up to my room, 4 floors up, or I'm going to be making an enemy I don't want. I have enough of those as it is. He reaches out and grabs my arm, which I forgive this one time, and says, "Listen, man, you are the goddamn innkeeper. Our people respect you and what you do for all of us. But the innkeeper's reputation is getting tarnished by whatever you call this place. If you can't give us the Whitney, well, figure something else out. I'm tired of slumming and want to pack my bags and stay at the Waldorf or something. I can't bring a lady here. She'll feel like a whore. People are talking about taking their business elsewhere." "Your words are heard and noted," I say, snapping my arm away as I march up the stairs. The last of my patience has been used, and I need to get behind a closed door immediately. He calls up after me, "I'm just trying to help by telling you like it is. We may be criminals, killers, and thieves, but some of us do appreciate the finer things in life." I keep walking. Fucking Katya. This wouldn't be my situation if she didn't end a contract that has been in place for decades. Entering my room, I go straight to my desk and sit at my laptop. I need to focus on work, which is what the entire evening was about. The gala was about obtaining information, speaking with contacts, and delivering a blackmail note to a guest, nothing more. It was most certainly not about Katya Belov. But as I begin downloading the pictures I secretly took while at the event, I can't help but notice Katya in many of them. The woman knows how to work a room like no other. That dress she wears paints her body like a masterpiece. Her dark hair gleams in every picture like rich ink from a fountain pen. Her eyes pull me into every single picture I watch, loading onto my computer. Hating myself for my obsession, I stand up and walk across my stained carpet that should have been replaced in the 70s to a worn table that holds a bottle of Jack with tumblers next to it. Drinking the first pour in one large gulp, I pour the second to savor a little more slowly. The sound of sirens down below has me walking over to my window, happy to see they aren't coming to my hotel, but instead to the one across the street. Not that the authorities would show up on my doorstep. I pay a shitload of money to the cops to make sure we are left alone. I may have a pit of a hotel now, but I still offer the same level of security, privacy, and secrecy as I have always done, and that my father before me did. Max is right. I am the innkeeper, and my reputation is everything, although I'm doing a good job at fucking that up lately, and I know I need to get my shit together. The money isn't the issue, far from it. In fact, I could tear this rat-infested building down and start fresh, and compete with the best hotels in the city, or even the world. But I'm resisting. I'm fighting my reality. I'm holding on to my past. And no matter how hard I try to move on, I just can't. Noticing that the upload is complete, I return to my desk to save the pictures in the appropriate files. I don't have the energy to make notes on what I observed tonight, but will make a point of doing it first thing in the morning when my mind is fresher and the smell of Katya isn't haunting my nostrils. Katya. I stare at one of the photos where she's standing with a glass of champagne in her hand, her smile painted so perfectly on her stunning face. Her cleavage is highlighted by the lamps in the room, and I can't help but imagine what's beneath the fabric of her dress. I can tell her breasts are the perfect size and can imagine my hands cupping them, my lips kissing the flesh, my tongue circling her nipples. I'm rock hard at the thought, and as sick of a bastard as I am, I unzip my pants and pull out my cock for release. I shouldn't be jacking off to a picture of Katya, but then again, I've never been one to do what's right. The wicked side of me loves how Katya would be appalled knowing I'm picturing my cum smeared all over her face as I stroke my cock. I fist my dick, pumping it up and down, imagining Katya's mouth doing the work for me. Her lips. Yes, I know they'd be able to suck me off like no one else. The thought of deep-throating her sassy mouth so she has to gag around my girth brings my orgasm closer. If she was kneeling between my legs, I'd take hold of her hair and force her face all the way to the base of my dick, not letting up until tears smear the perfect mascara she wore tonight. Imagining her mules being muffled by my thickness shoots pleasure to my balls. Feeling completion nearing, I lick my palm so I can pump my cock harder and faster. Am I going to picture coming on her face or her tits, or both? A knock on the door stops me mid-stroke. Motherfucker. If that's someone complaining about the goddamn elevator, Dex, Z's voice calls from the other side. Open up. I need to speak to you. It's urgent. Groaning, I tuck my cock back inside my pants and make my way to the door. Z isn't one to pay me visits at this time of the night unless there truly is a problem I need to be aware of or address. And the fact that he isn't calling but rather coming to me in person means something. I open the door and scan the hallway behind him to see if he's alone. What's up? He takes a deep breath, Katya. I open the door wider so he can enter all the way. Closing the door behind him, I ask, "What about Katya?" It's not good, man. A bolt of fear shoots through me. Did something happen? Is she okay? He nods. She's okay, but I got a call just now from my contact over at the Whitney. Her husband, there's a fucking huge issue. Do I even want to know? He's dead. Dead? What the fuck are you talking about? I just saw him. The police are heading over to the Whitney now. It's only a matter of time until the media does as well. I run my hand through my hair and go to the Jack bottle, pouring myself another glass, as well as one for Z. Well, shit. It's not pretty, Z adds. The situation is... He chuckles and shakes his head. Fucked. Does Katya know yet? I ask. Not yet, but soon. Fuck, I breathe out. The thought of her receiving the news. Can you go over there and clean it up? It's too late, he says. Or I would. But I do think she's gonna need help. I think she's going to need you. Me? I ask, turning to face him, surprised. What the fuck can I do? Z gives me a knowing look. You know the answer as much as I do. She lost the right to my help the day she kicked me out of the Whitney. Let that hate go, dude. At least right now. You know our fathers are rolling over in their graves right now. Not my fault, I snap. And you're damn right our fathers would be pissed. We should both still be living at the Whitney like before, and you know it. Regardless, right now, Katya needs you. You know this. This doesn't involve me, I say, pacing the room as thoughts of our past rush through my mind. I don't care. But you do, Z points out calmly. Fuck, I say. Fuck.
Chapter 5. Katya. What the hell is that pounding? For a few seconds, I lay with my eyes closed, trying to decide if it's a dream or not. I get my answer in the form of a flurry of knocks on what sounds like the bedroom suite's door. What an asshole. Tristan accidentally locks the door behind him on his way to fuck his mistress, and then has the balls to wake me up to let him in. "Sleep on the fucking couch, you bastard!" I shout as I readjust my sleeping mask and punch my pillow to get comfortable again. I'm just relaxing when the pounding resumes. Harder. Faster. Motherfucker. Right on time, I hear the whisper of my mother's voice, chastising me that ladies don't talk like that. How sad. I don't know what my mom's favorite song was, or what celebrity posters she had on her wall as a teenager. A million little things I didn't have time to learn, but without fail, I hear her voice loud and clear when I do something that breaks the socialite code. Recognizing I'm not going to get back to sleep until I let my philandering husband back in, I get out of bed. I'm tempted to open the door, naked, just to remind the bastard what he'll never have, but have second thoughts and throw on the robe I'd dropped to the floor when getting into bed. "I'm coming!" I shout, walking through the darkened suite. I hadn't checked the bedside clock, but based on the dark sky outside the floor-to-ceiling wall of windows, it's still the dead of night. "What's the matter? You don't have the staying power to make it all night?" I ask, reaching to unlock the door. The door that isn't locked. I fling it open before it dawns on me that I should have confirmed it was Tristan before opening it, but then again, who else would be knocking on the door to our bedroom suite at this hour? "Mr. Jenkins! My goodness, is there a security event?" Nothing rattles Mike Jenkins. He's seen it all over the years, especially in the years before I kicked out the devil and his gang of demons. So the fact that Mike looks like he's about to be ill doesn't bode well.
I'm so sorry to disturb you at this hour, Miss Beloff, but it can't wait until morning.
I wave him in as I turn, walking to the small lamp near a love seat, and take a seat once we have enough light to see each other. "It must be a doozy of a problem for you to come in person. You normally just phone. Did I miss a call?"
No, ma'am, I didn't call this time.
I don't like his tone of voice. "Do we have a criminal event? Employee problem?" I bite my tongue to keep from saying, "Out with it, man, so I can go back to bed."
Neither. I'm afraid it's a medical event. Actually, there has been a death on the premises.
My mind goes back to the last death we had in the hotel, just 2 years ago. Please don't tell me we have another jumper on our hands. It took me weeks to be able to walk in the section of lobby where that poor woman landed. I'll never understand why something about the look on his face makes me stop mid-sentence. What? What aren't you telling me? Is it someone I know?
I'm afraid so, Miss Belov. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but Mr. Miller has passed away.
Mr. Miller? Tristan's father is in London. He's not even... My Mr. Miller? You mean Tristan? My voice cracks. I don't wait for him to answer. I push to my feet and rush to the closed bedroom door on Tristan's half of the suite. Crashing through the door, I flip the light switch, expecting to find him there. Until that very second, I would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that I didn't love my husband. Hell, most days I don't even like him that much. But standing there, letting the news sink in, I can't deny a pain pressing in on my chest. Physical pain. The room sways as I struggle to catch my breath. I let Mr. Jenkins wrap his arm around my shoulders, gently leading me back to the love seat. I'm not sure how long we sit in silence, but I am grateful to him for not filling the air with senseless words. I need to let the news sink in before I'm able to talk. Finally, I get out one word. How?
The paramedics say it was a massive heart attack.
Paramedics? That means it happened a while ago. Of course it did. Mr. Jenkins lives in Queens. He had to have enough time to drive all the way back to the Whitney. When? Another single-word question.
About 2 hours ago, just after midnight. I'm sorry to say that they pronounced him dead and didn't even transport him to the hospital. A police detective is on site, and the coroner has been alerted and will be here soon. I thought you'd want to know, so you can be prepared.
Prepared for what exactly? My mind races with insane thoughts, all rushing in at one time. Tristan said he had heartburn, but it was clearly more. Maybe if he'd just stayed here to talk about the gala, he'd still be alive. Did he sign to be an organ donor? What color flowers will he want at his funeral? But in the midst of the barrage of silly thoughts, a more important question finally gets to my lips. Where? I look into Mike Jenkins' eyes, praying he isn't about to say what I think he's going to say.
I'm so sorry to inform you, ma'am, but Mr. Miller passed away on the 10th floor.
He doesn't need to say more. He knows that I know what happens in room 1028. Most nights it's just sex, but tonight it was death. A burning fury builds in my stomach. For a second, I think I might be having a damn heart attack too, because my heart is pounding away in my chest. That fucker died sticking his dick in number 11. As if it isn't humiliating enough that he slept with more people in the 2 years of our marriage than I have in my entire life, he has to go out this way? It will be the talk of the town. I won't be able to go anywhere without hearing people whispering behind my back. Number 11?
Excuse me, ma'am?
What was her real name? Natalie, Nancy, fuck it. The bitch, the woman. Where the hell is she now?
I'm afraid she was distraught. The paramedics transported her to the hospital to be checked out, which I actually encouraged.
Our eyes meet as he finishes saying,
This way, any guests who were disturbed by the commotion may believe that the ambulance was called for the lady.
Mr. Jenkins went over and above, not just taking care of the details, but protecting my dignity as much as he could. My brain races with all the scandalous implications of what the head of security has told me. Why are the police here? Surely they don't suspect foul play.
Of course not. It's routine in these matters, but he was only in his 40s and otherwise healthy, so they need to validate that he died of natural causes.
So, the coroner, is he... I can't finish the sentence.
Yes, unfortunately he's en route. The detective is staying with the body until the coroner claims it for the autopsy.
Autopsies. Detectives. ambulances, death, all things hoteliers never want associated with their property.
With your permission, ma'am, I'd like to get back downstairs so I can be in the lobby when he arrives. Who can I call to be here with you? I don't want to leave you alone.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I have 1,000 people in this city I would call a friend, most in my contact list on my phone, but none of them, not one, can I trust with this mess. How sad.
Katya!
I hear my name called from the living room. Tears finally come to my eyes as I realize I'd been wrong. There is one person I can trust to be here with me tonight. He's been here many times before in my hour of need. The second Gordon, the doorman, steps into my bedroom, the dam holding back my emotions breaks, releasing tears over a man that has infuriated me at times, but somehow I know I'll miss. Being in a loveless marriage has been better than being completely alone. Like a grandfather, the man who has been in my life since I took my first breath, who stood by me through every up and down in my life, sits down and pulls me into his arms. Gordon doesn't say a word. He doesn't have to. It's enough that he's here, holding me as I let my new reality sink in.
There, my Katya. Everything is going to be all right.
Emotionally, I know he's right, but financially...
What the hell are you doing here? And how did you get in the penthouse?
Gordon's fury lashes out at someone behind me. He never speaks like that to anyone except... shit. Only one person brought out that much anger in Gordon Snyder.
You need to change clothes. I'll pick out what you should wear.
Words from the devil himself. I have to be dreaming. Tristan dying is outrageous enough, but Dex Cohen barging into my private suite in the middle of the night? This has to be a nightmare. I barely catch a glimpse of Dex as he marches through the lounge and into my bedroom. If it wasn't for the tiny whiff of his scent hitting my nose, I'd swear it never happened. Gordon lets go of my hand and stands.
Let me take care of this, Miss Katya.
Off he stomps like the guardian he's been all my life. I have the start of a headache by the time raised voices come from my room. I can't make out what they're saying, but a few seconds later, Dex emerges with an angry Gordon trailing him.
Here, change into this black pantsuit. Then go wash your face, brush your hair, and put on just a little bit of makeup. Not too much, just enough to look presentable in the photos.
He throws the clothes into my lap. What photos? I'm too confused to argue.
The paparazzi. They were already congregating in the carport when I went through the lobby. I have Jenkins holding them at bay until you're ready.
Ready for what?
To give your statement. You need to get in front of this before they get a chance to dig in enough to find out what really happened here tonight.
He brushes past me, heading out of the bedroom suite. Now where are you going? I shout after him. He stops in the doorway, turning back.
To make a pot of coffee, then to call Z and make sure he took care of the cleanup at the hospital.
He's making no sense at all. They didn't even take him to the hospital, I scream, losing my temper. This isn't some stupid crime scene you need your cleaner to fix.
Oh, really? So you'll be fine with Natalie Carrington blabbing about the trauma she suffered in room 1028 of the Whitney? She's gonna try to hit every news outlet within the next 24 hours.
She wouldn't dare. She's the homewrecker, the whore. Why would she want anyone to know the truth? I feel Dex's gaze on me. When I look into his eyes, I know he knows something I don't. He pulls out his phone, walking back to me before shoving it into my hands for me to read as he fills me in.
My tech team did a workup on her while I was in my car over here. She's an aspiring actress, mostly commercials and off-Broadway stuff. Has a reputation for sleeping her way up the ladder. Directors, agents, financiers.
He didn't say, like Tristan, but we both know Tristan was a sponsor of the arts in New York City.
I'm not exactly sure what she thought she was going to get from Miller, but I'm going to make sure we shut her down before she tries to capitalize on tonight.
He's already out the door when I call out to him. Dex! In a second, he's back, standing in the door, his arms across his chest, an unreadable scowl on his face. I finally get my words out. Why are you doing this? Helping me? I hate how my voice quavers.
Honestly, the hell if I know.
And then he's gone, leaving me with Gordon, who looks as confused as I am. It's been 3 years since I kicked the devil out of the Whitney, and in a few short minutes, he's barged back in like he never left.
Chapter 6. Dex. Here, drink this, I say, as I hand Katya a mug of steaming brew. Kicking Gordon out of the room so I can speak to Katya in private was nearly impossible, but he finally left. I want to leave, but I need to touch base one more time before I do. She sips the coffee, her eyes locked on the window and the cityscape beyond them. I can't read her thoughts, which was something I used to be able to do so well. I'm not sure if it's time that has caused this, or if we simply aren't the same two people we once were anymore. Hating the awkward silence in the room, I finally say, I just got done meeting with the staff, and they're aware not to speak to reporters under any circumstances. I think they're smart enough to know that I'll find out if they do. They're loyal, she murmurs. Loyalty can disappear with the right price, I inform, although I know Katya already knows this. It actually pains me to see Katya so rattled, which isn't something very many people get the opportunity to see. There's no way that we can keep this from getting out, she says, sipping the coffee and shaking her head. True, I agree, but we can try to control how big the flame gets. I'm never going to be able to show my face. Stop, I glare at her. You're going to keep your head held high, and remember that scandals are quickly forgotten. It's how you handle them that's important. This is not the time to melt down or show you care. Don't you dare show this has upset you. You have an empire to run and can't be bothered with gossip. Rise above this, even if it's just on the surface. Your father groomed you for crisis. I think this is more than gossip. And yes, he did groom me for crisis, but not my crisis. Not a crisis that I got myself into. It's gossip. Don't let that loser husband have the power to destroy you. Don't speak of the dead that way, she mumbles without much conviction. He doesn't deserve anything better. And the truth of the matter is you did deserve better. And anyone who catches wind of what happened is going to say those exact words. You were above that man in life and now in death. Don't let this take hold. I sit across from her and observe her trembling hands. A part of me considers walking over to her, taking her into my arms, and offering the comfort she clearly needs. But the thought is quickly pushed deep inside of me. I'm here to help, but I still need to keep my boundaries. This is still the Katya that fucked me over. This is still the woman I can't trust. I can't repeat history, especially history where I didn't come out the victor. You're going to have to pull it together because that's who you are. You are the strong, respected, and classy Katya Belov. She nods, though not with the strength and confidence I'm used to seeing. I know. I just feel broken. She glances down at the ground and swallows a large gulp of the coffee. But yes, I have a lot to do. I need to figure out the funeral. I have your concierge starting the process, I interrupt. I also have Z working with her to make sure the guest list is correct. You're going to want a mix of true friends and family, and then the guests who will expect an invitation. It needs to be controlled, however, and not a free-for-all for spectators. We went with St. Mark's as the church. Being indoors will help keep the media away. They'll be forced to stay outside. I don't want mistresses 1 through 11 there. Her eyes narrow and her jaw tightens. Too bad. They have the right to say goodbye, and it's part of Z soothing the waters. He's making sure none of them talk. Allow him to do what he needs to do to make sure the silence is kept. He's good at his job. Let him clean up your husband's mess. She sighs deeply and stands up. I'm going to go get dressed. I need to deal with the legal stuff and... She looks over her shoulder at me. Thank you. I mean it. I needed this. I needed you. Please thank Z for me as well. When she closes the door behind her, I decide my job with Katya is done. My conscience can be free of any guilt. Fuck Z for being right. He knew I needed to step in and help. My father would have done the exact same thing. but my duty is done. As I enter the elevator, I notice the marble tile of the floor has a crack in the far corner. The ground is dirty too, and I'm disappointed. This never would have passed Katya's white glove inspections she used to do. Entering the lobby, I realize the once opulent chandelier that hung as a centerpiece of the Whitney is missing. What's in its place is a modern knockoff chandelier that any Best Western could get their hands on, instead of the antique masterpiece that once mastered the room. The crystal droplets that once sparkled from above have been replaced by LED fixtures, and it makes me sick to see. Why would Katya let that monstrosity take the place of true art? The history and stories that old chandelier cast light on are priceless. It was just as much a part of the hotel as the name itself. Yes, it required a ridiculous amount of upkeep and repair, but it came with the beauty and magnificence of a time long gone. It saddens me to see it removed. Today is the first time I've been inside the Whitney in 3 years. The little things I'm observing are bothering me. I see the frayed carpet in the furthest corners of the room. I see the chipped crown molding in a couple of discreet areas. Nothing is obvious, and nothing is noticeable to the untrained eye. But Katya can't not notice these things. Her eyes are as trained as mine. The minute the staff see me, they all find busy work to make it appear that they are hard at work. Not to say they don't work hard, but they're making an extra effort in appearing so for me. It's nice to see I still have that power and authority over them, even in my absence. "Mr. Cohen," Gordon says to me as I approach the exit. I've liked the doorman since I was a kid, and because of that, I'll excuse his behavior upstairs in the penthouse. He's always been protective of Katya, and I appreciate that fact. "I think you can call me Dex after all these years, Gordon," I say, noticing how the man is scowling at me still. "Mr. Cohen," he repeats, "I think Katya will be just fine." I nod. "She will be. I don't think she will be in need of your service in the future." "One can hope," I say as I spin around and take in the Whitney, which is disappointing in more ways than one. But it seems that being left on her own hasn't exactly been the best for the Whitney, now has it? I see his jaw twitch, but I can also see the skill the man possesses in keeping his composure. "The Whitney is doing just fine." "Is it?" I prod with a raised eyebrow. "Is it the Whitney we both once knew?" My eyes dart to a small nick in the glass window by the front door. "It doesn't appear so to me." "Things have changed, true," Gordon says with a nod. "But Katya is doing the best she can, considering." "Considering? Considering what?" I lean in closer to the man. "I didn't just walk away and abandon the Whitney. Remember that. It wasn't my choice. But it was choices you made that caused her decision." "I didn't do anything that my father hadn't been doing. Katya just didn't like it. But I wasn't doing anything different." "Your father was more discreet. The way he conducted business at the Whitney was different then. He conducted business with gentlemen, not thugs." I refuse to admit that maybe Gordon has a point in his observation. I did start allowing certain people through the doors that my father would have never admitted. He did have different standards, but for me, money and power trump all. Was it wise? Maybe not. But it was necessary. I had to build my name and reputation as the innkeeper, and not just as the son handed a legacy from Daddy. Yes, well, where's the Whitney we once knew now? I question, hating the way this man can knock me down a few pegs. "I fear the magic of the hotel died with your father's, sadly." "It didn't have to," I snap, feeling my own composure dwindle. "You can't blame everything on Katya," he says quietly, scanning the area to make sure no one is within earshot. "I can. I do. You're the one who got messy." "Messy?" I ask between clenched teeth. "Your father kept control. You started to make decisions that put the Whitney at risk as well as Katya. She did what she had to do. I swallow the lump in the back of my throat and paint the fakest smile on my face as I can manage. I reach out and pat his shoulder in a very condescending way. Gordon, I appreciate the chat, but I think you should focus on what you're good at, and allow me to focus on what I'm good at. I point to the closed door. You're good at opening doors for others. By all means, open it. He pauses, looks at me as if he's about to say something more, but doesn't. Good day, Mr. Cohen, he finally says as he opens the door, biting back any retort that I know is sizzling in his body. Good day. I walk out of the Whitney and take a deep breath of the morning air. I'm exhausted, and not just because I haven't slept all night. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't worry. But as I picture Katya upstairs by herself, I consider spinning around and marching back up there to be by her side. And do what? I shake the thought out of my head as I hail a cab. I have to. The past is the past. History belongs in dusty books placed on shelves in libraries. I need to move forward with my life, with the plans already in motion. I'm not the hero in her story. I can't be.
Chapter 7. Katya. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll come back when you've finished breakfast. Francesca is hovering again. I know she means well, but is it too much to get 5 minutes of privacy in my own home? I'm done. Clear everything away except the coffee. I wave my hand, wishing I could make the food and the last 3 days disappear. But you didn't eat, she says. I know she cares, which is the only reason I'm not already screaming at her to get the hell out. I'm not hungry, I bark. When she doesn't move into action, I add a sharp, You're dismissed. Her flinch away from my shrill order prods me to tack on a more polite, Thank you. I feel my blood pressure rising as I fight to hold it together. The bang of the door closing behind my departing housekeeper is like a pin popping my balloon. Again. For days, I've had to buck myself up enough to get through the millions of tasks one inherits when their spouse dies. Funerals and flowers, music and memorials, unwanted phone calls and visitors. I've faced them all with the stoic resolve I inherited from my father. Only when I'm alone do I allow myself to deflate. The room swims as my eyes fill with unshed tears. There isn't time for a meltdown. I just have to get through one more day, and then I can escape to France to lick my wounds. One more shitty day, the worst of them all, where I get to publicly play the grieving widow for a man who died with his dick in another woman. It seems fitting that I get to stick him 6 feet under today. A deluge of new designer clothing, shoes, and accessories crowd my walk-in closet. All the designers I rubbed elbows with at the Met the night Tristan died wasted no time in sending over an entire new trousseau. The fact that every article is mourning black ensures no one will confuse it with a honeymoon wardrobe. God, I hate wearing black. I have ever since my mother died when I was 5, and my father made me wear black for an entire year. He tried to appease me by giving me black clothes for my dolls, too, but that only made it worse. Gucci, Chanel, Dior, Givenchy, Halston, Prada. They're worth a fortune, and I hate them all. Or maybe I just hate what they represent. I choose the Halston. It's the only one that has touches of silk chiffon accents, with small glittering gems sewn in. The tiny flare of bling will be my own little rebellion against the barbaric tradition. I go through the motions, trying not to think of what lies ahead. My shower, makeup, and hair are done on autopilot. Clothes, jewelry, and shoes are meticulously donned until I finally run out of things preventing me from leaving the sanctity of my penthouse. The knock on my suite's outer doors fills my empty stomach with bile. I'm out of time. Gordon, my rock, is waiting on the other side of the door when I open it.
Good morning, Miss Katya,
he says, trying to sound cheerful. Nothing about these last few days has been good, especially not what's on this morning's agenda.
I know it's going to be a hard day, but you'll get through. You always do, he reassures me. Even though it doesn't feel like it, I know he's right. I always get through whatever bullshit is handed to me. Today will be no different. I'm Katya fucking Belov. Taking a deep breath, I grab my small, jeweled handbag in one hand and put my other hand through Gordon's bent arm. I'm grateful for his supportive pat as we head for the elevator that will take me down to the lion's den. Even over the sound of my high heels on the marble floor, the click of cameras reaches me within steps of leaving the elevator. Showtime. Over the last 3 days of public appearances, I've honed the perfect grieving widow look. Sad, but not broken-hearted. I hold my head high, looking into the cameras to give them the tabloid shot they're looking for. As much as I hate to admit it, Dex's coaching the night Tristan died has been spot on. Never, not once, have I let them see me rattled. The sounds of the Thursday morning New York City hustle and bustle greet me as we walk under the portico. I hear my name being shouted from behind the stanchions Mr. Jenkins must have set up to keep the reporters at bay as I walk to the waiting limousine. I had hoped for a few quiet moments alone to gather my thoughts on the way to the cathedral, but Tristan's father is waiting in the car to pounce. I don't bother to greet him. Instead, I calmly let him know, "You're in Gordon's spot." Excuse me, since when does the doorman ride in the limo?
I feel Gordon trying to pull his arm away, and no wonder. Thomas Miller is a condescending asshole. Since he is like a grandfather to me, that's when. Please vacate his spot.
For Christ's sake, you aren't seriously going to let him accompany you to the services instead of me?
He spat. It takes almost a full 30 seconds of an icy glare from me to get the elder Miller to move to the opposite seat, facing the rear of the car. I would rather he get the fuck out, but I'll have to settle for him moving. Only once the car pulls away do I finally speak to my father-in-law. "Thomas, if you wanted to play the grieving father for me today, you should have behaved last night at the wake." I deliver the veiled observation with a voice much calmer than I feel.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he objects, sounding exactly like his son used to whenever I caught him being indiscreet. My laughter sounds out of place, but it's genuine. "Just like Tristan. Deny, deny, deny. I'd hoped you'd at least wait until we got his body in the ground before you started fucking his mistresses." My vulgar statement jars him into silence, his mouth agape as I add, "Did you really think I didn't see you working the room last night?"
I was only trying to comfort Ms. Carrington. She's actually upset my son is dead, unlike his heartless bitch of a wife.
Gordon makes a move like he might lunge across the seat to punch the pompous ass, but I squeeze his leg to keep him settled in his seat. "Careful, Thomas. Don't forget how we got here, after all. I'll tell you what I told your son many times. If you want my loyalty, you actually have to be loyal in return. Since the head of my security informed me that Miss Carrington was your overnight guest, it seems the apple didn't fall far from the tree."
I should have known you'd have your little spies reporting back to you.
"They aren't my spies. They are my employees. You are in my hotel. Take comfort in knowing that it will be the last night you'll be spied on, as it's the last you'll sleep under my roof. I've already asked housekeeping to pack up your things. You can collect your bags at the bell stand after the funeral."
But you can't do that. I'm planning on staying in New York for several weeks,
he whines like a petulant child.
I always stay at the Whitney.
You always used to stay at the Whitney. I'm sure you'll miss the complimentary rate. Perhaps Miss Carrington will let you move in with her since you two have gotten so close. I shouldn't be getting as much pleasure from humiliating Tristan's father as I am, but he asked for it the second he cozied up to number 11 at the visitation the day before. The buzz of my cell phone inside my clutch purse is the perfect excuse to end the pissing contest with Thomas, although I can't think of one single person I want to talk to today, particularly since I'm going to be seeing almost everyone I call a friend in less than an hour at the funeral. Caller ID tells me it's William Stryker, our real estate lawyer. Definitely not a friend. I'm tempted to let it roll to voicemail, but answer it at the last second, if for no other reason than to avoid further conversation with my father-in-law. "Hello, William. You got my message about Tristan?"
Hello, Miss Belov. Yes, I was deeply saddened to hear of your husband's passing. You have my condolences.
I bite my tongue to keep from saying what I really want to say, although it doesn't stop me from thinking it. I'm sure he's sad Tristan died because he probably knows I'll be pulling all of my business from him and giving it back to the law firm my father had used instead. Thank you, I mutter as politely as I can, considering I don't really care for the guy who tried to talk me into selling the Whitney in our very first meeting, even before Tristan and I got married.
I need to see you as soon as possible. There are urgent matters we need to discuss now that Mr. Miller is deceased, he says.
I'm sure there are, but I'm on the way to his funeral. I haven't even buried him yet. I think it's poor taste to worry about the reading of the will, I counter, not bothering to hide my annoyance.
This isn't about his will, at least not entirely. It's more important to first reschedule the closing that was set for this afternoon.
I'll be seeing his assistant, Mrs. Carter, at the funeral. I'll have her reach out to push back any business meetings until after I return from France. I'm flying out tomorrow to spend a week or two in my Paris apartment. I'm sure any—
do you have a second property in Paris? He asks.
Some real estate lawyer he is. He can't even keep track of our properties. Although, to be fair, I hadn't appraised Mr. Carter of all my own family holdings going into the marriage. As a Manhattan real estate financier, Tristan had insisted on retaining his own lawyer he'd been using for years. Since I don't wheel and deal in properties like he did, his choice for our attorney had made sense. I'm not sure how many Tristan may own. I guess that's one of the things I'll have to get up to speed on now. I'm talking about my apartment on the Champs-Élysées. I leave off the part about wanting to get out of town so I could lick the wounds left by Tristan's humiliating final betrayal in privacy, away from the media. Silence. Hello? Did I lose you? I finally ask, glancing at the phone to see if we've been disconnected.
No, I'm here, but—
Long seconds tick by, each one causing my heart rate to increase. I don't know the lawyer well, but even over the phone I know something is wrong. What aren't you telling me? I press.
You need to come into my office. We'll discuss it then.
We'll discuss it now, I snap. I told you I won't have time to see you before leaving town. I've already booked my flight. In the awkward silence, I look out the window and notice we're pulling up in front of the church. Small groups of people are already hovering on the front sidewalk and steps. Photographers in one group, and family friends and curious onlookers in others. The only thing they have in common is their damn black clothing, in direct contrast to the colorful flower beds enjoying the sunny day. Mr. Stryker drags my thoughts back to reality.
I'm not sure how to tell you this, Ms. Belov, but unless you have a second property I'm unaware of, you no longer own an apartment in Paris.
My ears start to ring. I had to have heard him wrong. The apartment in Paris has been my mother's favorite vacation spot. I'd been escaping there on holiday since I was a child. My father bought it for her before I was even born. You must be mistaken. If Tristan sold a property there recently, it must have been one of his own investments. That property is not part of his portfolio.
You really need to come—
No, I'm officially out of patience. You work for me. I will come to you after my holiday. You are mistaken. I've sold none of the properties I inherited when my father passed away 3 years ago. My finger is hovering over the end button when I hear him yelling for my attention. I put the phone back to my ear in time to hear him finishing his thought.
I'm looking at your signature on the closing paperwork right now. It's dated 3 months ago, the same day we closed on the property. I distinctly remember Mr. Miller advising me that you weren't feeling well that morning and that you'd signed the power of attorney ahead of the official closing to allow him to provide your signature in advance.
A few days ago, I didn't think I could get angrier at my now dead husband for the humiliating way he'd left this world. Today, I know I was wrong. He sold my favorite holiday home, one of the few places I could still go and feel close to my dead mother, a home that was filled with precious memories. And he did it behind my back. Mr. Jenkins opens the door next to me, but I yank it closed again. I can't get out yet. Not while I feel like I'm free-falling into quicksand. Fear presses on my chest. My brain feels muddled, unable to make sense of what Stryker just told me. It's only when my eyes connect with Tristan's father that I understand just how grave my situation might be. Glee has replaced his previous anger and sadness.
Miss Belov? Are you still there?
The lawyer is almost shouting. I can't do this right now, I say, barely holding back the tears stinging my eyes.
This can't wait long, he adds.
Tomorrow. I'll deal with this tomorrow. I hang up without saying goodbye. I sit frozen as Thomas opens the door next to me and scampers away to freedom before I can interrogate him. Despite the warm May weather, I shiver.
Miss Katya, is everything okay?
Always faithful, Gordon squeezes my hand in a show of support. I don't dare look him in the eyes. If I do, he'll see how close I am to melting down. Instead, I take a deep breath and step out of the car. Why did I answer that call? When I woke up this morning, I dreaded seeing mistresses 1 through 11. Now, just a few hours later, I can't bring myself to even care about them. I'm too busy worrying about what other secrets my philandering husband has been keeping from me. Chapter 8. Katya. The minister drones on in the pulpit. I tune him out because I can't stand listening to him talking about Tristan as if he was some kind of goddamn saint. It takes all my energy to keep from jumping up and screaming that he deserves to be dead for all of the humiliation he's brought on me. The cheating was bad enough, but now, after talking to our lawyer, any small sadness at his passing has been replaced with rage and fear. He sold the Paris apartment. My apartment. What the hell else has he sold of mine? And why? He used to love to remind me that he had more money than God. Before we'd married, I'd seen bank statements, investment recaps, and property deeds that had convinced me he wasn't wrong. Any sale wasn't legal. I'd insisted on a prenup. I wasn't stupid. I knew he wanted to get his hands on the Whitney bad enough that he'd signed up to help subsidize its upkeep as part of our marriage arrangement, but there was no way he could have sold anything of mine without my explicit approval. Just the thought of trying to unravel what my departed husband has been up to makes my head throb. Through the long service, I managed to follow all of the minister's directions. I stand when the minister says stand. Sit, kneel, pray. Except the only prayer I can muster is for strength to get through this day without losing it. Over 200 people are crowded into the sanctuary. A few may have come to pay their respects, but I suspect more are here just to watch how I handle saying goodbye to the man who died while cheating on me. I'm not really mad about that. It's how the New York elite works. Through sheer will, I refuse to give them the salacious show they're hoping for. When the service ends and the minister invites everyone to walk the short distance to the cemetery behind the church for the service near his above-ground crypt, I push to my feet, grateful for Gordon's steadying arm. At first, I keep my eyes focused on the long aisle's red carpet. I don't want to look into the crowd, but like the same morbid curiosity that makes people stop to gape when passing an accident on the side of the highway, I can't resist glancing around the pews, taking note of who's here. Normally, I'd be making mental notes to record in my notebook when I get home, but nothing about today is normal. Directly behind me sits Tristan's father, consoling a sobbing number 11. They deserve each other. A few pews back, number 4, 7, and 9 stand out, as they're actually sitting together. Ballsy move, ladies. How ironic that I don't know at least half of the people in attendance. The realization only makes my fear of what I may find the next day when I visit our lawyer's office even worse. There is so much about Tristan I clearly don't know. As we finally approach the back of the church, following a few feet behind the casket being carried by the pallbearers, I get my first glimpse of him. Correction, them. How dare they show their faces here? Dex is sitting in the final row of the church, off to the side and out of the way, as if anyone can possibly miss him. In a room full of society's elite, he stands out. Sure, the innkeeper has on the right clothes, but he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Maybe it's Z, his cleaner, sitting next to him that gives him away. Z may be wearing an expensive suit too, but the tattoos snaking out from the suit's cuffs onto his hands and crawling up his neck above the collar are impossible to hide. I'm thankful when we leave the sanctuary. Despite the glaring midday sun, the 10-minute walk through the church's gardens feels like the dirge that it is, giving me time to push down my fear and anger in hopes of making it through this final act. But as the service proceeds, the crowd presses in closer, the minister pontificates, and I start to feel lightheaded. The combination of the heat, too little sleep, no food, and growing stress take their toll until I feel myself starting to sway just as the minister begins his final prayer. Gordon catches me, keeping me from face-planting onto the ground in front of the mausoleum's wall of stacked tombs. But he's frail himself, and I can feel him losing his grip. My legs buckle under me just as I see white stars in the edges of my vision. Sure, I'm about to make a spectacular scene. I brace myself for the pain of hitting the ground, only the pain never comes. A strong arm wraps around my waist while another holds my elbow opposite Gordon, and together the two men keep me upright. I don't need my vision to know it's Dex. His scent gives him away. He leans in and whispers against my ear.
Don't you dare faint. He doesn't deserve that kind of grief.
My tongue is too stiff in my dry mouth to respond. My head hangs down, too heavy to hold up. Maybe the spectators will believe I'm praying. Finally, the minister's last amen arrives and he dismisses everyone. I sense people approaching, wanting to express a final condolence. I'm shocked and begrudgingly grateful when Z acts like the gentleman he isn't, politely letting everyone know I need some privacy to say my final goodbyes to my husband.
Find her a chair.
Dex quietly barks an order to Gordon, who scurries off without a fight. Dex easily holds me up as Z approaches with a bottle of cold water.
Drink,
he orders as Z holds the bottle to my lips. I'm too woozy to fight him. Seconds later, Dex lowers me onto a folding chair, staying close enough to catch me if I topple over. Z forces a few more swigs of water on me until I finally start to feel better. As I recover, embarrassment closes in. I want to be angry at the men for coming to my aid. God knows I've done all I can to eradicate them from my life. I hear Dex behind me, snapping orders at poor Gordon to have the limo pull around closer so I won't have to walk all the way back to the front of the church. I'm sure it grates on Gordon's nerves as much as it does mine, but he doesn't argue, probably because he knows Dex is right. While we wait for the car, Z kneels in front of me, holding out the water bottle again, but I wave it away. It's been 3 years since I've seen him. He's changed, matured. I'm not sure that's a good thing. Remembering his recent loss, I offer, I heard you lost your dad, Simon. I can't say I was a fan of his, but I'm sorry. I know it hurts to lose a parent. A rare smile comes to his lips, making him look less like the felon he is.
You know, you're the only person on the planet that gets away with calling me that, right?
I do it to annoy you. Is it working?
Not really,
he says, nervously glancing up at Dex, who is standing over us with his arms crossed.
If you two are finished with the small talk, we need to get moving toward the drive where the car is meeting us. The sooner we get you behind closed doors, the better.
Just like the night Tristan died, Dex swoops in and takes control. Despite being grateful for his help, he's going too far. I push to my feet. Even in my high heels, he still has a good 6 inches on me, but I pull myself up and look him in the eye. I know what you're doing.
Oh? And what's that?
He taunts. Trying to weasel your way back into the Whitney? It isn't going to work. Leaning in closer until I can feel his warm breath on my cheek, Dex answers.
We'll just see about that, won't we?
I've had a nagging question for days, and now's my chance to ask for the answer. You confuse me, Dex. I'd have thought you'd love to see me make a fool out of myself today. Why would you go to any trouble at all to help me? Several seconds tick by, and I can hear the limo pulling up not far away. I decide he isn't going to answer and turn toward it, but then he finally speaks.
I'm not helping you, Katya. I'm protecting the Whitney. You may have temporarily made me leave, but like it or not, the Whitney is my home just as much as it is yours, and I'm not going to stand by and let anything tarnish her reputation.
I don't bother to rein in my bark of ugly laughter. That's rich, considering you invited murderers, thieves, and assassins in. Kicking you and your gang of thugs out was the best thing I could ever do to protect the Whitney, and if you love her half as much as you profess to, you'll never step foot in her again.
You're too naive to see that you're running her into the ground. Now that your money train is dead, we'll see how long it takes for you to come crawling back to me for help.
He turns to leave before I can think of a snappy reply. 24 hours later, I'm in the back of the Whitney's limo once again. I never dreamed there could be a place I'd want to go less than Tristan's funeral, but I was wrong. Keeping this appointment with our lawyer is taking every ounce of the little strength I have left. The driver pulls up in front of the glass skyscraper just off Wall Street. I take a cleansing breath to settle my nerves, just before stepping out into the midday sunshine. Mr. Stryker has an assistant waiting for me in the lobby. We make the ride up to the 33rd floor in silence, which I'm grateful for. I've been in the high-end offices twice before today, once before we got married, and once after. It isn't until we arrive at Mr. Stryker's reception area that I put two and two together when it's none other than number 10 waiting to greet me. She's William Stryker's personal assistant. I meant it when I told Tristan she was the most beautiful of his dalliances. We stand just a few feet apart, awkwardly unsure how to greet each other. I take the high road, reaching out my hand to address her first. Number 10, nice to see you again. I missed you at the service yesterday. There was a whole pew reserved for you and your predecessors. She flinches. Okay, so maybe that isn't exactly the high road. I'm not sure if the tears in her eyes are due to my insult or sadness over Tristan's death. I'm fine with either. After a few long seconds, she recovers enough to motion for me to follow her down the hall. Mr. Stryker is expecting you.
Mrs. Miller, please, come in. I'm so sorry for your loss,
the lawyer says as I step into his office. I wait until we're shaking hands to correct him, making sure to look him in the eye and keep a firm grip, just like my father taught me. You, of all people, should be aware that I never took Tristan's last name. After all, you drew up our prenuptial agreement.
Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Miss Belov. Please, come in and take a seat.
I walk toward the round conference table we sat at during past visits, while he goes and stands behind his huge oak desk. I raise an eyebrow to question why he's not sitting where we can review paperwork side by side.
Please, have a seat here in this chair.
He waves.
It's much more comfortable than the chairs around the table.
While I appreciate your concern for my comfort, I'm not here to relax. I'm here to understand the current state of my husband's estate, which I assume will require poring over documents.
Yes, about that. There will be plenty of time for that later. I think it best for us to talk for a few minutes first.
William Stryker has always struck me as an overbearing chauvinist, which makes his attempt at polite niceties today raise my alarm level another notch. I'd spent hours last night digging through the paperwork Tristan kept at the Whitney and come up empty-handed. Like it or not, I need Stryker's help in sorting things out. I take the seat as requested, deciding to save my objections for more important topics. After he takes his seat, the lawyer wastes time, steepling his fingers and fidgeting until I finally have to press him. Since you're having problems getting started, I'll go first. How do I go about having you disbarred for allowing the sale of my property in Paris without my express consent? I enjoy watching the blood drain from his face as I continue. As the author of our prenuptial agreement, you of all people know that I am to retain 100% control over all property I brought into the marriage. Tristan also had a long list of assets that I would not have access to, that I assume will now fall into probate until his estate is settled. Have I missed anything? My father had not raised a helpless dolt. While I may not be an attorney, I am a businesswoman who owns multi-million-dollar properties and businesses, all located in some of the most competitive real estate markets in the world.
Unfortunately, what you seem to be unaware of is that Mr. Miller has had several investments fail over the past few years. I've been warning him for months that his expenditures were far outweighing his assets. He's been forced to sell off several properties that he was underwater on, and even then he has taken on increasingly risky debt that I'm afraid is going to come due within days.
Tristan disappointed me in many ways during our short marriage, but never, not once, had I thought he was failing as a businessman. He'd maintained his millionaire lifestyle without even a hint of money problems, even with me. It only makes my anger brew hotter. The only thing keeping me from running screaming from the room is that I know I won't be responsible for any of his remaining debts, thanks to our prenup. It isn't an idle threat. I will see William Stryker disbarred if he allowed my assets to get mixed up with Tristan's illegally. Still, I hoped that any inheritance from his estate would help with my own cash flow problems. It was those cash flow problems that led me to forge my partnership with Tristan in the first place. Finding out I may not be receiving a windfall is a hard pill to swallow. I'm sorry to hear that, but as you know, I'm not responsible for his debts. Moreover, he did not have control over my Paris apartment or any other property for that matter.
You are named in his will as both heir and executor of his estate.
Okay, as his spouse, that doesn't surprise me. But what does that have to do with the question at hand? Furthermore, that doesn't mean I'm responsible for any debts he incurred in his business.
For those assets he brought into the marriage, yes, but for those procured after your wedding, I'm afraid that is not true.
My chuckle is forced. Nothing about this is funny. Since we did not purchase any properties jointly, it's a moot point. The alarm in his eyes is the only warning I get of what's to come. Mr. Stryker opens a folder on his desk and slides a single sheet across the wood so I can reach it. My pulse spikes as I read the words, "Power of Attorney" at the top of the page. The tiny print filling the page is too much to read, but the signature at the bottom is large and clear. It's mine. Rather, it looks like mine. I did not sign this! I raised my voice, jumping to my feet and throwing the offending piece of paper back across the desk. I would never sign a power of attorney allowing Tristan to control my assets, and you of all people should know that. We sat in this room, and I was abundantly clear that this little arrangement of ours was going to be mutually beneficial, yet we each maintained control of our own properties.
Of course, which is why I called and spoke to you about the change just over 6 months ago. Surely you are not going to try to deny speaking to me over the phone when you were in Paris just before Christmas?
What the hell are you talking about? I haven't spoken to you since the last time I was in this office, and I haven't been to Paris in over a year. If you spoke to someone, it sure as hell wasn't me, and this is not my signature. It's unclear which one of us is more shaken by the realization that Tristan had been lying to both of us. I slide back into the chair because my legs feel wobbly. Terror strikes as a horrible thought crosses my mind. If he messed with my property in Paris, what else has he tried to sell? The Whitney? My voice quavers as I can only get out the 2 words. I'm terrified of what Mr. Stryker's next words might be.
You are still the owner of the Whitney.
I let the breath I'm holding escape with relief.
But
what? I press.
The Whitney was used for collateral in several high-risk loans Mr. Miller took to secure funds for the East End Lofts project. Unfortunately, when the initial units did not pass city inspections, Mr. Miller was forced to secure additional financing to bring the project up to code.
My mind races. I knew little about the Lofts project. Just little tidbits Tristan had shared over dinner here and there. This is ridiculous. That is not my signature, and therefore not 1 penny of my assets can be legally at risk in Tristan's bullshit dealings. Now, what are you going to do to straighten this all out? I throw this problem back in his lap, and when he fails to answer, I ask, which bank do we need to inform that there has been a grave error in the loan paperwork? Where his face was pale before, William Stryker's face turns beet red as he struggles to look me in the eyes.
I'm afraid Mr. Miller had exhausted all avenues of credit with his bankers. The recent loans were secured from a private financing company, known to make higher-risk loans at much higher interest rates. As you might expect, they also came with aggressive payback schedules and steeper penalties for missed payments. In fact, there is a payment of $150,000 due next week.
Well, isn't that too bad? His estate is in probate. They're just going to have to wait like everyone else while we sort all this out now, aren't they?
For many of Mr. Miller's creditors, yes, you are correct. This high-risk loan, however, will require payments to stay current.
Bullshit. They don't get to jump the probate line.
I'm afraid the loan in question is not part of Mr. Miller's estate.
How can that be?
Because the high-risk loan is a mortgage against the Whitney.
Chapter 9. Dex. 2 days is all it took. I knew she'd be coming soon enough, but the fact that it's only been 2 days shows the desperation she feels. Regardless of the fact that she enters the pub dressed in a sleek suit, black heels with just a peak of red on the soles, and her dark hair pulled back into a tight bun, she's scared and vulnerable. Yes, she exudes business and confidence, but I can also see her taking large, calming breaths to soothe her nerves and give her the strength she needs as she approaches me. "You've been a busy girl, Katya," I say before I take a sip of whiskey in my favorite booth in the back of the room. I lean back casually and motion for her to slide into the booth across from me. "I've heard you've been calling around looking for me." "I'm not used to the slums. I don't know all the hiding spots, and apparently rats are hard to find," she spits back, but quickly swallows her sour disposition and calmly sits down. "So, why did you come to my neck of the woods?" I ask, although I already know the answer. She releases a heavy sigh. "Do we really have to play this game? If you know I've been looking for you, then you clearly know why. We both know that there is very little that happens in the city that you don't know." At least she gives me the credit due, and how right she is. I motioned for the bartender to bring over the drink that I ordered for her when Z let me know she was on her way over. It is a brand of wine that, to me, tastes like grape juice, but I remember how she loves it above all else. When the drink arrives, she glances down at it with wide eyes and a twitch of her lip. "It's not even noon yet," she says, although she picks it up and sips from it regardless. She smiles as she does, maybe appreciating that I ordered correctly. But then her expression returns to the serious businesswoman I know she so badly wants to present to me. "You and I have always been direct with each other, so no need to change that." I nod. By all means, be direct. I watch as her spine stiffens. "I need a loan, a fairly large one." Her heavy lashed eyes glance down to her wine and then back up to mine. "But you already know that." "Why would you come to me? Last time I checked, I wasn't a bank." "The banks are... Tristan really screwed things up." I nod again. He did. And not just with the banks. The fact that you actually feel you could come to me, out of all people, and ask for help is laughable. You have a lot of rich friends. Why not go to them? "I'm trying to keep the financial situation of the Whitney private. Knowing you and what you do, well, I knew there'd be no keeping the secret from you. I've also come to you because of your past with the Whitney. You may hate me, but you do care about that hotel. And I know you don't want to see it fall into the hands of some corporation that will just add it to their chain, stripping the history and charm out of the place." "True, I admit. I'd hate to see it fall into the wrong hands, and I most certainly would hate to see it stripped of anything from its rich history." She opens her mouth to speak, and I raise my hand to stop her. "But you did that on your own. The minute you kicked me and Z out of the Whitney, you stole its very lifeblood from it." "That's not true. I was protecting it," she snaps. I chuckle as I shake my head. "I barely recognized it when I entered the other day. If that is what you call protection, Dex..." She takes a deep breath and sips from her wine, no doubt trying to figure out what to say next. She hasn't begged yet, but I'll gladly enjoy it when she does. The Whitney's in danger, she confesses, her eyes once again locked with mine. I nod. It is. I'm ashamed of what my idiot dead husband did. Her cheeks pinken as she glances around the pub, as if expecting all eyes to be watching us. I'm just trying to handle things secretly. I'm concerned that more people know the situation than I'd like. I don't believe many know. You didn't even know. Part of me doesn't want to soothe any of her worries, but I've never lied to her in the past either. But I do. Rumor has it, you're one payment away from losing it completely, which is why I'll help you. Her eyes widen, and renewed light hits them. For a split second, it reminds me of our childhood. You will? Her voice perks up, and for the first time since she entered the pub, she appears happy. I sip from my whiskey before saying, "Sell me the Whitney." It's as if I punched her in the face, because she flinches and flings her body back against the leather of the booth. "Absolutely not," she hisses between clenched teeth. "You know I'd rather die than let that happen." I shrug. I offered to help. "I'm not selling the Whitney," she shouts, quickly glances around, and then lowers her voice. "I'm here to ask for a loan, nothing more." "No." "Dex." I lean forward. "You did this, Katya. You pushed me away and made an enemy out of me, not a friend. Don't confuse my helping you after your husband died as friendship. It wasn't. It was pity and a sick sense of loyalty to your dead father's memory, nothing more." "Fine," she says quickly. "Consider giving the loan in his honor." I did my duty. I was as nice as you're going to get from me. I glare at her and lock my jaw as my own calm demeanor gets tested. After what you did to me, after kicking me out of my home, my business, and my history, if you think I owe you anything, you're insane. I think both our fathers are rolling over in their graves right now. "All right," she swallows hard. "I'm sorry for what I did to you. I didn't exactly handle everything perfectly. Is that what you want to hear?" I laugh. No, an apology is not what I want. I want the Whitney. "And I already told you no. It's mine and will always be mine." I release a deep breath, feigning exhaustion even though I'm secretly loving every second of her torture. I have the money. I could easily give it to her, and yet I'm enjoying making her work for it. I rub my fingertip along the whiskey glass as if I don't have a care in the world. Well then, I guess this meeting is over. The truth of the matter is that I have patience. I'll just wait for you to lose it, and then come in at the final hour and make the hotel mine regardless. "Dex, you aren't being reasonable. If I lose the Whitney..." Her lip trembles and her voice cracks, but she doesn't break her Ice Queen exterior. She will never give me the satisfaction of seeing her cry and plead. No, not Katya Belov. "What can I do to convince you to loan me the money? You're a businessman. I know there must be something that can convince you. A high-interest loan, perhaps?" I pause for a long moment, enjoying how Katya shifts in her seat, awaiting an answer. "How much?" I finally ask, loving how her face lights up as I do. "I only owe $150K right now, but I need a total of $250,000 to get caught up with bills and to get the Whitney in a position where I can start making money again to pay the future monthly payments that will come due." I smile. "So you want $250,000 from me, and I get what in return?" 10% interest? I laugh loudly. "You're cute. No." "Fine," she says. "Tell me what you want. What are your terms?" Here is my chance. I have been waiting for this day ever since she decided to go against everything our fathers created together. I want back in at the Whitney. When she opens her mouth to argue, I quickly add, not to own, but to operate business as I did before you reneged on our deal. As my father did before me. I want it back the way it was. You and I both know the Whitney has never made as much money as it did when we were acting as a team. You in the light, and me in the shadows. That's why you've been underwater. The Whitney has always relied heavily on the lucrative dark money my side of the business provided. She shakes her head, though I can see she is considering the idea. If you don't like that option, then good luck securing the loan some other way. I push my empty whiskey glass away and begin to get out of the booth. Fine, she quickly blurts out. Fine. I pause, turn to face her, and raise an eyebrow. So we have a deal? As long as you understand the Whitney is mine, she says. But the rooftop and the 13th floor is mine, I say with a smirk, as I resettle into the booth. Just like before. A dull ache forms in my heart at the memory of my father and me together on the 13th floor, or sharing a bottle of scotch together at the rooftop bar as he schooled me on how to run a criminal meeting ground in plain sight, but yet so very hidden away. The rooftop is now a high-class establishment, she says. I won't downgrade it to suit your sordid needs. The rooftop will be my domain, just as the 13th floor will be. Non-negotiable. Her lips purse, her eyes narrow, and I can tell she wants to tell me to go fuck myself. But she's also a smart woman. She knows she not only needs the loan from me, but the income that my darker business will bring to the Whitney. It will keep the hotel far from foreclosure. She's wise enough to know the minute she kicked me out and severed our business arrangement, that the Whitney suffered. I'm sure she thought her new rich husband could keep her flush, and now she knows how wrong she was. You rule the Whitney on the surface, as you do so well, I say. But I rule the rooftop, the 13th floor, and beneath the surface, as I did so well. Those are the terms. Period. End of discussion. And if I say yes, then you loan me the money? I nod. And I'll be moving back in tonight. With Z. She moves to get out of the booth and nods. Fine. She looks at me. Should we get something drafted so we have this in writing? I follow her out of the booth so we're both standing face to face. I shake my head. No. No? You're going to give me $250,000 with just a handshake? We're going to seal this deal with a kiss, I say, taking a step closer to her. Are you fucking crazy? She says, her eyes darting around the room before they zero in on my lips, and then back to my eyes. I'm not going to kiss you. But you are, I say. You're going to do a lot of things I ask and not argue. The days where you play queen and we all bow down to you are over. I'm entering the Whitney on new terms. Terms where I kiss you? She asks with a sardonic smile. Terms where I'm in charge when you come to me with an ask. You want a favor? Then I'll want you to realize I'm the king now. I place my hand on the back of her head and pull her to me. Now kiss me. I don't wait for permission, because it's not something I will ever do again when it comes to Katya. I'm in charge, and it's damn time she knows it. I press her lips against mine hard, darting my tongue past the sliver of an entrance before she can resist the claim. Her breath rushes out as I merge my own exhale with hers. I taste the wine and her inner essence, and the toxic effect has my dick hardening in seconds. Feeling the need to be closer, I grasp her hip and pull her to me. Our bodies merge as one. She places both her palms on my chest, maybe with the hopes of pushing me away, but she doesn't. Instead, she kisses me back with a passion that surprises me. I hadn't intended for the kiss to feel so real. But that is exactly what's happening. Her lips are soft and warm, and I finally pull away and force a nonchalant grin on my face. I'm looking forward to being business partners with you again. I'm not sure if I sound as composed and confident as I hope, but my throbbing cock makes it difficult to keep the upper hand in the situation. She opens her eyes and looks up at me. They're glassy, and she's so damn close to me that I consider kissing her again. Releasing a deep breath and taking a single step away from me, she says, "The Whitney is mine. Remember that, and we'll get along just great." She spins on her heels and heads out of the pub without glancing over her shoulder at me even once, and I watch her ass the entire way.
Chapter 10. Katya. Maybe you should stay for another 30 minutes. Your shoulders are still tight, Miss Katya. Malie, the masseuse on staff at the Whitney, has spent the last hour trying her best to beat the stress out of me. Little does she know she's on an impossible mission. Thanks, but I need to get going. I sit up, grab the fluffy towel she's holding out, and wrap myself just as the knocking starts on the spa door. When the pounding continues, she diverts from cleaning up to see who is so impatient. I can hear Peter, the front desk manager, on the other side of the wood panel.
I'm sorry to disturb Miss Belov's session, but we're having a bit of a problem at the desk that we need her assistance with.
Malie starts to curse at her coworker in Vietnamese, no doubt blaming Peter for adding to my stress. It's okay, Malie, I try to reassure her as I push to my feet. Speaking louder so Peter can hear, I add, I'll be out in a few minutes and we'll stop by the desk.
Thanks, Miss Belov. And again, I'm sorry to bother you.
I don't need him to tell me what the problem is. This is just the first of what I suspect will be hundreds of headaches coming my way with the return of Dex and his band of hoodlums to the Whitney. Despite the 1-hour deep tissue massage, memories of this morning's disastrous meeting with the innkeeper to the city's most successful felons has every cell of my body on high alert. It galls me that I've had to give in to Dex's demand for a return to our previous arrangement. I've spent years and millions of dollars eradicating any evidence of him and his criminal element from the building, only to be forced to allow his return within a week of Tristan's death. I hope you're rotting in hell, not so dearly departed. I hear the raised voices the second I step into the main lobby. Well-dressed groups of guests are interspersed throughout the open space. Instead of mingling over cocktails, all their attention is focused on the commotion at the other end of the lobby. As I get closer, I see Dex, surrounded by several of my most loyal employees. A sliver of vindication registers as I recognize the anger rolling off him as our eyes meet. What seems to be the problem here? I ask innocently. Dex cuts Peter off as soon as the manager tries to explain.
My key is not working for my suite. I'm disappointed in you, Katya. I thought we had an agreement, he says coldly. Keeping my own voice just as frosty, I reply, Oh, and we do. I'm sure my team has already informed you that we've got a room at the other end of the 13th floor reserved for you. If you'd like help with your bags... Perhaps I wasn't clear enough in our meeting. Things are going back to the way they were. That means...
It was my turn to cut him off, holding up my hand like a stop sign as I cut in. And perhaps I wasn't clear. You will move back in, but we've spent a lot of money remodeling the 13th floor while you were away. Some of our best suites are now located there, as is our new business center. They're reserved months in advance. We can't throw guests out of their rooms just because you're in a snit. The brown in his eyes darkens to almost black, as they do when he's about to lose his temper. I've witnessed it more times than I can count over the years. It used to scare me. Today, it brings me joy. He may have had the upper hand this morning at that dive of a pub he's been hanging out in, but here, in the Whitney's lobby, I love reminding him who will be in charge. My breath hitches as he brushes past 3 of my best employees, approaching me so quickly I flinch. I feel his hands squeezing my elbows as he leans in to speak against my ear.
This is a dangerous game you're playing, Katya. Do you really want to take this fight public?
The threatening edge in his voice almost makes me cave. Almost. I'm counting on his love of the Whitney to keep him in check. Leaning back far enough to look him in the eyes, I answer, You won't make a scene. Not here. Not now. Taking a fortifying breath, I fight the urge to look at his lips and add, Per our earlier agreement, I've had my team prepare 2 rooms on the 13th floor for you and Z. You're free to move into them tonight. As for the rest of that floor, I'm afraid we'll need 30 days to contact the guests who've reserved the boardroom suites and make new arrangements for their stays. Until then,
You have 30 minutes, not days, he snaps.
That's not possible. And while we're talking about arrangements, I'll need 60 days to give proper notice to the restaurant staff at the rooftop to advise them we're closing. I no more than get the sentence out, and I hear the chef shouting near the elevator banks. As I glance in that direction, he comes into view with a scowling Z trailing behind him. I feel my blood pressure rising with each step closer they get.
What the hell is going on around here, Katya? This asshole just barged into my kitchen and told me we aren't opening for dinner tonight.
Could he have shouted that any louder? I'm not sure the people walking by out on Fifth Avenue heard him. Dex steps away and turns, ready to deck the angry chef, but I clutch his arm, trying to hold him back as I diffuse the situation. Let's take this meeting back of house, shall we? I say as calmly as I can manage. Like Dex, Chef Bernard wants no part of my plan to move locations.
I demand answers,
the chef commands in his most arrogant voice. I may not be able to stop Dex Cohen from fucking with my life right now, but Jacques Bernard is an employee. And I demand you keep your voice down and follow me to the back office to continue this discussion. I'm sure we've given the guests in the lobby more than enough fodder for gossip already. When he thankfully delays his next argument, I ask Peter, please lead the way to your office where we can discuss all of this more privately. We're an odd collection, me in my black Chanel suit, Chef wearing his tall white toque, the front desk manager in his uniform, Z in ripped jeans, t-shirt, and tats, and Dex in his tailored slacks and button-down with just the right amount of dark chest hair peeking out of the open collar. Stop looking at chest hair and get your head on straight. Once crammed in Peter's office, the door no more than clicks shut when Dex starts barking orders.
Things are changing around here, and if one of my men tells you something, then...
He halts at my shout of, stop! My eyes lock with Dex in a silent showdown. With each passing second under his dominant glare, I feel my power seeping away. Tears prick my eyes at the thought of losing control of the Whitney to him. But then I remember the one thing that would be even worse. Losing the Whitney to Tristan's stupid creditors. Grateful to be able to look away from Dex, I turn to Chef Bernard first. I'm sorry, Jacques, but I'm afraid it's true. I'm closing the rooftop restaurant and will be converting the space. He opens his mouth to argue, but I hold up my hand to quiet him. I'm aware that when I hired you, we signed a 2-year employment contract. I'll buy out the remaining 4 months, which should give you more than enough time to secure alternate employment. Please break the news to the staff and let them know they will all receive 2 weeks paid severance. I'll be meeting with HR in the morning to get the paperwork in motion. His face is beet red. I can tell Jacques isn't going to go quietly.
Just like that. No notice. No discussion. Just get the hell out?
Dex steps between the chef and me, inserting himself.
You heard the lady. My associate, Mr. Z, is going to escort you back upstairs and will assist in closing things down.
I want to scream at his interference. He doesn't get any say over my front-of-house employees, but since I no longer run a rooftop restaurant, it's a moot point. I step behind Peter's desk, putting the wide furniture between us as I prepare for the next battle. I'm not giving up on the 13th floor suites as easily. After the 2 men depart to go upstairs, I resume our discussion. So, you have your precious rooftop, I point out before adding, but I'm not budging on the 13th floor. I agreed that you and Z could move back in starting tonight. I never agreed to a timeline to turn over the entire 13th floor. We have business groups booked.
Then I suggest you unbook them. Either that or I'd be happy to move into the penthouse with you instead.
His grin is predatory. The victorious glint in his eye reminds me of the kiss he forced on me earlier today. The only difference is the added scruff of beard on his jaw this afternoon, like a subtle reminder of his dangerous persona. Having the devil under the roof of the Whitney is going to be bad enough, but in my personal space, that I can't allow. Peter, clearing his throat, ends the showdown. I stiffen my back, refusing to let him see me cry. I feel the humiliation seeping into my bones as I'm forced to bend to his will yet again. Turning to my trusted employee, I finally give in to Dex's unspoken threat. Peter, you've been with the hotel for over 5 years, and I'm grateful for your loyalty and continued discretion. Mr. Cohen and Mr. Z will be rejoining us here at the Whitney. We will be resuming our old arrangements. Do you understand what that means? I half expect Peter to be as angry as the chef with the changes, so when he smiles and welcomes Dex back with a handshake, I want to smack the polite smile off both of their faces. Assholes.
We've upgraded our computer systems since you were a resident, Mr. Cohen. I'm guessing I'll need to get you and Z trained so you can take over control of the 13th floor inventory? That would be most helpful, yes,
Dex replies while smirking in my direction. Peter practically falls all over himself trying to help the damn devil.
Would you like me to open a service call with the elevator company? I assume we'll need to change the elevator bank to remove the 13th floor from the button options again, yes? Correct. And while the technicians are here, make sure they program the unique key slot to accept the special key pens I will be providing to my guests. What about the private elevator for my visitors entering near the loading dock? We've converted that into an employee elevator, but I can have that reprogrammed as well.
Peter's helpfulness is pissing me off. Oh, how will we ever thank you for your help? I deadpan. He flinches, realizing only one of us in the room is still smiling, and it isn't me. I want nothing more than to stand my ground and delay Dex's return to business as usual. Making him wait even a week or a few days would feel like a small win. Is the boardroom suite occupied this evening? I finally ask Peter.
No, but the CFO of a manufacturing company is due to check in tomorrow afternoon.
Dex and I are back in our stare down. I want to wipe that smirk off his too handsome face. I've spent years doing my best to distance myself from the sordid legacy our fathers left us. It's a bitter pill to swallow that in one short week, all of that work is being thrown out the window. My mind races. I could make some calls, try to borrow the money I need from wealthy friends. I can feel the blush of humiliation at that idea warming my face. I'm backed into a corner, and digging myself out is going to involve the embarrassment of admitting failure at running the Whitney entirely on my own. My only choice seems to be if I want the humiliating failure served publicly or privately. I release the breath I've been holding before caving in to the devil's terms. Peter, please contact all of the future guests who have specifically reserved suites on the 13th floor. Let them know we'll be moving them to alternate accommodations in the Whitney. If anyone gives you too much trouble, feel free to provide them with vouchers for a free night's stay in the future.
Sure thing,
he says before an awkward silence falls in the small office once again.
Well, I have a lot to do. I'll have a new master key waiting for you out at the desk when you're ready, Mr. Cohen. Thanks, Peter.
Unwilling to be alone with Dex, I fall in step to leave right behind the front desk manager. Just before I make my escape, Dex pulls me back against his chest while slamming the office door with a loud thud. Fight or flight instincts take over. I flail my arms to extricate myself, but his grip only tightens until I find it hard to breathe normally.
You did this to yourself, you know,
he gloats. Let go of me. When his grip tightens, I struggle to fight back. I don't know what you're talking about. The bastard has the gall to laugh against my ear, just as I feel the outline of his hard cock pressing against my ass. True panic sets in, and I struggle harder to break free.
You could have avoided that entire debacle by properly preparing for our arrival.
You didn't give me time to prepare shit. Again, I try to yank free of his hold, but he won't budge, so I add, what's the rush anyway?
Believe it or not, Katya, until you stupidly broke the contract 3 years ago, the Whitney was the only home I've known. Like she is for you and Z, the hotel is more than my home. She's my business, my family legacy.
I'm glad I can't see his face. Listening to him talk about my property as if she were his is hard enough. You didn't have to move to that dilapidated motel. You have more than enough money to buy your own Whitney. Start your own legacy there.
Is that what you really want? Me to leave? Just remember that my money leaves with me. I've been patient. I can wait you out. It should only take a few missed payments and the Whitney will be up for sale. I'm sure one of your fashion designer friends will be happy to give you a job in retail. You might be able to make enough commission for a studio apartment in the Bronx."
My brain revolts at the picture he's painting of my possible future. I'm not even close to destitute, but I feel my looming financial ruin if I don't turn things around fast. It's a future I reject. "Fine, you win. Things will go back the way they were. Now let me go." I try to yank free, desperate to be away from him, and he finally loosens his grip. Relief at him releasing me is short-lived when he spins me around, pushing my back against the closed door before pressing his body into mine again. I slam my eyes closed, unwilling to let him see the fear I know must show in my gaze. I will myself to remain calm. Dex Cohen is a dangerous man, but even he wouldn't physically hurt me, at least not here, just a few feet away from the front desk and several employees.
"Open your eyes,"
he demands. When I refuse, he tacks on a more urgent, "Now." I force myself to obey, if only to appease him long enough to escape this damn room. I expect to see his signature cool anger, but the heated lust glaring back at me makes my knees collapse under me. The only thing keeping me from sliding to the floor is his muscular body pinning me against the hard wood at my back, and his hard wood is poking my stomach. My hands flail against his chest, useless. I turn my head just as he dives in for a kiss. Undeterred, he moves his lips to the tender spot where my neck and shoulder meet, drawing a full-body quiver from me. "Stop! This has never been part of our deal," I shout, desperately trying not to notice how good his touch feels against my skin.
"Correction,"
he says, before licking a line up my neck and sucking my earlobe into his mouth.
"This wasn't part of our deal in the past, but it sure as hell is going to be in our future. My help comes at a price higher than just money."
This isn't happening. The kiss this morning was one thing, but his hands are on me, groping in places business partners don't touch. The temperature in the small room is suddenly oppressive. His scent surrounds me, pulling me in. My brain screams for him to unhand me. Funny how my voice doesn't relay the message. My breath is ragged, although I'm not sure if it's from struggling to break free or because his damn lips are burning my skin. "Dex, let me leave," I finally get out. His release is so fast I topple forward, off balance in more ways than one, away from the door and back into his waiting arms. Before I can second-guess myself, I try to take back control. My open palm makes a loud crack as it connects with his cheek. My strike is hard enough to snap his head to the side as pink lines blossom where my fingers landed. Too late, I realize I should already be running. All breath leaves me as I'm slammed against the door once more. This time, his left hand is on my throat, squeezing as his lips crash into mine so hard it hurts. Unlike our kiss at the pub, this is a punishment. His tongue demands entrance, just as his fingers tighten on my throat. I'm forced to open my mouth to gasp for air, and he takes advantage, thrusting his tongue forward to duel with my own. I have many reasons to hate this man, but in the moment, I can't remember a single one of them. My traitorous body responds in ways it never did with my newly departed husband. The irony is not lost on me. The brutal kiss ends before I know what I want to say, and, like a coward, I run from the room the second he releases me. The only response I get from Dex is his mocking laughter. Tears blur my vision as I weave my way to the bank of elevators. I'm grateful I don't see anyone I need to speak to along the way. It takes all my energy to hold it together on the long ride up to my penthouse. I refuse to give the security guard monitoring the camera feed anything to gossip about. Only when I'm able to lock the door to my penthouse behind me do I begin to feel safe. Safe from Dex physically, and safe to let the tears I've been holding back finally fall. 1 week ago, I was going through my final fitting for my Met Gala gown. How in the world could my life fall apart so spectacularly in just one short week? I want to blame Tristan for all my problems, and while yes, he'd certainly put things into motion, I know I'm guilty of being too naive, too trusting. I should have been monitoring his business dealings much more closely, and I should have been checking in with the lawyer on my own once a month. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, as they say. Mali's massage hadn't helped, but maybe a hot soak in the tub will help me relax enough to get a better night's sleep. Stripping my clothes off as I enter my bedroom, I notice my bed has been turned down already. My normal nightly chocolate is waiting on my pillow, along with an envelope with Katya Belov scrolled across the front in flowing handwritten lettering. There is no address or stamp. Had a courier delivered it? The parchment paper is thick and textured. When I open the envelope, the single sheet of letterhead inside matches the distinctive envelope. The logo for Enterprise Investments is at the top, but it's the short paragraph in the middle of the page that makes me collapse onto my bed. Ms. Belov, we were sorry to hear of the loss of your husband. Unfortunately, Mr. Miller's untimely death does not modify the terms of his loan with our firm. Per our contract, a payment in the amount of $300,000 is due this coming Friday, leaving an outstanding balance of $3,754,025.74 before interest accrual. Sincerely, H. Jones, CEO Enterprise Investments. FML. It's worse than I thought.
Chapter 11. Dex. The balance of the scales is crucial this time around. I've been given a second chance that I didn't see happening. I had all but given up hope that Katya and I would be in business again, but somehow it seems to be working out. For now. But I won't allow history to repeat itself. Katya is a powerful woman. Her presence demands respect. Her classy elegance is nearly intoxicating. But I refuse to give her control. Her need to have the upper hand, and my allowing it in the past, is how I ended up in a damn motel with nothing but poisonous thoughts to keep me company. This time will be different. I'll make damn sure of it. My one goal when it comes to her is to burn that stubborn pride of hers to the ground. The ash of yesteryear being all that's left. Well, it might not be my only goal, but one step at a time. My one focus? To make sure I don't end up on the curb again. But walking the hallway of the 13th floor feels fucking fantastic. No matter what happens in the future, I will never lose this feeling again. Dex, I hear Katya's voice behind me, but I swear I sense her presence even before the words leave her mouth. I turn to see her at the end of the hallway walking toward me, her high-heeled legs demanding I appreciate their beauty. She's wearing a suit jacket, a pin skirt, and her hair is perfectly styled without a single strand out of place. Classic beauty, perfect beauty, controlled beauty. Katya Belov. I need to speak with you, she says, closing the distance between us. If this is about yesterday, I begin, not wanting to get into it with her. I have entirely too much to do today to get fully operational, and another battle of wills is not on my agenda. She extends her hand and hands me a folded note. I got this last night. It was waiting for me in my room. I open the note, read it, and then lock eyes with her. Why are you showing this to me? It's asking for more money, she says, pointing to it for emphasis. Her shaking fingers aren't lost on me. I wired you $250,000 yesterday. I don't see what the problem is. Her eyes fall to the ground. She swallows hard, but then returns her stare to mine. It's asking for more money. I raise an eyebrow but remain silent. The money you gave me. She swallows again, licks her lips, but stiffens her spine before she adds, is spoken for. I paid the immediate loan payment, past bills, and the Whitney was in some debt. I'm not quite flush yet, and I need some profitable months before I can make another payment. I cross my arms against my chest and study the way she remains steadfast, Not the slightest fidget with her feet or hands, or any movement to reveal how uncomfortable she is. You'd really have to know Katya to read any discomfort in her behavior. Her father trained her right. "So, are you here asking for more money?" I ask as I hand her the note back. "How much is it you want?"
"Another 300,000. Just until the Whitney gets out from underwater. It shouldn't be long, especially with your leasing payments coming in again. Then I'll be able to make the future payments on my own."
I inhale deeply, noticing that her eyelashes flutter as I do. She's composed on the outside, but I can see the swirl of chaos going on inside her. I know her. I can feel her. I know. "Do you remember that time when we were kids and we were playing soccer in the lobby?" I ask. She nods and gives a small smile. "We broke that vase imported from Venice, remember?" I continue.
"Our fathers were so angry,"
she adds, her smile growing bigger in memory. "Right, they were. But do you remember that I told them both that I did it on my own, and that you had tried to stop me?" Her smile fades, and she nods.
"I do. You always looked out for me."
I took a belting from my dad for that, and it wasn't the first time I was punished for taking the fall. But I didn't mind one bit if it meant protecting you from the same fate. I would have taken a whipping every day if it meant you didn't have to. Her head tilts and her eyes narrow.
"Why are you bringing up this story?"
Do you remember when you and your friends threw a party in an empty room on the 10th floor after high school homecoming? You thought you could get away with it since your father was out of town on a business trip. When she doesn't say anything, I continue. When you got caught, I stepped in and took the fall for that one as well.
"I get it," she says calmly. "You've always helped me. You've always bailed me out. Is that what you're trying to get at? You've always had to save me. Is that what you want me to say and acknowledge?"
"No," I reply firmly. "I'm saying I always protected you from consequences. I always took them for you, so you never had to." I resist the urge to say what I really want to say. The scales have always been unbalanced between us. Always.
"Dex,"
I raise my hand to interrupt her. But I'm not going to do that any longer. There are consequences for poor decisions. And it's time you start understanding that and paying for them yourself.
"I don't understand what you're saying,"
she says, and for the first time repositions her weight from one high heel to the next. Her brave facade is slowly chipping. "I'll give you the money," I begin, noticing her eyes light up as I say the words. "But there will be a consequence for it. You allowed this to happen to the Whitney on your watch, not mine, not anyone else's, yours. And for that, there will be a consequence."
"All right," she says warily. "What is the consequence?"
"A belting." Her eyes open wide, but her mouth even wider.
"What? Are you serious?"
Her voice comes out squeaky and winded before she laughs maniacally.
"You aren't really expecting me to agree to you using your belt on me?"
I don't say anything but harden my features, making it very obvious that I'm exactly that, serious. Katya has been treated like a princess her entire life. She's been surrounded by men who would throw themselves down on a sword for her. Z and I would have done anything for her. And our payment for our loyalty was a swift kick to the ass the minute she found a new man to dote on her. It was high time that our little hotel heiress learned a lesson of humility.
"Please, Dex, I'm coming to—"
I'm not going to stand here and negotiate, or hear pleading, or anything else you've got swirling in that brain of yours. I've got a lot to do today, as I'm sure you do as well. So, if you want the money wired to you today, you will accept the consequence, or find the money some other way. Her face turns a shade of pink I've never seen before.
"You want to... what exactly?"
Bend over, I say, pointing to a decorative hallway table placed against the damask wallpaper. Lift your dress up, pull your panties down, and let me spank that ass of yours with my belt. I give a wicked smirk, which I know has her boiling on the inside. Accept a consequence for the first time in your life.
Absolutely fucking not.
I shrug and start to turn. Suit yourself. Good luck.
Wait,
She says breathlessly.
fine.
She shakes her head, nibbles her lip, and glares at the rich mahogany table. She then turns to me and asks,
Can we at least go to your room?
I shake my head no.
The hotel cameras,
She says as her eyes dart to where the wall meets the ceiling. Z and I had them deactivated on this floor this morning. My clients need privacy.
Z could interrupt us.
He's upstairs dealing with the rooftop.
Hotel guests could come.
The floor's been emptied, completely vacant, just you and me right now.
The staff.
I sigh loudly, slowly losing my patience. Katya, I'm running out of time. Either pull that skirt of yours up and accept your punishment for allowing the Whitney to get into this situation, or allow me to go about my business. She takes a tentative step toward the table, her back to me, and then freezes.
Is this a joke? A test to see how far I'll go for the money?
No test, no joke. I place my hand on the buckle of my belt and wait. With a huff, Katya hikes the fabric of the skirt up over her hips, bends over the table, and reaches for the lace-thong panties in one effortless motion. As she lowers the panties to her thighs, baring herself completely, my dick instantly hardens. I didn't think she'd do it, and I'm frankly taken aback by the sight. Regardless, I'm a man of my word, and I have a duty displayed before me.
I can't believe you're doing this,
she whispers, as I unfasten my belt and pull it free from the loops of my pants. Another $300K is a lot of money, especially when I just gave you a shitload only a day ago. Maybe after our little consequence today, you'll turn over a new leaf on how you manage money and rethink some of your decisions in the past. Katya's silence tells me all I need to know. She's restraining herself. Seeing her clenched fists and the tension in the cords of her neck, she's clearly doing everything within her power to not tell me to go fuck myself. But I have to hand it to her. She remains in position, no doubt wanting to just get it over with as quickly as possible. And though my palm itches at lashing her perfect ass with red lines, I can't help but stand and take in the view. She's breathing heavy, her ass on display, the muscles of her thighs and calves accentuated due to her humbling position, and the way her white lace panties shamefully rest right above her knees. I shouldn't like this as much as I do, but I fucking love it. I double over the leather in my hand and rest it on her ass, allowing her to feel the weight of what's to come.
Dex.
Not allowing her to speak any further, I quickly lift the belt and bring it back down on her ass. She gasps loudly, tenses, but doesn't break position. She's no fool, and hopefully knows that I've only just begun. Consequences, Katya, I nearly growl as I belt her again, with more force than the time before. Her gasp blends into a muffled squeal as her lips firmly press together. I take a step to the side so I can look at her face. I try not to chuckle when I see that her eyes are shut tight, and she's readying herself for the next lash of the belt. Not to keep her waiting, I rain down upon her cheeks several more times, not pausing in between for her to get her breath or prepare for the next one. She cries out as I reach the sixth swat and begins wiggling against the table. Her bottom is turning a nice shade of pink, but not enough for me to stop quite yet. I continue to spank her, watching the way her body takes each bite from the leather. I'm not sure who this is punishing more. Her, because she's taking the belting, or me, because all I want is to be buried balls deep inside of her right now, but I can't. I need to remain in control. I have to maintain the balance of the scales. I can't allow Katya Belov, bare-assed or not, to have power over me any longer. Never again. I continue to whip her until her yelps and cries grow in intensity. And then I finally step back and loop the belt back into my pants while she's still bent over the table, heaving for breath. If I don't stop now, I'm not sure what I'll do next, and this moment is not for that. Yes, I'd fuck her in a heartbeat, but then that muddles the act. Right now is about humbling her, stripping some of that pride of hers that I'll fight against every step of the way if I don't. I have to remain strong, even if my cock is one weak motherfucker right now. I take a deep breath. Now, I could be a gentleman and assist her with her panties, lower her skirt, and help wipe the tears from her eyes. But then that would be tilting the scales in her favor. So I wait and watch her recover. Katya finally looks over her shoulder and notices I've put the belt back into my pants. She quickly reaches for her skirt and begins to cover her punished ass, but I shake my head and say, no. Her eyes dart back to my belt, but she freezes in place. Keep that skirt up around your waist like the naughty girl you are. Leave those panties down and come kneel at my feet. The Katya 10 minutes ago would have cursed me, shot daggers from those dark eyes of hers, and threatened to end my very existence. But not the Katya now. Not the Katya who just got whipped into submission. This Katya does exactly as I ask and kneels at my feet, her leather-kissed ass still on display, and her big eyes looking up at me in anticipation of what's next in her consequence. Fuck, the things I want to do to her right now. $300K is a lot of money. Let's hope you aren't in this same position again, forced to take another consequence, I chastise, struggling to not lift her into my arms and tell her everything is going to be okay. That I'd never let some stranger take possession of the Whitney. That I'd never let anyone but her and me run it. But I can't give her the power. The last time I gave her the power. I'll have the money wired to you within the hour, I say, turning on my heels and heading up to join Z on the rooftop. I don't look over my shoulder. I don't want to see Katya on her knees, waiting. I don't want to fight the carnal urges that are raging through me any longer, and if I look back, if I so much as glance at Katya right now, I'll claim her as mine. I need space, I need time, I need control, and though it's only morning, I need a whiskey.
Chapter 12. Katya. I'm sorry, Miss Belov, but if we're finished, I'd like to head home now. I'm so focused I'd forgotten Tristan's previous assistant, Mrs. Carter, is still sitting across from me. Piles of papers, file folders, and receipts between us. A quick glance at my watch tells me I've been sitting at my long dining table for over 8 hours straight, barely taking a break for food or tea. I'm sorry, I let time get away from me again. The apology is bullshit, and we both know it. Over the course of working together for the last 4 days, we've come to a frosty truce. No worries, but I do have a previous engagement this evening, so I'm afraid I can't stay late. I'm happy she's leaving. I need to be alone and think through today's newest findings. Yet when she starts picking up piles of folders and putting them back into the banker's boxes she'd had delivered from Tristan's office, I reach out to stop her. No need to clean up. I'll be working through the weekend, too, I inform her, annoyed that I feel the need to explain anything to her. But her voice drops off for a moment. I need to take all of these documents back where they belong, she explains, waving her arm around the heavy table. I can assure you this is exactly where it all belongs. I'd have let it drop there, but she hadn't stopped picking up piles of file folders yet, so I added, in fact, on Monday you can begin the process of bringing any remaining records and personal effects from Tristan's office here to my penthouse. Feel free to hire a moving service if needed. Then you can return or sell any office furnishings. I've already contacted the building's management company to let them know I'm terminating the lease on my deceased husband's office space. We need to have the offices vacated before the end of the month. At least that stopped her from picking up. But I assumed Tristan's business, I cut her off, annoyed by her continued use of my dearly departed's first name. Mr. Miller is dead. I'm the executor of his estate, and as it's clear he had absolutely no problem borrowing from my assets while he was alive, I have no qualms liquidating any and all of his remaining belongings to help offset his excessive losses. I see the panic in her eyes. If only I could bring myself to give a shit. After spending the entire week holed up, side by side in my penthouse pouring through sketchy financial records, about the only thing I'm certain of is that my husband fucked even the dowdy Mrs. Carter. There is no other explanation for her weepy and unwavering loyalty to her dead boss. A wave of weakness invades when fat tears stream down her cheeks. I tried to remind myself Tristan's failures as a businessman were no fault of her own. Unwilling to comfort her through another meltdown of emotions, I finally add, "Of course, you'll be paid your salary through the end of the month. I'll also make sure you get a 6-week severance package for the 6 years you spent as Mr. Miller's assistant. Hopefully that will see you through to finding a new position." Her face brightened slightly before adding, "Mr. Miller is generous even in death." Bitch, Mr. Miller is dead. I want to scream that since it will take me months to finish settling all of Tristan's estate, every damn penny she'll be receiving is coming out of my personal banking account. But since she's been sitting at this fucking table with me all week, watching the profit and loss spreadsheet dig deeper and deeper into the red, she should already know that. In case you missed it, Mr. Miller left no money to cover any of his debts, much less any mention of a severance package for you. I'm providing that for you out of my funds, but if you'd prefer what Mr. Miller left you instead, I can— No, I understand. Thank you. She finally gets out before scurrying away. I sip on my now cold cup of tea after she's gone, trying to decide exactly who I'm most angry with. The list of candidates seems endless. Tristan is the easiest to direct my anger toward. He's not here to defend himself anyway. I've spent the entire week hiding in my apartment, compiling the long list of those who deserved my ire. The creditors, real estate companies, accountants, and bankers are bad enough. So many people enabled my dead husband to overextend. While I'd love to blame them all, I know firsthand what a great actor Tristan was. He'd fooled me, too. Which is why my own name is at the tippy top of the list of those who I'm furious with. How could I not have seen all the now obvious signs? The ding of the elevator arriving forces me to push my anger down again. I've had multiple meltdowns already this week. It wouldn't do to have my head of security witness the next one. His short knock comes as he lets himself in from the foyer.
Miss Belov.
Mr. Jenkins. Cordial. The word sums up my relationship with Mike Jenkins perfectly, and that suits me just fine. Dropping a file folder directly in front of me, he launches into his nightly report. For 5 minutes, I sit through his mundane recap of employees calling in sick, contractors coming and going, VIP arrivals and departures, and a million other details that I used to care about for some reason. When I can stand no more, I hold up my hand. That's enough. Thank you for keeping me informed, but until further notice, I'd like to change these nightly status updates to emergencies only. Only after I detect the harshness in my voice do I tack on a lame, "Please." I hadn't bothered to ask him to sit. That would imply I wanted him to stay longer than necessary. So why is he still here? In the awkward silence, I'm forced to finally look up to his unreadable mask of an expression. "Is there something else?" I finally ask, praying the answer is no. I'm not sure how much more shit I can pile on my back right now.
It's just...
He pauses. I suspect he's trying to determine if his concern rises to my definition of an emergency. "You can speak freely with me," I urge, desperate to be left alone.
It's just... there's a lot of unrest among the staff.
Of course there is. We had a death on the premises, and that death has had... I freeze. I was about to say the word consequences, but ever since my little run-in with Dex on the 13th floor 5 days ago, that word has taken on a whole new level of meaning for me. Pushing aside the memory of my humiliating belting, I end with a rather lame, rippling effects through the entire Whitney family.
Yes, that's part of it. But it's more. It's...
One of the things I like most about Mike Jenkins is his no-nonsense approach to all things. It unnerves me to see him unsure. It's okay. I'm not made of glass.
You haven't been out of your penthouse since Monday. The staff is used to you checking on the operation every day.
They do know my husband died, right? I don't add that I'm in mourning, since he knows me well enough to know that isn't true. It's part of the reason I've stayed hidden. With all I've discovered this week about Tristan's financial straits, I'm afraid of projecting just how relieved I am that my husband is dead. At least now I have a chance of turning things around.
Yes, and that's actually part of the problem. Mr. Miller was a larger-than-life part of the Whitney. The staff members are feeling his loss, just as you are. And worse, the arrival of Mr. Cohen has triggered a lot of change which is leading to additional uncertainty.
I know a lot about that additional uncertainty. If I'm honest with myself, Dex Cohen's presence is the #1 reason I've stayed upstairs all week. Just the thought of running into Dex. Knowing he's been enjoying the memories of my humiliation at being bared and belted by him makes my stomach churn. Unaware of my spiraling thoughts, Mr. Jenkins adds,
Perhaps you might enjoy eating in the restaurant this evening instead of here in your suite. I'll make sure to reserve your table near the back corner where it'll be quiet. Maybe stop and say hello to the front desk staff and bellman on your way upstairs afterward. I think it would go a long way.
He's managing me, and I hate it. But I also appreciate it. Unlike most others in my life right now, I do believe Mike Jenkins has my best interest at heart. I sigh before responding. Very well, I'll make a short appearance. I gave Francesca this evening off to spend time with her family anyway. A rare smile brightens the security officer's face.
That's great news. Would 7 work for you?
Sure, I reply, already regretting my decision. The only positive thing is I can pretty much guarantee Dex will be much too busy entertaining his band of thugs on his rooftop domain to be hanging around the lobby on a Friday night. I step off the elevator into the lobby at precisely 7 o'clock. I've spent the week hibernating in my penthouse, barely eating and showering, let alone dressing in my normal designer fashion wardrobe. Ironically, the clicking of my heels on the marble tile actually calms my nerves. Glancing around at the opulence that is my hotel, my home, I realize my error in hiding. I may be shaken up by the changes of the last few weeks, but I'm still standing. With each step I lift my chin, stand straighter, forcing myself to remember who I am and the power I still hold. Mr. Jenkins was right. My absence isn't hurting Dex. In fact, he probably loved having me MIA all week, so he could seize control of decisions he has no right to make. By the time I enter the lobby-level restaurant, I'm feeling better than I have all week. Marilyn, the maitre d', greets me. Good evening, Miss Belov. I was happy to hear you'd be joining us this evening. We've missed you this week. Thank you, Marilyn. Let me show you to your table, she says, moving before I can tell her I don't need a guide in my own restaurant. When she takes a turn into the heart of the restaurant, I reach out to tap her on the shoulder. I'd like to sit in the back corner tonight, please. I see the confusion on her face when she turns back in my direction. But she doesn't finish her sentence, or if she does, I don't hear her. I'm too distracted by the sight of Dex Cohen seated in the middle of my restaurant, leaning close to laugh with some woman I've never seen before, who is hanging on his every word. I've been stuck on a fucking roller coaster of emotions since Tristan's death, and a fresh wave of fury washes over me. It's bad enough he's taken over control of his portion of the hotel again, but he has no right to bring his long line of floozies into my restaurant. Brushing past a stunned Marilyn, I beeline it to Dex's table, glad he can't see me until I'm next to him. How dare you bring your flavor of the week here? I seethe, keeping my voice low enough to avoid announcing my arrival to the entire restaurant. I motion around the room with my hand, just as he glances up at me from his seated position.
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
I'm sure your companion would be much more comfortable upstairs mingling with your kind of guests. A sharp intake of breath is the only response to my insult, and it comes from the woman sitting to Dex's left. I pay her no attention. I'm too busy trying to figure out why Dex has a small smile playing on his lips. Why isn't he bothered? Better yet, leaving. Ignoring everything I've said, he instead waves his hand toward an empty chair, his glare never leaving mine.
Ah, here you are. We've been waiting for you.
Why in the world would you wait for me? I'm not now or ever having a meal with you, and especially not in my restaurant. I don't eat with criminals. The small smile doesn't leave his lips, but I see a new warning glint in his gaze. My words have hurt him. Good. I need to keep reminding him he doesn't have all the power in this business arrangement. Dex finally breaks our showdown, glancing at the woman still sitting silently, before returning his cool gaze to mine.
Katya, may I introduce to you Marcia Littleton, editor-in-chief of Lifestyle magazine.
His voice is chilly, dousing my heated fury from minutes before as his words sink in.
Marcia wanted to spend some time with you. She's hoping to make the Whitney the cover story for their October issue.
Lifestyle magazine. Editor. The Whitney. Fuck. I don't look at her. I can't. A new level of humiliation sinks its claws into me when I realize how rude I've been. Usually the queen of etiquette, I stand frozen, my tongue tied in knots. Under normal circumstances, I might be able to recover, but absolutely nothing in my life has seemed normal since Tristan died in room 1028 with his dick inside another woman. I feel a wave of panic approaching. Coming downstairs was a mistake. I need to retreat. Dex pushes to his feet just as I start to feel lightheaded. I step back when he reaches out to me, spinning around to march away from him, trying not to run from the restaurant. At the entrance, I crash into the hotel manager, Peter.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Beloff. I was looking for you. Are you okay?
He tries to hold on to me, but I shrug loose, retracing my steps across the lobby, desperate to be alone again in my penthouse. I pick up my pace when I hear Dex calling out behind me. My palm slams the elevator call button over and over until the door finally opens. I end up pushing several floors in my rush to get the damn doors to close before Dex can make it to the elevator. They close just seconds before he can stop me from leaving. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to center myself. What just happened? Why is Dex meeting with magazine editors? And why hadn't he warned me? The only answer I can come up with is that it's all part of his grand scheme to cut me out of the Whitney. As soon as the elevator doors open to my foyer, I rush forward, anxious to put my heavy penthouse door between me and the rest of the world, especially Dex Cohen. Only when I'm safely alone do I allow myself to collapse into the first chair I come to. Laying my head back, I close my eyes, sipping air in an attempt to calm my nerves. I'm overreacting. I know I am, but the stakes are so high in this twisted game Dex and I are playing. Every single time I see him, I feel like I'm going to war, and so far, I've lost every battle. I hear the elevator ding its arrival, grateful I've had Mr. Jenkins changing the entry codes to my suite to ensure my privacy. I hold my breath, listening as Dex tries to gain entry, half expecting him to start pounding any second. So when I hear the lock disengage and my door fling open, I let out a squeal. Jumping out of my chair, I rush across the room toward the huge table holding all of Tristan's files and receipts, putting the expanse of wood between us as I shout, "Get the hell out of my house!" I hate that he's got me rattled. I worked so damn hard not to let him see me lose my cool.
That was quite a show you put on, Katya,
he taunts, taking measured steps closer and closer. You did that on purpose. Why in the world would you set up an appointment with Lifestyle magazine and not even tell me?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I thought I was helping,
he says, glancing down at the piles of papers spread around my laptop on the table.
I love what you've done with the place.
Screw you, Dex. You set me up. You wanted me to make an ass of myself. He has the nerve to chuckle.
Baby, you did a spectacular job of that, all on your own.
This is all just a big game to you, isn't it? And if you hurt me in the process, even better. His glare turns intense, and I feel his growing anger.
If I'd wanted to set you up, I never would have stopped by the front desk and asked Peter to phone you to see if you could join us. Apparently he couldn't reach you, so he came to the restaurant looking for you.
A likely story.
Listen, I'm sorry I tried to help you get some positive press for the Whitney for a change,
he scoffs. This wasn't for me. You did this for you. It's always about you. Despite the huge table between us, Dex flinches as if I'd slapped him. We're caught in a stare-down for several long seconds before he lifts his hand, throwing a previously unnoticed shoebox onto the mess of the table.
I guess this is just another one of my selfish mistakes,
he grinds out before spinning and marching back toward the door, slamming it closed behind him with enough force to rattle the items on the nearest bookshelf. Curiosity draws me to the box, not sure if I want to know what's inside or not. I finally lift the lid, pulling apart the crinkled tissue paper, until I uncover a small crystal-encrusted picture frame I never thought I'd see again. My breath hitches. Inside the frame is the last photo taken of me and my mother before she died. The 5-year-old girl in the photo looks so happy. Little did she know things would change too soon. Unwanted tears fill my eyes at the unexpected gift. Lifting the frame out of the tissue, I find the small, pink, pearl-covered jewelry box my mom gave me on our last Christmas together. My fingers tremble as I lift the lid, exposing the delicate ballerina, who begins dancing in a circle to the tinkling sounds of the music box waltz. How? These were some of the treasures I was sure I'd lost when Tristan sold my Paris apartment. Mike Jenkins had even investigated and told me there was nothing to be done. My treasured keepsakes were gone. Outside my apartment, the elevator dings its arrival. Without thinking about what to say, I rush across the room, opening the door to my penthouse, just as Dex steps into the waiting lift. Our eyes meet as the elevator begins to close, and I step forward, thrusting my arm out just in time to reopen the doors, leaving us just a few feet apart. I hate how off balance I feel every time I'm in his presence. Just when I think I know what to expect, he surprises me. My mouth feels dry, but I finally find my words. How did you do this? My contacts in Paris, they said everything was already gone.
It's what I do, Katya,
he says matter-of-factly. He isn't boasting or bragging, just stating a fact. Dex, I don't know what to say. I mean, the lump in my throat is growing, but I refuse to cry in front of him. I won't give him the satisfaction. I settle on a simple, thank you. The elevator door tries to close again, but I hold it open, waiting for what I'm not sure. Dex closes the distance between us, reaching out to place a hand over mine, helping to hold the door open. I can feel the slight calluses on his fingers as he strokes my hand gently. A new fear takes hold and won't let go. In the awkward silence, I finally ask, "And what is this little favor going to cost me?" I swear the skin on my ass is tingling, just thinking about how it paid the price for the last favor Dex did for me. That was bad enough. I just prayed he'd never find out how damp my panties get every time I think about the belting he delivered on my bare ass. His broad grin scrambles my insides as he gets in his parting comment.
I'll just add it to your tab.
He pauses, the smile falling from his handsome face before he adds,
Have a good weekend. But be aware, next week we're going to sit down and hammer out the new contract between us.
My mind struggles to digest what he's saying. What new contract? We've reinstated our previous arrangements. Isn't that enough?
That's not even close to enough. Circumstances have changed. The new contract we draw up between us will acknowledge those changes.
I can't formulate words fast enough. He steps back, letting the elevator door finally start to close. He gets in the final word with a simple,
Good night, Katya.
just as the doors shut between us.
Chapter 13. Dex. Tell me again why you were so hell-bent on getting back in the Whitney, Z says, as he walks beside me down the long hall toward the conference room on the 13th floor. I've never worked so many hours in my life. It'll be worth it, I answer, trying hard not to agree with Z's feelings. We've both been working every waking hour to rebuild the empire our fathers had, that Katya destroyed when she kicked us out on our asses. Though I still have the respect of leaders in the criminal world, corrupt political scene, and even the different mafia families, the Whitney itself needs an overhaul. I need to make this the top destination these people choose when it comes to doing business in the darker corners of the world. Katya's working my last nerve, Z says, as we enter the conference room and sit in front of piles of papers that I still need to sort through. I don't blame Z for being grouchy. He's not usually the paper pusher in this partnership we have. His skills are much more useful in the cleaning department. But we need operations to be fully up and running, and I need his help. She needs time to adjust, I weakly defend, more focused on the now. I have too much shit to deal with to add Katya and Z's relationship to the to-do list. She's poking around. He leans back in his chair and runs his tattooed hand through his hair. The question is, how much do you want her to know about what we do on this floor and the rooftop? She doesn't need to know anything. She has her responsibilities, and we have ours. Z chuckles. Well, I think you need to inform her of that then, because she's been up my ass all weekend. I preferred her when she was locking herself in her penthouse mourning her husband and how he fucked with her life. I'll take care of her, I say, as I release a deep sigh. Where are we on the secured network? Mr. White is in room 1312 and refuses to use the Whitney's Wi-Fi that's available to all the guests. I can't say I blame him. We need to make that happen pronto. Z's jaw locks. Katya got in the way of that too. But don't worry. I think it'll be solved by the end of the day. His eyes narrow at the papers I'm sorting, and he lets out a breath. I know how badly you want things the way they once were. But your father and Katya's father had a business deal that was unbreakable. My father was a loyal friend and business associate. The trio were dynamic in how they did things. Katya, you, and me are not that trio. I don't think we ever will be. And since I'm your friend, I'm gonna be frank. What's protecting us from repeating history and being kicked out and put right back on our asses? It's clear Katya doesn't want us here. She wants my money, I snap. Yeah, well, what happens when she starts making her own money again? She'll only be down on her luck for a short time, and you know it. We're helping her get the Whitney back on its feet, and knowing Katya, we'll be back in the slums running biz out of a low-rent motel again. Growing rage, caused by the visual of his words, sizzles through my veins. That won't ever happen again, I'll make sure of it. I look down at my watch, annoyed that Katya is 10 minutes late. She's never late, so I know she's doing this on purpose. Her display of disrespect, and her trying to show me that her time is more valuable than mine, is causing my blood to boil. But I also refuse to give her the satisfaction of knowing she has the power to cause such a reaction in me. We're out of Mont Blanc pens, I say, trying to stay on task. I sent them all out in the initial invite wave. Having possession of one of the most expensive pens in the world was the only way to gain access to the 13th floor and the rooftop. No pen, no admittance. It was also our internal way within the Whitney to distinguish Katya's guests from my guests. We went straight to the supplier, Z answers. I can't find any more to purchase in regular stores any longer. We need them now. Yeah, well. Z glares at me, and I can see I'm pushing him too far. I'll add it to my list, I offer, not intending to piss him off. I'm just so focused on the now, and, if I'm being honest with myself, the situation with Katya is throwing me off. I can't get the woman out of my head. I can't get the way her ass looked, bare and punished, from my every waking second. I also can't help fantasizing what it'd be like to do more. So much more. But I'm a wise man. I know I'm fucking up by caring. I'm fucking up by letting even the tiniest bit of emotion get involved. I have to remember that this woman fucked up my entire life. And regardless of our past, regardless of how I once cared deeply for her and would have given my life in exchange for hers, she's not that same woman. I need to listen to Z's warnings and take his irritation and concern seriously. The man isn't good at what he does by being careless. He's smart, aware, and has a finger on the pulse of every situation. He's not letting feelings control him, and I need to take a note from his book. I look into his eyes and nod. I'll take care of the pens, and I'll take care of Katya. I hope you do, Z says, as he tilts his head toward the window of the room that shows the hallway. Katya is making her way toward us. I'll leave the two of you alone. I have enough shit to do to keep me busy for a lifetime. Katya opens the door as Z is leaving. Hello, Simon, she says. I know she's aware of how much Z hates the use of his real name, and I also know she loves pushing his buttons when she can. I need to go deal with the crappy internet here, he says, not acknowledging how she got under his skin. He seems pissy. She takes the seat across from me, crossing her arms, stiffening her spine, and tightening her lips in a straight line, as if readying herself for war. Overworked, I state simply. You're late. No, she says calmly. I came when it suited me. I got your email, or should I say dictate, on when you expected me to be here for our meeting. Let me remind you that I'm not a staff member. I don't work for you, and I most certainly won't be dictated to. My eyes lock with hers, challenging her to say more, but also silently warning her to stop with the attitude. There's a lot of work to be done around here. I know you've been distracted lately and not working for a while, possibly even years by the look of things. I haven't been distracted, she snaps, leaning forward, not breaking the stare we hold in the slightest. Yes, Tristan made financial mistakes. Yes, I foolishly allowed it. But don't for a second accuse me of not having a work ethic. I have worked my ass off running this hotel while you were drinking in the pub next to your pit of a place. So don't you dare— What? Don't I dare help you? Don't I dare bail your ass out? Because that is exactly what I've been doing. I take a deep, calming breath. Are you even aware that you lost our seafood distributor? Your lack of payment got us canceled. I can't serve my Russian guests lobster tonight unless I want to go to the damn grocery store down the street and buy it myself. It's temporary. You keep making excuses. I'll keep fixing and actually running the Whitney the way it deserves to be run. I redirect my attention to a manila folder that holds the information on new windows for the 13th floor and move it across the table to her. We need to discuss the windows. She pushes the folder back at me.
I already said no to Z when he told me your plans.
We need bulletproof windows for our guests. They need to be assassin-proof, I state, feeling no desire to shield her from the real reason why. Her face pales.
Absolutely not. And if you for 1 second think a guest here is going to get assassinated,
she barely squeaks out the last word,
then that guest is not welcome at the Whitney.
The guest list, my guest list, is not up to you. And since you brought up Z, I want to discuss that as well. He's operating under direct order from me. What he's doing is what I want. Stop getting in his way. Stop questioning him, and stop telling him no. Are we clear?
You don't get to call all the shots.
She spits as her eyes narrow and her teeth clench. Since I'm paying the damn bills,
does not give you the right to run my business. My hotel, not yours.
Feeling the need to take control of the situation that is spiraling due to emotions, I lean back in my chair and casually state, you own the hotel for now. I give you another week or two until you're forced to file bankruptcy. Maybe another month after that before you come to me begging to buy the Whitney so it doesn't get bought out by Hyatt or Marriott. Her facial expression instantly morphs from fury to fear, sadness. Her wide eyes divert to her lap, and she swallows hard. Her fluttery hand movements practically beg to be held and stroked in comfort. For a split second, I consider reaching out to her and embracing her in my arms, kissing her forehead and promising all will be fine, swearing that I'll do whatever it takes to protect her, guard the Whitney, and make sure she never has to worry about money again. It's a split second, momentary insanity. I have to remain strong and remember what she did to me. She didn't think twice about me or my future when she dissolved the long-standing partnership that my father left me. No matter how much my heart constricts as I watch her discomfort, I have to put myself back in time. I must remember the day she literally turned her back on me. Clearly, I struck a nerve, I press on, being an asshole. But I like that I'm back in the driver's seat again. Katya Belov has one hell of a temper. And when she's fired up, she can become lethal with her tongue. But a beat-down Katya, a worried Katya, and a broke Katya is so much easier to handle.
I'm not going to file bankruptcy and risk losing the Whitney, ever.
I shrug. It seems to me that your loving husband left you with few options.
That's true. He used the Whitney as collateral for almost every bad deal he made, she confesses.
Her eyes look back up at me.
So no, bankruptcy is not an option. Losing the Whitney will never be an option. I'll do whatever it takes to save my legacy.
She clears her throat and stares out the window.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything is okay, because it's not. Far from it. And I'm furious with myself that I allowed this to happen while choosing to be blind. And that's exactly what I did. I chose to be blind. I chose to close my eyes to everything Tristan did. I don't know why, exactly, other than it was easier.
She gives a light chuckle and shakes her head from side to side.
I've actually prided myself on just how well I observe other people. I have a notebook full of all my observations. Nothing could get past me. I could spot a secret a mile away. I could smell corruption or blackmail in the air. I saw all. I heard all. And yet, I chose to be blind when it came to my own husband and my own life. He distracted me with his infidelity. Little did I know, that was the least of his sins.
He was an ass. She nods sadly, still staring blankly out the window.
He was. And yet I chose to ignore that. And my actions are catching up with me now. I risk losing everything that ever meant anything to me because I chose an easier route rather than facing a failing marriage and failing life head on.
How bad is it?
Bad.
Her eyes dart my way for a moment, but then return to the window, not willing to settle on her reality.
Far worse than I expected.
She takes a deep breath that wavers as she inhales.
I can't afford the new windows. I can't afford the more secure network. I can't afford the seafood. I'm not saying no to Z because I'm being a bitch. I'm saying no because the money isn't there.
Well, the Whitney needs to come first, I say. And since these expenses are due to my part of the business, I'll cover them. Her eyebrow raises as she looks at me. I see her neck stiffen and the cords become visible as she asks,
For a price? One of your consequences? Because if that's the case, you can take your money and shove—
It's my part of the business, therefore my expense, I interrupt. But I get the feeling that you need more money now. A lot more. Am I wrong in sensing that desperation?
You aren't wrong.
She looks down at her hands that are fidgeting on top of the table.
With news of Tristan's death, his collectors are hounding me, and the Whitney is used as collateral for many of them.
How much?
A lot.
How much?
I need $475,000 to settle the more pressing debts. There are more, but I think the Whitney will be able to pay off the rest once we get back on our feet. I've already seen a growth in revenue.
Since I've been here, I interject. She nods.
Yes, since you've been here.
I get up from my seat and pace back and forth in front of the mirror with my hands behind my back. I can feel Katya's eyes on me, but I don't look at her. Not yet. That's a lot of money, I say quietly.
Yes.
Her voice is soft, not pleading or whining, but very soft. If I give you this money, I stop pacing and look at her directly. I'll expect our contract negotiations to come to an end. I'll expect you to meet my terms. There's a long pause, but then she says,
Yes.
I walk over and stand in front of her while she sits and waits. And there will be consequences. She looks up at me, unmoving for a few long, contemplating moments. She eventually nods. Say it, I demand.
Yes. I'll accept the consequences.
Chapter 14. Katya. My heart is pounding so hard, I'm sure Dex must be able to hear it in the otherwise eerily quiet room. I train my gaze on his expensive shoes to avoid looking into his eyes. I can't bear to see the victory I know I'll find there, now that I've agreed to his dreaded consequences. The skin across my ass tingles in some kind of sick anticipation.
Look at me,
He growls. It's as if he's heard my thoughts. It takes all my effort to keep from bolting from the room, but I refuse to give him the satisfaction. He's stepped between my chair and the heavy desk at his back. My peripheral view catches him leaning against the wood. I force myself to raise my gaze, trying not to get hung up on his bare, muscular forearms folded across his chest directly in front of me. I focus on his expensive watch until he barks, "Eyes." Like a damn puppy dog, I obey his command. I've known the man in front of me my entire life, so it rattles me when I can't get a read on his hard glare. Only when I start to feel a bit lightheaded do I realize I've been holding my breath, waiting for him to command me to assume the position for my consequences. I glance away again, releasing my pent-up air in a whoosh. I'm about to snap at him to just get on with it so I can get my belting behind me when he gives his next order.
On your knees.
My eyes fly back to his, and this time the victory I've been expecting is glaring back at me. But I thought, I stutter. I hate letting him see me flustered. I prepared myself for another belting before even stepping into the elevator today. Now he's changing the script on me.
Oh, you thought I'd give you another lame belting? Is that it?
He taunts. That was exactly what I'd thought, but I'm not going to tell him that. He fills the silence with words that terrify me.
That belting was a mere appetizer, Katya. You'll find that I'm a firm believer in escalating consequences until they start to have the desired effect.
My mind scrambles to read between the lines. The belting the week before had been humiliating and painful. What could be worse? Several long seconds tick by before Dex pushes up from the desk, forcing me to crane my neck to keep looking him in the eyes. The dominance glaring back reminds me of how much trouble I'm really in.
I'm a busy man, Katya. I don't have all day. If you want my help, you'll fall to your knees in the next 3 seconds. If you don't, I suggest you head back up to your penthouse and start packing. I'm sure you have personal items you won't want confiscated when the Whitney moves into bankruptcy.
Something close to hatred registers as I realize just how much control Dex has over my life now. That it's my own fault only makes it worse. Before I can talk myself out of it, I uncross my legs and slip as gracefully as I can from the leather chair to the floor, grateful for the plush area rug under my bare knees. The only good thing about my new position is that I'm now too close to hold the uncomfortable gaze with Dex's eyes. As the seconds tick by, I glance to my left and then right to avoid staring directly at the outline of his cock just a few inches away. It gets harder to ignore as his growing erection becomes more visible by the second in his perfectly tailored dress slacks. Dex's chuckle from above infuriates me. Of course he's enjoying humiliating me. But that little voice in the back of my head knows this is just the beginning, and that terrifies me even more.
Reach out and unbuckle my belt, Katya,
he instructs. So that's his game. Fine, I can take his belt out for my consequences. My fingers tremble as I work at the metal clasp, doing my best not to brush the front of his pants. Only when I start to pull the 1-inch leather from the hoops holding it in place does his true plan take shape with his next order.
I won't be needing my belt today. Open the button and pull down the zipper. Then pull out my cock. It's going to be providing today's lesson.
I have to hear him wrong. Without thinking, I press my palms against his muscular thighs and push away from him while struggling to get to my feet. Before I can succeed, I feel his fingers thrusting through my hair, easily holding me on my knees. "Let me go," I call out as I slap his legs. I hate the panic in my voice, knowing how much he enjoys it. I came prepared for a punishment. Surely not even Dex would force sexual favors from me for the money. His tisks above my head irk me.
Such a disappointment. I thought you said you were prepared to start paying the consequences for your mistakes. Yet at the first test, you fail.
Fine, spank me. Belt me like your father did to you as a kid. Whatever. But a punishment can't be sexual in nature. That's not how it works, I retort.
Correction. Maybe that's not how it works between parents and children, but I am definitely not your father. Maybe if your own father had been a bit stricter with you, you wouldn't be in this position today.
My mind races to understand what he's saying.
Time for you to decide just how much you want my help, Katya. If my cock isn't out of my pants in the next 10 seconds, we'll have our answer.
I feel lightheaded as my mind races to latch on to some way out of the humiliating scenario being forced upon me. As precious seconds tick by, the desperate truth settles into the pit of my stomach. He still has the upper hand. The room feels oppressively hot as I contemplate my options. By the time I feel him beginning to move away from me, my desperation spills out in the form of hot tears pouring down my cheeks. If he sees them, they don't sway him in any way. With trembling fingers, I unbutton his slacks before lowering his zipper as slowly as I can. I suck in a deep breath before weaving my fingers through the opening of his boxer briefs. Something close to an electric spark makes my fingers tingle as I come into contact with his hardness for the first time. His pants fall a few inches, giving his shaft the room it needs to spring free into my palm. Despite being a married woman until just a few weeks ago, it doesn't escape me that this is the first erection I've held, or even seen in close to a year, maybe longer. A little voice inside me recognizes that Dex is hard for me, and I can't deny the zing of pleasure that brings me. Determined to get my punishment over as quickly as possible, I fist his erection and start stroking the velvet soft skin, up and down his rock-hard shaft. He's long and thick, and my core cramps with an unwelcome wave of desire. I'm tempted to close my eyes, but I'm too fascinated to see the few drops of pre-cum forming at the tip of his length. Memories of an almost equally awkward moment in our complicated history hit me as I remember this isn't the first time I've seen Dex's cock. Heat burns my cheeks as I remember hiding in a housekeeping storage room to sneak a cigarette as a 15-year-old teenager. No one had been more surprised than me when Dex had dragged his girl of the week into the same storage closet for a quickie. Hidden behind a stack of linen, I'd had a front row seat for watching my first blowjob. Much like today, he'd pushed the girl he'd been with to her knees as he'd taken the first penis I'd ever seen in person out of his jeans. At the time, I'd been too naive to know just how rough he'd been with her, as he'd thrust his cock into her mouth so deep she'd gagged. I'd stood there as silently as possible, watching. I'd tried so hard not to let him see me, as I had fought the urge to touch my own pussy. Dex reinforcing the grasp he has on my hair drags my attention back to my current situation. Desperate to finish what we've started, I tighten my grip, moving my hand up and down faster and faster. His voice sounds gravelly as he says,
As nice as this feels, it's time for your face fucking. Open wide, baby.
Before my brain registers his raunchy words, his hips thrust toward me as he uses his hold on my hair to yank me against his crotch. My mouth isn't open, so my face smashes against his shaft. Breathing is getting harder.
If you want to keep the Whitney, you'll open your mouth. Now,
he growls. Survival instincts kick in as I open wide, taking his hard length so deep in one thrust that I gag. Even as I sputter around his flesh, he pulls back enough to allow me a deep drag of air through my nose. I push with my palms against his muscular thighs, trying to put distance between us, but he's too strong. What begins as a sporadic thrusting of his hips quickly escalates to a fast and furious blowjob, with each drive moving deeper down my throat. Waves of humiliation wash over me as I hear the obscene slurping and gagging sounds I'm making in the otherwise quiet room. It's a toss-up if my unwanted tears or my spittle spewing from around his cock are making a bigger mess as they drip down onto my now heaving chest. He may have a front row seat to those embarrassing fluids, but I'm grateful that at least he can't see how wet my panties are getting, as my body betrays me by flooding my pussy. In between his thrusts, I taste those drops of pre-cum I'd admired earlier. The masculine scent of him surrounds me, flaming my own growing need. As the tangy taste grows stronger, Dex's grasp on my head tightens, holding me in place as he truly fucks my throat for his pleasure. I'm not sure if I'm more lightheaded from the lack of air, or from the sexy growls now emanating from above me as he chases his orgasm. A wave of sick pleasure courses through me as I acknowledge my effect on him. It's a toss-up between my throat and jaw for which is sorer by the time his thrusts start to lose their steady rhythm. Thanks to the barrage of tears and phlegm, it's getting harder to breathe because now my nose is running. I do my best to push down my rising panic.
Oh shit, sorry man.
Simon's apology comes from the doorway behind me. I want the floor to open up and swallow me. That Dex has a front row seat to my humbling embarrassment is bad enough. Having Z in the room as a witness is too much. My palms pound against Dex's legs as I try my best to pull away from him so I can stand. He only doubles down, yanking me back against him, his rod filling my mouth and throat.
Don't leave, Z. I'm almost done teaching Katya an important lesson in consequences. Considering she's been giving you so much trouble, I think it's only fair you get to enjoy watching.
In my panic for air, I entertain the idea of biting down. Oh, the satisfaction I'd get from castrating the asshole. Just in time, a deceivingly gentle stroke of his thumb across my cheek, swiping away some of my hot tears, calms me enough to allow a gasping breath. Dex's thrusts resume, hard and fast. His primal growl is the only warning I get of his impending climax. I taste the first drops of his cum just before I feel my mouth filling with the first hot rope of his seed. I swallow again and again, trying my best not to choke on the thick liquid. And when I fail, I feel a line dribbling down my chin, plopping a glob of wetness onto my chest. His shaft is starting to shrink by the time he finally pulls out of my mouth, allowing me to finally flex my aching jaw. My knees hurt almost as much, and I fall back with a whoosh to sit on my heels. I train my eyes on the floor as I try valiantly to catch my breath, fighting back the urge to burst into humiliating sobs. I feel his fingers below my wet chin, lifting my head until I'm forced to crane my neck backward. There is no escaping his heated gaze. I slam my eyes closed again, squeezing more hot tears out. I feel his thumb smearing the mess down my cheek, just as I hear his quiet, "So beautiful." Not trusting my voice, I bite back the urge to call him a liar. I'm a hot, humiliated mess. But then again, that was his goal all along, wasn't it? Before I push to my feet, Dex uses his fingers to scoop up a remaining blob of his cum from my chin. Instead of using a tissue or napkin to clean the wetness, he instead moves his hand lower, smearing his spent seed across the exposed skin above the neckline of my prim and proper business dress.
There. That's perfect.
"Hand me a tissue," I finally croak out of my sore throat.
No tissues. Not until you get back to the penthouse. It pleases me to see my mark on you.
Furious, I struggle to push to my feet. Like the gentleman I know he's not, Dex lends a stabilizing hand up. I try to push away from him as soon as I'm standing, but he hugs me against him, forcing our faces only a few inches apart. Flustered, I finally whisper, "I hate you." We're close enough I can feel his warm breath on my cheek as he lets a slow smile play at his lips. Of course, he's enjoying his victory over me.
No, you don't. You may want to hate me, but I can smell the proof that at least a few parts of this luscious body of yours are far from hating what we just did.
One of his hands slips lower, cupping my ass and yanking me harder against his body. Conflicting emotions rage through my mind. I'm desperate to leave, to put distance between us, to try to regain even a small measure of my dignity. I force a deep cleansing breath before speaking again. "I hope you're happy, Dex. It must make you feel like a big man, turning me into nothing more than your whore, forcing me to trade sexual favors for money. Our fathers would be so proud." I'm grateful that my sore voice doesn't quaver. I hear his sharp intake of breath as his eyes turn a shade darker. My words hit home. Dex releases me as fast as he'd grabbed me. I stumble back, struggling to stay on my feet as I spin around, desperate to escape the room. Unbelievably, I'd forgotten Z was still there. He's standing in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, blocking my exit. Our eyes meet just long enough for me to see his sick satisfaction with his boss's treatment of me. Asshole. "Move!" I shout at him, trying to tamp down my growing panic that they might want to put me through another round of fucking consequences before I can escape. What scares me the most is acknowledging that at least a fragment of me craves just that. Mocking me, Z steps aside, waving his arm gallantly as he allows me to pass. I'm almost out the door when I hear Dex calling after me.
I'll be by later to finalize the new contract.
Chapter 15. Dex. "You're flying too close to the sun," Z says, shaking his head with a smirk on his face. "Collecting the papers that I was working on before my meeting with Katya," I say. "I don't need your opinion on this." "No, just my audience." He takes a few steps around the table, so I have no choice but to see him. "That was fucked. I really don't want to see one old childhood friend sucking off another, thank you very much." I shrug. "Bad timing on your end walking in." Z leans forward on the table, his fingers splaying across the expensive wood surface. "Keep your head in the game, man. We have a lot of shit to deal with and address. We're growing faster than expected and struggling to keep up. The last thing I need is to lose you to a haze of pussy. I know what I'm doing, really, because what I just witnessed. He sighs heavily. You and Katya are messy to begin with because of the ghosts haunting your past, and you're making it even messier. He waits until I lift my eyes from my busy work and look at him directly. I'm a damn good cleaner, but even I can't clean up the mess you both have the potential to make. It's fine. You're gambling with a Whitney, he warns. Being vengeful can make you stupid. Who says I'm being vengeful? I see you, Z says. I see this sick game of revenge you're engaged in. But you're underestimating your opponent and the hold she has on you. She doesn't hold anything over me. Z rolls his eyes. Tell yourself whatever you want. I know what you both had in the past, and I can see it now. Bullshit, I snap. I'm focused on the Whitney, business, nothing more. Listen, man. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about Katya. I got this under control, I say, grabbing my file and leaving the room, without saying another word or looking at my friend who's shooting daggers of judgment from his eyes. I can't focus on his words right now. I can't. After spending some time cooling down in my room, I know I've kept Katya waiting in the penthouse long enough. I need to act while submission is still running through her veins. Sure, she's going to be pouty, pissed even. But the fact of the matter is, she just had my cock resting heavy on her tongue, and her body will still respond to me, even if her mind wants to rebel. When I walk into the penthouse, not bothering to knock and using my key instead, I prepare myself for whatever battle is about to come my way. I have the upper hand, and for that I'm grateful. Katya is a mighty opponent, however, and I need all the advantages I can get.
You can't just march in here like you live here, she spits as she wraps her robe around her body tightly.
I can see she's recently taken a shower, no doubt to try to calm the storm raging in her body. She's running her fingers through her damp hair that lays wavy on her shoulders. I like seeing the natural and vulnerable side of her, but I can see she's uncomfortable with her state of appearance with me being in the room. I just did, I say casually. We weren't done with our meeting from earlier. She fidgets with the rope around her waist.
All right then,
she says, taking a step toward her bedroom.
Let me get dressed, and we can meet in the conference room in 10 minutes.
The penthouse will be fine, I say, walking over to the dining table that is covered with papers and past due bills. I can see the red final warnings bleeding all over. She scurries to the table and begins cleaning up, trying to shield my eyes from just how bad her reality is. Give me all those bills, I say, extending my hand. I'm going to pay them all. She pauses, her heavy lashed eyes lifting to mine.
You want to pay all of them?
That's what I just said. I wiggle my fingers to show that I'm waiting for them.
In addition to the money you're giving me?
I extend my hand even further. Yes. Hurry and give them to me before I change my mind. She piles them up, her fingers trembling as she does.
Fine. I suppose now is a good time to discuss your leasing fee for the 13th floor as well as the rooftop.
She hands me the bills and our fingertips connect for the briefest of moments. I watch her soft features harden right before my eyes, and she clears her throat, stands up straight, and the cold Ice Queen facade quickly returns.
You actually haven't been loaning me the money, she begins. You haven't paid me your leasing fee yet. So the money you've been giving me is actually what is owed. I'm aware we haven't agreed to a price, and no contract has been signed. But considering what you once paid—
Yes, what I once paid, I interrupt. But that was then, the past. Things are going to be different this time. There won't be a leasing agreement. Her eyes widen, and she takes a step back.
Excuse me? Of course there's going to be a leasing agreement. Our fathers had one, and—
You've proven to me that you and I will never have what our fathers had. The minute you kicked me out on the street, going against everything our fathers built, you proved to me that you can never be trusted again.
And we've agreed to rectify that.
Yes, we have, but not by signing a leasing agreement. I'm not going to risk repeating history and giving you the power to sever the agreement and land me back on the street once you get back on your feet or get a chip on your shoulder again. I'm not a fool. I'm not going to let that ever happen again. I'm in the Whitney, and I never plan to leave it again, I state, keeping my voice calm and even regardless of the fury raging inside me at the memory of what Katya did to me and just how helpless I was. Never again. I will never be that man again.
I gave you the 13th floor. I gave you the rooftop.
And you're going to give me a percentage of the Whitney. A true partnership.
Never. Non-negotiable.
She crosses her arms and stands her ground.
I'm not signing any contract with those terms.
I look around the room and smile. I also want the penthouse. She laughs.
Absolutely not. I'm not moving.
I'm not asking you to move, I say. I point to the room that is across from hers, the room that belonged to her dead husband. There's plenty of room for the both of us.
You've lost your mind,
she says, her eyes darting to the empty bedroom.
I'm not living with you.
You managed to cohabitate with your loser husband. Therefore, you can do it with me.
No.
The 13th floor is already full. We need my suite for a paying guest. I hold up the bills she just handed me. Clearly, we need paying guests.
Dex,
she says as she licks her lips and takes a deep breath.
The penthouse is also off the table. This is not up for negotiation.
I put down the pile of bills and clear the distance between us so that I'm standing inches from her. I can smell the fruity essence of her shampoo, and my fingers itch to tug on the rope around her waist. I know there's nothing beneath the robe, and it would be so easy to... I'm standing here, offering to fix everything for you, I say, my voice low but firm. I have the means to take all this debt away. You deserve to go one day without the worry of money hanging over you. But in return, you have to accept I'm here to stay. I lean in even closer, so close that I can kiss her if I want. Forever.
I'm not asking you to leave the Whitney,
she says on an exhale. She takes a few steps away and turns her back to me.
But what you want in this new contract is unacceptable. You aren't my business partner, and you are not my roommate.
Yet. She spins to face me with fire in her eyes.
Ever.
But you want my money.
I need it alone and nothing more.
I watch the courage and fight return to her body, as if an injection of strength is being given through her veins.
And I don't need you to fix everything. I can fix it myself.
I walk over to the wet bar and take it upon myself to pour a scotch. I can feel Katya's eyes burning the back of my head, but she doesn't say a word as I take my time preparing the drink. I finally speak after a long, awkward moment of silence. There's plenty of room for the both of us in the penthouse, just as there is plenty of room for us both to own the Whitney, I say as I take a sip from my drink.
When I agreed to let you come to the Whitney...
Correction, I cut in. When you needed me to come to the Whitney.
At no time did I ever consider living with you, she continues. So you can get that thought right out of your arrogant and delusional head.
There's a knock on the door, and I take the opportunity of Katya walking to answer it, to head over to the couch to make myself comfortable. I don't bother to even look over my shoulder to see who's at the door. I already know. I hear Katya ask,
"What is this?"
"Mr. Cohen has asked for all his belongings to be moved to the penthouse," the voice of the bellman answers.
"What? Dex?"
The screech that comes from such a usually composed woman amuses me. I finally glance over my shoulder and motion for the bellman to enter. "Bring everything to the room across from Miss Belov's." The bellman moves past Katya and pulls the cart with the beginning of my belongings into the room. He's a smart enough man to know to do as he was originally asked and to act oblivious to the tense energy in the room. Katya storms over to me and whispers between clenched teeth, "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" I love the fact that she doesn't want to make a scene in front of the staff. It's keeping her in check. Otherwise, there's a chance she'd try to claw my eyeballs out. I kick off my shoes and lean back fully into the fluffy couch pillows. Smiling, I say, "Moving in."
Chapter 16. Katya. This is ridiculous. I've been standing in my closet, making tiny changes to my outfit for 30 minutes. As meticulous as I am with my appearance, even I'm not normally this indecisive. I'm hiding. There, I admitted it to myself, except it doesn't make me feel any better because it just means I'm letting Dex Cohen have the upper hand in this little game we're playing. He barged his way into living in the penthouse 4 days ago, and while we may technically be living in the same suite, we've barely seen each other, which suits me just fine. The problem is that even when he's not here, the threat of him returning at any moment hangs over my head, keeping me on pins and needles. It's like having to be battle-ready at all times. I hate it. This is my home. I shouldn't have to worry about running into my enemy when I'm just grabbing a cup of coffee or getting a book from my library. Thankfully, my bedroom has a sitting area, so I've been able to stay closeted away for the most part when I wasn't up to going to war. But this isn't sustainable. Worse, the asshole went behind my back and canceled all of the normal services I had arranged with the staff. No more morning coffee delivery, no more nightly turn-down with Francesca or afternoon housekeeping touch-ups. Hell, Dex even canceled my standing dinner order with Chef, forcing me to either leave the penthouse or phone for service each time I need something. It's ridiculous, and I'm prepared to tell him so the next time I see him, which at the current rate could still be days away. I take a deep breath and pull open my bedroom door, mentally prepared for a fight. The joint sitting room space between my room and Dex's new bedroom is quiet. I shed a tiny bit of the anxiety I've been carrying around since finding out Tristan had died. To be fair, my brain knows I was in just as much trouble when he was alive. It's just that Tristan did a spectacular job of hiding all the financial danger from me. But admitting it's better to have the truth out in the open doesn't make facing my situation any easier. I weave through the suite, past the small library nook and the guest bath. The June sun shines in through the mammoth windows with a gorgeous view of Central Park on full display. A ray of light catches the crystal vase full of fresh-cut flowers on the grand piano. They hadn't been there when I'd gone to bed. In fact, I'd canceled such frivolous luxuries during my financial drought, and I resent the sliver of pleasure I feel at their return, because I know they are only here because of Dex. Just like yesterday and the day before, the smell of freshly brewed coffee greets me as I enter the kitchen. I know Dex is responsible for the small gesture, but it's just another way he refuses to let me ignore his presence. There's one small difference I noticed this morning, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Waiting next to the pot of coffee is a small plate filled with an assortment of flaky croissants, my favorite pastry. An ancient memory I'd long forgotten floats to my brain as I remember telling him my preference years before when we were still just kids and our fathers had Sunday brunch together each week after my mother died. I reject the idea he would have remembered such a small detail. It has to be a coincidence. Unable to resist the unexpected treat, I take time for a quick breakfast, anxious to get down to my office. I've been working out of my suite while trying to sort out Tristan's disastrous finances, but I've resumed my normal management duties this week. Despite the untenable new living arrangements, running my beloved property has helped me feel like my life might have a glimmer of a chance at getting back to some kind of normal. The second I step into the elevator, I notice that the deep scratch that's been etched into the brass wall for months has been repaired. I hadn't prioritized the expensive restoration, but that it's fixed is just another sign of the influx of cash Dex has provided. The whir of some kind of machinery greets me as the elevator doors open at the ground floor. I'm only a few feet into the lobby when I see a work crew set up near the bell stand, pulling up the marble tiles that had been damaged over a year ago by falling scaffolding that had been set up to hang Christmas decorations. The broken tiles had bothered me a lot, just not enough to spend the tens of thousands of dollars to have them repaired. Conflicting emotions war inside me. As wonderful as it is to have these small imperfections fixed in my beloved hotel, the fact that Dex Cohen is financially responsible for their resolution pisses me off. I hate that I need his money in the first place, but worse, I'm mortified by his humiliating treatment of my body with each new rush of cash. I don't think I can bear another round of his consequences. "Katya!" The shout comes from across the lobby. I swing my gaze in that direction, in time to see one of our most affluent guests, Rowan Worthington, waving at me wildly from the escalator coming down from the mezzanine level. Shit. I've been avoiding her since Tristan's death, not because we weren't friends, but more because we were close enough that I knew she was going to ask me questions I wasn't ready to answer yet. I suppose it's too late to pretend I didn't see her. Rowan took up residency at the Whitney months ago when her wealthy parents started major renovations of their Park Avenue penthouse. The elder Worthington family members were roughing it at their Hampton estate until they could return to Manhattan. But at 23 and very single, Rowan would rather die than be out of the New York City nightlife for that long. We'd enjoyed lunch and shopping together many times in the past, but I'm just not prepared to talk about all the horrors I've discovered since my husband's death. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she gushes as she reaches the bottom of the escalator. Okay, I'm confused. "You're welcome," I say, still having no clue what she's so happy about. Rowan thrusts her diamond-covered hands in my direction. "I can't believe you didn't tell me that you were reopening the salon. Hazel just finished my mani-pedi, and I've already spent a small fortune at Tiffany's. When is the Coach store opening?" Every one of our previous retailers had moved out of the Whitney over a year ago, not long after I'd had to raise their leasing costs. I'd been subsidizing the stores over the years for the convenience of my guests, but when the revenues got tight, I'd made the hard choice to close down the half-dozen or so exclusive boutiques and salons previously housed on the mezzanine level because they just weren't bringing in enough revenue to cover my costs. I think Rowan, the consummate shopper, had taken their departure harder than the shop owners themselves. Thankfully, she rambles on with enough excitement to cover the fact that I'm literally speechless because I have no idea what the hell she's talking about. She babbles on as I fight a new war inside myself, half relief at again being able to provide the much-needed shopping options for my guests, half furious that Dex clearly put this into motion behind my back without the slightest input from me, again. He's gone too far. "Can't believe you didn't tell me," Rowan gushes. "Yeah, well, the return of the retail shops has been a well-kept secret around here," I answered truthfully. Rowan is pulling at my arm. "Let me buy you lunch to say thank you." Since she already knows more about the changes than I do, I decline. "I'd love to, but I'm late to a meeting," I improvise. "Maybe tomorrow." Fine, but I'll hold you to it. I've missed you." I find it hard to believe that Rowan doesn't have 1,000 other well-connected friends to share lunch with, but I agree to meet her at the restaurant the next day, just to wrap up the conversation, so I can go investigate what other changes are happening in my hotel without my approval. It's a relief when she sees someone else she needs to chat with, finally giving me the opportunity to take the escalator up to a transformed grand hall. A busy buzz fills the space where there were closed shops just days before. The high-end salon and Coach store look to be the only returning shops, but popular retailer signs are being installed where their unprofitable predecessors had been. Gucci, Michael Kors, Tiffany & Company, J. Crew, Samsonite. Angry tears threaten. How did Dex arrange all of this in such a short time? More importantly, why the hell is he sticking his nose into making changes in my part of the hotel? Doesn't he have enough to worry about with running his expanding criminal concierge business? Several of my longtime hotel engineers nod in my direction, looking happy to be assisting with the reopening of the shops. I pass a small group of housekeepers in the stairwell on the way down to my office. They stop their excited chatter long enough to say hello and, "Thank you for purchasing the additional linens, Miss Belov," as they pass by. More expenses I didn't approve. The only good thing is my employees seem to be happy, even if I'm not. By the time I'm finally hidden behind my closed office door, my hands are shaking. I'm grateful my office is big enough for me to pace back and forth, working through my conflicting emotions. For weeks, I've felt like I'm at war, fighting for the Whitneys' survival. As horrible as it's been, it's easier to point my anger at Tristan and even Dex. But today, the war feels more personal. It's with myself. My brain knows I should be happy with all the positive changes around the property, and on some level I am. I just hate that I wasn't able to make the much-needed investments on my own, without any help from the devil. Worse, it's impossible for me not to associate the visible changes in the property with the private humiliation Dex has put me through. While a belting and blowjob may not have cost me money, his damn consequences are costing me something more valuable, my dignity. But my core clenches with a sick sexual ache every time I think about being on my knees. His cock choking off my breath, and, well, that's the worst betrayal of all. And that's all on me. The sharp knock on my door forces me to wipe my face of all emotion. "Come in," I call when I'm finally composed. Peter pokes his head in.
Sorry to disturb your office time, but a courier just dropped off an envelope for you at the front desk. I signed for it. I hope that's okay,"
he says, pushing the sealed envelope through the opening in the door. My first instinct is to refuse the delivery. Nothing good has come by courier in weeks. "Thanks, Peter," I finally say, moving close enough to accept the envelope.
"Of course, Miss Belov."
As soon as he closes the door, I throw the delivery onto a stack of paperwork on my desk. I spend 15 minutes valiantly trying to focus on more important tasks that need my attention, but no matter how hard I try, I can't put it out of my mind. "Oh, for crying out loud, don't be a baby," I admonish myself. Ripping open the end of the pouch, I pull out a familiar-looking stack of papers on the distinctive letterhead of my husband's loan shark. With each sentence I read, my pulse increases until I finally drop the paperwork like it's on fire. They need more money. A lot more money. I swear, if Tristan were to somehow come back to life, I'd have absolutely no problem killing him all over again. I'm furious that he was so careless and even more upset that I have absolutely no idea what the insane payment schedule is on this jumbo loan. Dex said he was going to take care of it, so why are the letters still coming? He needs to spend less time trying to do my job and more time finding whoever is behind this under-the-table loan and make it just go away. But even as I think it, I have to acknowledge he has very little motivation to make the payments stop, since me needing his money is the biggest leverage he has over me in our situation. So who else can I call to help me? My lawyer and accountants came up empty-handed. I asked my head of security to check into it as discreetly as possible, but Mike Jenkins hasn't been able to locate who is behind the loan either. Hell, for all I know, this is one big scam. For the 100th time, I contemplate going public. I could sue, take them to court to force the lender's hand in producing contracts that Tristan may have signed. At least then I'd know the full scope of what I'm up against. I'm just not sure I can bear the public humiliation. Then again, I'm not sure I can handle much more of Dex's brand of private humiliation either. Whether I like it or not, I'll have to take the newest demand to Dex, but I'm not going to ask for money again. He promised to help get to the bottom of who is behind the loan and make it go away, and while I don't usually approve of his less-than-legal methods, in this case, I don't really care what he does to make this nightmare go away. Unable to focus on work, I grab the evil envelope and head to the elevator. As much as I hate the idea of another round in his office on the 13th floor, Better there than in the penthouse, where it will be much harder for me to escape him when our business is done. When I arrive, his office is empty. So is the boardroom, where I assume he holds meetings with his guests. "Are you looking for Mr. Cohen, ma'am?" a housekeeper pushing her cart asks from down the hall. "Yes. Do you know if he's in the hotel?" "I believe he and Mr. Z have gone up to the rooftop for lunch, ma'am." The rooftop, his den of criminal elite. Also a public venue that will prevent Dex from introducing any of those dreaded consequences of his into our conversation. "Thank you," I reply, waving at the housekeeper as I head back to the elevator. Before I can second-guess myself, I use my master key to take the elevator up to the secret floor my guests think has been closed for good. As I step off the elevator, I take a deep breath. Time for our next battle.
Chapter 17. Dex. "Gentlemen, we are back in business," I say, drawing on the cigar one of my rooftop guests brought from his trip to Cuba. "We're still ironing out some kinks, but the 13th floor is operational, the Whitney has been getting a much-needed facelift, and the rooftop will be open for all of your needs, whatever they may be. We might need some more reassurance before we start hosting meetings here," Bain Vorsky, a Russian arms dealer I want to please, says as he leans back in his chair, examining the newly upgraded rooftop bar. "Whatever you need," I say. "I know there was a gap in service, but I can assure you that the Whitney is everything my father once promised you all, and even more. Z and I have personally overseen every single detail of the security, the privacy, and the elements of the hotel you've always loved."
"And what about Katya Belov?"
Harley Crow, an ex-assassin from New Orleans, asks.
"She got in the way years ago, so what would stop her again?"
"Exactly," Atlas Giannopoulos, art thief extraordinaire and one of my oldest friends, adds. "And you've told me she's up to her eyeballs in debt. That has to affect the Whitney." "I have both Katya and the finances of the Whitney under control," I reassure. As I finish my sentence, I notice the doors of the bar open and Katya walks in. I can't remember her ever visiting the rooftop before, at least not since she was a kid and came with her father on the occasional Sunday. She's always felt it was beneath her to be seen with people like us. I try not to allow her beauty to distract me as she finds me in the mix of these less than reputable men and locks eyes with mine. "How about I go get us some shots to celebrate the upgrades? We can toast to new beginnings built on old traditions." I stand up and make my way to the bar, signaling with my head for Katya to join me where the guests can't overhear our conversation. I walk behind the bar and pull out a bottle of vodka and enough shot glasses for all. I'm grateful that we aren't open for business yet, so there isn't a bartender that I have to shoo away. "Why are we blessed to have the princess visiting us in the dungeon?" I ask. She looks around, scowling at the men chatting at the table, and then back at me as she pushes a letter across the bar.
"It's asking for a lot more money."
I don't open the letter, but ask, "How much?"
"Does it matter at this point? A lot. And they keep coming."
"Then pay it." She huffs.
"You know damn well I can't yet. And you said you were going to take care of this. Why aren't you making it go away? Can't you figure out who is sending these and end it?"
I smirk.
"I've been doing some digging and came up with nothing," she adds. "We've got to put a stop to this. I have no way to know what the repayment schedule is or what will be due when."
"So, that's why you came up here. Not to say hello? Not to see how business is improving? Not to oversee the profitable side of the Whitney? No. You came up here to beg for more money from your sugar daddy. And to top it all off, you want me to use my resources, that you don't approve of, to make it all go away."
"You're far from my sugar daddy."
I raise an eyebrow. "Really? I think I meet the definition perfectly." Katya walks behind the bar to join me so she can keep her voice low.
"You know I wouldn't ask if I didn't have to."
I lift my eyes from the shot I'm pouring. "And why, wouldn't you ask?" I put the bottle of vodka down and position my body so I'm facing her. Because of your pride? Because you hate stooping to my lowly level? Because my money is dirty? Or, I give a wicked smile, or because you're afraid of the consequences? She raises her chin as her eyes narrow. All of the above. I take hold of her hip, tugging her to me. She spins just as I press her between my chest and the bar, trapping her. My lips are so close to her ear that I know she can hear every inhale and exhale I take. She doesn't resist, but instead says, I know me coming to you for continuous loans must be tiring. It's like a merry-go-round of hell. But trust me when I say I'm determined to get off it. I press my hardening cock to her ass, hating the amount of clothing that stands between us. I'm not tired. I don't mind the ride at all. Trying to move her ass away from the pressure of my cock, she stiffens and her eyes dart to the men at the table. We don't want to make a scene, she says. We don't want them to see us this close. It gives off the impression that we're fucking, I growl as I nip her ear. I like that impression. I take hold of the fabric of her dress and begin lifting it up. She slaps at my hand, the bar hiding our movements. What are you doing? Stop. She whispers her demands. And by the way, she's watching the rooftop guests. It's obvious she doesn't want them to see what's happening behind the concealing counter of the bar. I continue to lift the dress, ignoring her weak demand. I bunch the material on her hip, and then take hold of her panties and tug. Lower these, I whisper in her ear. Her body stiffens even more. She's still staring at the men drinking and laughing, not paying attention to us. Yet. Not here, please. The softness in her plea actually makes me take pause, but I push the feeling away as quickly as it came. Lower these. I pull on the panties, considering tearing them off her if she doesn't obey. Although I want her submission in this act, so I wait. Please don't embarrass me in front of them. I watch the smooth movement of her throat as she swallows hard. Do whatever you want to me downstairs, just not here. A spark of rage ignites inside. As hard as I'm trying to move past the old feelings, they still haunt me. Did you care about how it would embarrass me when you threw my ass out on the street? Did you worry about those men at the table when all of a sudden they were asked to leave the Whitney, never to return? Did you care how it made it appear as if my balls had been chopped off by a spoiled rich girl princess who thought she could run an empire better than her daddy? Katya remains quiet, her eyelashes fluttering as she licks her lip. She then takes hold of her panties and lowers them over the curve of her ass, leaving them at her thighs. If any of the men were to look over my way, which they will eventually, wondering what's taking so long in me getting the shots, all they will see is me pressed up against Katya's back. Clearly the position is intimate, but just how much? They won't be able to see that her bottom half is now completely exposed to me. Good girl, I whisper in her ear as I rub my fingers along the bare flesh. How long are you going to keep making me pay for the past? I dip my finger into the seam of her ass and touch her anus. I've just begun. Her breath hitches, and she raises up on her toes to try to avoid the threat of invasion. Please. Please what? Please help you? I think that was what you came up here to ask, correct? As I apply pressure to her tight hole, not breaching quite yet, she hisses, You're cruel. As are you. We're the perfect match. I remove my finger from the entrance of her ass and slide it lower until I touch the wetness of her pussy. But I feel merciful, I say, rubbing around her heat. I do, however, plan on finger-fucking you right here, right now. But I'm going to allow you to choose where. Do you want me to finger-fuck your pussy or finger-fuck your ass? Her eyes widen, and she holds her breath when Z looks over at us and asks, "Are you coming over with those shots or what?" "I'll be there in a minute," I call out, circling Katya's clit as I do. Katya picks up the whiskey bottle with shaky hands and pours one of the shot glasses with a painted smile on her face. When all the men turn their heads to see what the holdup is, all they can see is a woman trying to do her job while I'm pressed up against her. Yes, they can imagine why my lips are whispering into her ear, but no way could they know that I'm about to have a finger shoved up one of her holes. "They're watching," she says, making a mess as she tries to pour but instead splashes the expensive liquid onto the counter. Why do you care? I shove my finger into her pussy just once. You've always felt that they're nothing but sewer rats contaminating the Whitney. So why should you care what rats think? I push my finger inside her sex again. "Dex, please. Answer me. Do you want me to finger fuck your pussy or ass? If you don't answer me, I'll assume you want both." "Pussy," she snaps as she fills the final shot glass to the rim. It's hard not to laugh at the fact that Katya is doing her damnedest to appear as if it's business as usual, and she's not standing behind the bar with a naked ass and a finger shoved up her cunt. I add a second finger to the one already inside her. "You're wet. You're making this easy for me." "Fuck you," she says on a gasp as I shove my fingers all the way inside. "No, fuck you." I begin thrusting my fingers in and out with more force on each push. "Fuck you hard." I add a third finger for emphasis, reveling in her quiet mule as she raises up on tiptoes to try to ease the bite of the spread. I push in and pull out, widening my fingers as I do. She moans quietly, trying her hardest to control the level of noise that comes from her body. "Do you like your pussy being fucked, being spread?" She shakes her head in denial, but the expression on her face is one of lust, and her pussy grows wetter with every thrust of my finger. "Yes, you do. I feel just how much you do. I can smell it." She opens her mouth to no doubt tell me to go fuck myself, but a tiny gasp releases instead as I press all the way knuckle deep inside. "Tell me you're a dirty girl who likes her pussy spread," I command. When she doesn't do as I say, I pull out my fingers and spank her pussy. She tries to conceal the noise by picking up the bottle and putting it down on the counter, as if pretending the noise came from that instead of my wet fingers on her punished pussy. She then reaches for a pile of napkins and begins organizing the pile as if she's just simply working behind the bar and nothing else is happening. I spank her pussy again. "Say it." She jumps, bites her lip, but then whispers, "I'm a dirty girl who likes to have my pussy spread." I insert the 3 fingers back inside her as a reward. "That's my dirty girl." "Do you need some help over there?" Z calls out. Katya tries to break away from my hold, but I keep her in place. "I don't know, do I?" I whisper into Katya's ear, shoving my fingers even deeper inside her. "Please," she whispers back. "I'll do whatever you want in the privacy of the penthouse, just not here. Please don't embarrass me. I'll beg if I have to." The thought of her on her knees pleading, my cock resting heavy on her wet tongue, is a vision I can't get out of my head. But I resist the urge of making it come to fruition right now. Bottom line is some of the men at the table are fucking assholes and sick perverts. I don't want them seeing Katya's bare ass, her wet pussy, or any part of her body. I possessively want to keep every inch of her to myself. "I'm good," I call back to Z. "I'll be there in a sec." The guests are beginning to snicker and crack jokes at Katya's expense. Even though this little game began with me not giving a shit about what the men thought, I do fucking care. I don't like for 1 second that they are starting to watch and God only knows what their fucked up imaginations are coming up with. Their side eyes are like daggers to my core. I'm growing more furious and more primal in my urge to protect this woman up against me. Stop looking, I want to shout out. She's Katya Belov, not just the Princess of Manhattan, but a motherfucking queen. The pedestrians around that table who like to pretend to be kings are nothing. Nothing and nobody when it compares to Katya. I'm growing murderous with every look our way. They know something is happening behind the bar. They know. I pull out my coated fingers, pull up her panties, and lower her dress. Go to the penthouse. I don't say anything more as I put the shots on a tray to return my attention to business. I need to focus, no more distractions. Katya wobbles on her heels for a minute, blinks up at me, and then nods. She's smart enough to not open her mouth and tempt me to change my mind with a snarky remark. She's an intelligent woman, and knows something changed quickly and drastically inside of me. But for her, it works to her advantage, and she takes the opportunity to flee.
Chapter 18. Katya. The sound of the elevator's ding serves as the starting bell for a fight I've been waiting for. Unfortunately, I was in prime condition hours ago. After spending the entire afternoon and evening waiting for Dex to arrive, I've managed to work myself into a hot mess. As the hours ticked by, the fury I'd felt as I'd rushed from the rooftop with the men's catcalls chasing me had dimmed, replaced with anxiety and embarrassment, which is exactly why Dex left me stewing all day. But I won't let him win this time. I push to my feet, ready to go into battle. Dex scans the living room the second he walks in. The asshole has the nerve to grin as he calls out a jovial, "Honey, I'm home." Don't honey me, and this is not your home.
I missed you too, princess. How was your day?
He taunts, his tanned face still smiling as he throws his leather briefcase down on the first sofa he comes to. He's taken off his tie and unbuttoned his shirt, which, along with his 5 o'clock shadow, makes him look more dangerous than ever. I can't believe you kept me waiting here all day. Didn't you see my texts? You know damn well I need to talk with you, I remind him. Ignoring me, he walks past me to the huge dining room table, where he starts lifting several plate covers, hiding the uneaten meal delivered hours before. Dex turns and pins me with a more serious look.
Why haven't you eaten?
His question confuses me. Why do you care?
Because I ordered this sent to you hours ago, when I knew I wouldn't be able to get free until late.
Why in the world would you do that? I ask, genuinely baffled. Instead of answering, he picks up the plate of chef's lasagna and heads toward the kitchen. I stand dumbfounded, listening to him put it in the microwave. Several minutes go by as I listen to clinking sounds, and with each passing second, I get angrier. Are you coming back anytime soon? We need to talk. Like an accomplished waiter, he emerges from the kitchen, a bottle of red wine and 2 empty glasses in one hand, a plate of pasta in the other.
Sit,
he demands, setting the food on the table. I'm not hungry, I lie. I've been hungry for hours. I've just been too upset to eat the heavy food. Almost as if he hears my inner thought, he uncovers the Caesar salad and sets it at my place before grabbing the bottle opener and getting to work opening the wine. It isn't until he's filled 2 glasses with the deep red liquid that he repeats his order.
Sit. Eat.
Our eyes lock in a showdown for several long seconds. I swear I can see his blood pressure rising with each second I ignore his demand, and my own pulse spikes in return. I know I'm playing with fire, but after how he treated me at the rooftop today, I don't really care. I stand up straighter, pulling in a deep breath for confidence before letting him have it. You need to listen, Dex. You don't just get to come waltzing in here and act like nothing happened today. You went too far. I know humiliating me in front of your criminal friends had to be the highlight of your week, but this is still my hotel they're staying in, and I deserve to be treated with respect. These fucking games you're playing are going to end. It was bad enough that you debased me in private, and then in front of Z, but what you did to me today was unforgivable. I hate that my voice quavers with emotion. The absolute last thing I want to do is let him know how much he affects me. I wish I'd moved farther away from him before my rant, because as I stand here watching for his reaction, I catch a whiff of that pure masculine virility he exudes. It surrounded me like a haze of pheromones up at the bar earlier, clouding my judgment. I can't think of any other plausible reason why I stood there and let him finger-fuck me in public.
Did I, or did I not, make it clear that my help comes with a price?
Screw you and your consequences! This isn't some game! I shout, hating the shrill, almost panicked edge to my voice. I take a deep breath, trying to maintain my cool so I can get through laying down my demands for the stupid contract he's going to force me to sign. Breaking eye contact, he reaches to pick up his wine glass, lifting it in a silent toast. He makes me wait as he takes a leisurely sip, probably meant to show my words haven't impacted him in any way. He steps close enough that I can smell the wine on his breath.
It may not be a game to you, but I can promise you this. I'm going to win.
He's tall enough that I'm craning my neck to maintain eye contact. Only because you don't play fair. Just inches away, the smile on his lips doesn't reach his eyes.
I never said I would play fair. What's the fun in that?
He taunts, his eyes going another shade darker before adding,
I don't remember you playing fair when you broke the decades-old contract between our families. You kicked me and my entire enterprise to the curb without blinking those beautiful little eyes of yours. I'm just making sure I return the favor.
I can feel the panic rising in my chest. I'm a strong woman, but going toe-to-toe with Dex Cohen has always tested me. It's at least part of the underlying reason why I insisted he leave the Whitney in the first place. I can't handle being around this level of intensity every day. Taking a step back, I try to rally my argument. You didn't leave me a choice. You were taking crazy risks doing business with the kind of clientele that would never blend in here at the Whitney. If you're honest with yourself, you know I'm right. Your father never would have allowed that gang of street thugs to move in like you did. My father was in the hospital on his deathbed, and you were already breaking all the rules he and your father had lived by for decades. I could see the writing on the wall of what it would be like after he was gone. You gave me no option but to pull the plug.
No option? You didn't even come to me and try to negotiate changes. Like a scared little girl, you ran off to your father's longtime lawyer and gave him some sob story to get him to nullify everything our fathers had built together. You purposefully waited until I was in Europe on business and had some company move my entire life out of the only home I'd known and into some fucking storage unit in Queens.
I've always known how dangerous Dex Cohen could be, but he's always been more like a wolf in sheep's clothing, staying outwardly cool while danger brewed inside him. But tonight feels different. His cold mask has fallen, and in its place is a frightening fury. His dark eyes have a wildness I've never seen there before, and I catch myself stepping back, pulling a dining room chair between us. And that's exactly why I knew we couldn't be in business together, I shout back. You always saw me as a little girl. Hell, you were the closest thing I had to a brother growing up, at least until you went away for college. You came back changed. Harder. Too much like your father.
Hell yes, I changed, but baby, so did you. Newsflash, I haven't thought of you like a sister since the day you watched me get sucked off by some random chick in that linen closet when you were 16. And don't you even try to pretend that day didn't happen, because I saw you, playing with yourself under your prim and proper school uniform as you watched, your big green eyes overflowing with lust. Tell me, Katya, did you come that day, watching me with another woman?
Ancient memories I've tried to forget crash in, spiking my heart rate. I'm desperate to keep my secret hidden, that I've masturbated to that memory more times than I can count. I can't believe you're bringing up that day now, 15 years after it happened. And what does that have to do with anything? Dex picks up the chair between us and practically throws it out of the way, sending it to the floor with a bang as he rushes toward me. I stumble backward, my shoulders colliding with the wall of windows facing Central Park. I've never seen Dex look this frightening, dangerous, breathtaking. His hard body slams into me with enough velocity to take my breath away. Fight or flight instincts invade, and I lift my hand to slap him away, but he grabs my wrist, trapping it above my head against the glass. He moves his other palm to my throat, pressing just hard enough to constrict my breathing. Our faces are inches apart, making it easy for me to watch the small smile grace his lips.
You feel that, princess?
He crushes his hips against me, gyrating to make sure I feel his hard cock.
Does that feel brotherly to you?
My mind races for something to say to de-escalate things. I come up empty, giving him the chance to continue.
This, right here, is the real reason you kicked me out years ago. You were too afraid to acknowledge the chemistry between us. Once you lost your father as your buffer, you tucked your tail and ran the other way. Well, I got news for you, baby. You're done running. From your financial mistakes, from your disastrous decision to marry Tristan, a beta male you could boss around, and from me, your...
His voice trails off, as if he's trying to find the right word to describe what the fuck this connection is between us. Many confusing labels have fit us over the years. Childhood friends, pseudo-siblings, business partners, but more recently, enemies was most accurate. "You're what, Dex?" I whisper. I'm unsure why I'm pressing him for an answer to a question I'm pretty sure I don't want the answer to. Several seconds tick by. I'm getting lightheaded, not from lack of oxygen, but from his proximity. I'm hyper-aware of every connection. His slightly calloused hand on my bare neck reminds me of how hard he works for all he has. His scent invades my senses as his hard body has my body softening in response, melting with an unwanted wave of sexual need. I need to get away from him before we do something really stupid. I muster the courage to whisper, "Let go, Dex."
I'm afraid I can't do that.
His mouth crushes mine in a savage kiss. The glass behind me is his accomplice, holding me in place while his tongue licks the seam of my lips, demanding entry. I taste the wine just as my knees give out beneath me. The weight of his body keeps me from falling as he moves his hand from my neck down to squeeze my ass through my business skirt, pulling me against his body. A faraway voice in my head tells me how dangerous this is, but the rest of my body is quickly surrendering to the wave of desire he's been stoking for weeks with our little game of cat and mouse. His fingers are back under my skirt, right where they left off hours before at the rooftop. I move my only free hand to his arm. My brain shouts to push him away, but instead I grasp his suit jacket for dear life, just as his fingers pinch my clit. It's impossible to stop my obscene moan of desire as he shoves his fingers inside me, hard enough to lift me to my tippy toes. I'd love to blame my desperate craving to come on my long bout of abstinence, but we'd both know that was only part of the truth. Dex pulls out of our kiss, giving us both a moment to catch our breath while he demonstrates his expert knowledge of a woman's anatomy. Within seconds, he has me on the brink of orgasm, and God help me, I want him to finish.
Open your eyes,
he barks. In my precarious state, it takes a moment to make my eyes comply. The sight of his too handsome face, full of a dominant lust, takes my breath away.
You feel it too. I know you do,
he taunts. Is he being obtuse? Of course I feel his shaft through his pants. It's impossible to miss. His voice sounds gravelly as he adds,
"It's like a fucking magnet, pulling us together. You've tried desperately to push away, but the pull will always send us crashing back together. It hit me this afternoon, after you left the rooftop. We've spent the last 15 years in one long game of foreplay. Tonight, foreplay ends, and the real game begins.
His words jar me out of my sexual haze enough to douse my climax. My brain understands the words he said, but I still grapple with their deeper meaning. In one quick motion, Dex steps back, releasing me to fall forward, directly into his arms, as he scoops me up and carries me a few feet back to the dining room table. There's a loud clatter of dishes and silverware as he uses one arm to swish the place-setting food and wine out of the way. I feel myself falling as he lowers my body to lay against the hard wood. I try to push up to my feet in a feeble attempt to escape, but he's too strong. My lower legs hang off the edge of the table, my bare feet dangling uselessly. Things are moving too fast. We need to stop before we do something we can never undo. Dex, don't do this, I mutter with absolutely zero conviction. He has my body too primed to put up much of a fight. In a daze, I watch as he stands over me, shrugging out of his suit jacket. I'm relieved when he stops his undressing there, until he reaches out to me, roughly shoving the hem of my skirt up to my waist. I try to push up from the table just as he rips my panties away. My struggle dies quickly when he bends and lunges forward, his tongue where his fingers were moments before. I collapse back to the table, just as I feel his hands grabbing my ankles. Dex proves he can multitask, as he masterfully feasts on my slit and lifts my feet to the edge of the table to spread my bent legs wide, exposing every inch of my bare pussy to him. Physically, his attention feels like heaven. Unfortunately, conflicting emotions make it impossible to forget that it's Dex Cohen who is responsible for my growing arousal. What bothers me the most is that this should feel all wrong, but instead it's never felt more right. He puts his fingers back in use, curling inside me, expertly finding that perfect spot that normally only my vibrator can find. I explode like a firecracker with a short fuse, bucking my hips up off the table as I cry out. Dex rides my body, never letting his mouth leave my clit as his fingers twitch and flick inside me, dragging my orgasm out so long I'm panting when I eventually start to come back down from my peak. When he finally releases my body, I lay collapsed against the table like a wet noodle. I don't remember having a more explosive orgasm than the one just delivered by my enemy. I want to be angry at him for clouding our already complicated working relationship with escalating sexual tension, but I just can't muster the energy. It isn't until I hear what sounds like the jingle of a belt buckle that I finally open my eyes. I'm just in time to see he's taken off his shirt and is already stepping out of his pants. In my panic, I use my feet still at the edge of the table to shove myself farther down the table as I start to roll on my side in an attempt to put space between us. He's too quick, grabbing my ankles and yanking my bottom back down to the edge of the table. As I struggle, he cracks his hand against my naked ass, lighting an explosion of fire across my butt.
"This is going to happen, Katya,"
he warns as he rolls me to my back again. I kick my feet, but he's too strong to fight. He releases my legs and moves his hands to the front of my blouse. Too impatient to work the buttons, Dex rips it apart, and I hear the small buttons clatter across the top of the table. The look on his face reminds me of a predator stalking his prey. Me. I see a dark hunger in his eyes I've never seen there before as he roughly shoves my bra up over my breasts, exposing my curves to his view. A zing of power shudders through me as I revel in the knowledge that he wants me so much that he's shedding some of that mask of control he normally wears. His hands are unrelenting as they squeeze my breasts, kneading and pinching. I feel his hard shaft brushing against my core as he leans down to suck a nipple into his mouth, so forcefully I'm sure he's going to leave a mark. Despite coming hard just moments before, my body can't help but react to his irresistible skills. A wave of inevitable surrender washes over me as I weave my fingers through his thick hair, holding his mouth in place against my breast as if my life depends on it. A bite of pain explodes on my nipple as Dex nips my now erect bud with his teeth before diving over to devour its counterpart. I feel his hands roaming down my body, exploring his way back to my core. Dex lifts his head just enough to groan out,
"Christ, your body is perfect,"
before feasting on my nips once again. I hate the warm rush of pleasure his compliment brings. This is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this, yet I've never felt the urge to be taken more than in this moment. Only when I can feel the tip of his shaft at the entrance to my pussy does he finally lift up from sucking my tit. My fingers pull at his hair, holding his face just inches away from mine. For the briefest of seconds, I catch a glimpse of a new emotion shining in his eyes. But it's gone before I can identify it. The look of pure lust that replaces it is easier to label because I'm pretty sure I'm mirroring the same yearning in return. Dex pierces my pussy with his shaft in one hard stroke, filling and stretching me so fast I cry out from the pinch of pain. Like the gentleman I know he's not, he holds still, buried inside me, letting my body grow accustomed to his girth enough so when he finally pulls out and strokes inside me again, I only feel pleasure. The intensity of the moment is too much. I squeeze my eyes closed, losing myself to the confusing mix of pleasure and pain, dominance and submission. I turn myself over to his mastery, surrendering to the inevitability of it all. I may have no idea how tonight will impact our future business dealings, but even I can admit we've been kindling this fire for years, and tonight is bonfire night.
"Open your eyes."
It's an order. I obey.
"So tight,"
he says, grunting as he slams in and out of me. The sound of our bodies slapping together fills the room as he pulls my upper body up off the table into an intimate hug. The bare skin of our chests collide, and I move my hands from his hair to around his neck. The embrace feels intimate as he pulls my entire body off the table, his cock still buried deep inside me. I wrap my legs around his waist as he carries me the few feet back to the wall of windows. This time, when my back slams against the glass, it's his erection penetrating me instead of his tongue. Dex uses the new position to fuck me harder, driving deep inside me, hitting places never touched before. I cry out his name as a wave of sexual ecstasy washes over me. He fucks me through the pleasure before taunting me with,
"Such a good girl, coming all over my cock. Let's see if I can make you come one more time tonight."
Satiated exhaustion hits me hard. Thankfully, Dex has enough energy for both of us, holding my limp body against the windows as he chases his own climax. Despite multiple orgasms, I feel a kernel of need growing again, blossoming into a full-fledged craving. He lowers his head to my shoulder, licking the sensitive line where my neck meets my collarbone, nipping at the tender spot with his teeth. Without a plan, I lunge forward to reciprocate, sucking his bare neck until he starts to mule. His hips piston me again and again until I feel the first jet of hot cum filling me. His obscene grunt as he comes tips me into another wave of bliss. Moments pass as we each catch our breath. As the reality of what's just happened sinks in, I start to wiggle, sure he's going to put my feet back down to the ground. Instead, Dex maneuvers me back into his arms and starts walking toward the wing that houses our bedrooms. I lay my head on his shoulder, eager to avoid looking in his eyes for fear of the victorious gloating I'll see there. The suite is dark, but he navigates through the sitting room with ease. Never one to let a door stop him, Dex crashes into my bedroom, finally dropping me onto the end of my bed with a small bounce. I'm suddenly desperate for him to leave. I need alone time to figure out what the hell just happened, and, more importantly, what it means to our complicated future. Still, when he walks away without a word, it hurts more than I want to admit. As confusing as that emotion is, I'm unnerved when he soon returns with a warm, wet cloth and proceeds to tenderly wipe away the messy cum dripping from my pussy. After cleaning me up, he silently works at divesting me of my disheveled clothing, one article at a time. "You don't have to do this. I can undress myself," I finally object. Undeterred, he finishes his task by removing my bra before reaching down to remove his only remaining clothing, his socks. Too stunned by his gentle care to protest, I watch as he pulls back the covers at the head of the bed to make room for me to sleep. Hoping to speed him along so I can be alone, I push up to sit at the end of the bed, but before I can stand, I'm back in his arms, being carried to the opening in the sheets. The coolness of the linen feels good against the still smoldering heat, Dex lit all over my body. I quickly roll to my side, facing away from him in hopes he'll just slink out, leaving me to analyze what happened. Instead, I feel the bed behind me sinking under his weight, just before he presses his naked body against my back, spooning me in a tight embrace. "What are you doing?" I snap, trying to wiggle free from his bear-hug grip. I'm hyper-aware of every place our bodies are touching. His hard muscles surround me as he flings his top leg over mine, pulling me even closer. His right arm is under my neck, serving as a pillow. It's too intimate. "Dex, you can't sleep here," I protest, still trying to pry myself from his hold.
The hell I can't. Now, go to sleep, princess, before I decide we need to go another round.
It feels like I've been teleported into an episode of The Twilight Zone when I feel his lips on my shoulder, leaving small, tender kisses all the way up to my neck. I shudder under the soft caress, more confused than ever. I have no idea how long I lie there, silent and still, before I hear Dex's soft, even breaths of slumber. How the hell could he go to sleep? My mind is too busy remembering, worrying, to relax. I know one thing. As phenomenal as the sex was, this can never happen again. A dark thought takes hold as it dawns on me that this was probably just one big negotiation ploy on his part. Tear down my defenses and make me have feelings for him until I meet all his demands. Then he'll throw me to the curb, just like I did to him years before. As much as that idea hurts, the alternative scares me even more. What if we really are stuck together like magnets? It's a long time before I finally succumb to my exhaustion, following him into slumber.
Chapter 19. Dex. There's something about standing naked in front of floor-to-ceiling windows with my dick out for all of New York to see. Success surges through me as I look down from the penthouse to the people walking below. I earned this place. I worked hard. Yes, the business was handed to me by my father, but Katya stripped it all away, forcing me to rebuild, even stronger. In a sick way, I should thank her for pushing me to become the man I am today. She's made me stand on my own 2 feet without my history to back me up. I lost my kingdom when she evicted me, but I built an empire because of it. I press my palm against the cool glass and take a moment to acknowledge all the shit I've been through and actually feel proud of myself. Proud for never giving up, proud for bringing the Whitney back from near ruin, proud of what I've done for my father's legacy. And if I'm honest, I've got more than a little pride in all the sounds I was able to wring out of Katya last night. I glance over my shoulder at the infuriating and intoxicating woman in the bed. The fluffy white comforter hides her from my view, and it's as if she's an angel wrapped in clouds. Although the woman I fucked last night was far from an angel. And I have a feeling I've barely touched just how dirty this girl can get. I've finally found someone who can make me want more than just a one-time fuck, which surprises me more than anything else. Our bodies just meshed so damn perfectly. It's like her cunt was molded for my dick. Katya groans and rolls away from the window. "Close the curtains," she mumbles. "It's too early." "I like the view," I reply, leaving the curtains open as I move back to the bed and slide under the covers, reclaiming both her body and my big spoon position. She stiffens when our skin connects, but as I wrap my arms around her and kiss her shoulder, she softens and relaxes into our connection. Connection. That word is bugging me this morning. We've always been connected, by our fathers, by the Whitney, by our shared pasts, but this is something new. I felt the first flickers of it yesterday behind the bar of the rooftop, and it grew a little stronger every time she came for me last night, and then a little more when she didn't kick me out of bed. Sure, she argued a bit, but I'd expected the feisty princess to put up a much bigger fight than a weak wiggle and telling me I couldn't sleep in her bed. Fuck, I'd been prepared for her to flip out over fucking someone as beneath her as me. But she didn't. She settled against my chest exactly like she is right now, with the scent of her shampoo lingering in her hair, and some other soft feminine smell on her sheets. Lotion or perfume, or something like that mixed with Katya. If Z was here, he'd be calling me out on my obsession with her. He'd call me an idiot, mock me for taking deep inhales of her hair and pillow. And he'd probably hit me over the head for thinking I can have anything with Katya Belov that doesn't involve outright extortion. And he'd probably be right. I just can't shake the way she looked at me last night, or the goddamn sound she made. It was better than I'd ever fantasized. And while I've seen her effortlessly spin lies at fancy parties, I don't think she's that good of an actress. Maybe all the fucking money and effort I've poured into the Whitney has finally opened her eyes about me, made her see me as more than the low-life criminal she's painted me to be. Maybe she's even accepting the necessity of my business. Maybe even accepting me. It's not the first time the thought has wormed its way into my brain since I came back to the hotel, but I've always shut it down. Today, though, today could be different. Because of last night. Because we're both different now. Because I've proven that I give a shit about the Whitney. And her. Taking a deep breath, I decide to start small as I drag my thumb in small circles over her stomach, pulling her back from the edge of sleep. She huffs and tries to hide her face from the light, and I find myself smiling. Wake up, princess. I want to take you to breakfast downstairs, I whisper, kissing the shell of her ear. No, she grumbles. Let's just get room service and sleep while we wait for her to come. Her voice is husky, and my smile widens at the fact that my sleeping beauty is so resistant to waking up with the sun. Nope, we're going to get dressed and eat downstairs. It'll be good for the staff to see us dine together anyway, I say, running my fingertips along her hip, trying to ignore my hard cock that's demanding a repeat of last night, despite my mind's alternate plans. She rolls onto her back so she can look at me while squinting against the light. Why? I'm not sure if you've noticed, but putting the staff in the middle of our little war hasn't been very effective for morale. This will be good for the Whitney, and I'm hungry. Good for the Whitney, she repeats. I can't tell if the wrinkle between her brows is still due to the morning sun, or if she doesn't believe me any more than I do. Yeah. Do you have a problem eating breakfast with me downstairs? I press, feeling my empty stomach clench. They'll gossip, she says, a pink glow rising in her cheeks. I chuckle. Trust me, they already are. They shouldn't, and we shouldn't encourage it. It's none of their business what happens between you and me. I laugh again. Our business is their business, and you know it. Since I moved into the penthouse, most already assume we're a couple, or at the very least that we're fucking. Which we haven't been. Until last night, I correct, tracing the pouty curve of her bottom lip as I fight against the urge to take her mouth, and then taste her nipples, followed by her sweet pussy, just to hear her come again, so she's soaking wet when I bury my cock inside her. Christ, her eyes have that same sultry glaze to them that made her impossible to resist last night, and I give in. To the kiss, anyway, but tasting her mouth is fucking dangerous. That sinful little mule has my dick aching with need, and I know just how easy it would be to shove her thighs apart and fuck her until she screams my name again. But I already know how good the sex is between us. This morning is about something else, and I want to see if she'll jump through the hoop. Time to get up It's not easy to break the kiss, but forcing out the words helps, even though I catch her wicked little grin as I lean up beside her. I'm about to ask her about it when I feel her fingers wrap around my shaft and squeeze.
Seems like you're already up,
she teases, gliding her fist up and down my length in a move that's guaranteed to shut my brain down in seconds. So I grab her wrist. Nice try, but I said it's time to get up, and I meant it. Using the hold on her wrist, I flip Katya onto her stomach and shove the sheets back to land a spank on her perfect ass. Her yelp is sexy as fuck, but I ignore the pleas from my cock and balls to have more fun and shove myself out of bed instead.
Dex,
she snaps, reaching for the sheets to cover herself again. But I yank them down to the end of the bed.
Stop it. If you want to go to eat breakfast, go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. No one gets up this early.
I do, which means you are too. Crossing my arms, I grin when I catch her gaze drifting down my abs to my dick, before she quickly lifts her chin to meet my eyes. If you're a really good girl at breakfast, I'll let you touch it again.
Ha ha.
Katya glares at me, and I can see the gears in her brilliant mind turning over the situation in front of her, looking for an out. Not that I ever leave her one. I'm going to start the shower, and if you're not in the bathroom in 1 minute, I'm going to come out and get you. Tilting my head toward the bathroom door, I let my grin spread. And trust me, princess, you'll like this morning a lot more if you obey. I'm halfway to her bathroom when I hear her scoff.
Is that what this is all about? You want to see if I'll still come when you call?
Baby, I know exactly how to make you come, and it has nothing to do with a call. I meant it as a joke, but when I turn around, there's no humor in her face. Damn it. I'm trying really hard not to be an asshole right now. Can you work with me?
Bossing me around isn't a great way to wake me up, Dex.
Her sassy tone gets under my skin in the way only she can, and I feel my temper flare. Jesus Christ, Katya, I simply want to have breakfast with you downstairs like two adults who just spent the night together. What's wrong with that?
In front of everyone,
she adds, her voice still too sassy, and it makes my palm itch to light her ass up, but I push the urge away. Instead, I drop all the bullshit and go right for the question I've been dancing around this whole time. Do you have a problem being seen with me?
Are you planning to humiliate me in the restaurant?
She asks, deftly avoiding an answer. I'm planning on eating breakfast with you because I'm fucking hungry, and I don't really care if I'm seen with a woman I happen to think is pretty fucking hot. Spreading my arms wide, I add, and we might even talk about what happened last night and whether it was as fucking amazing for you as it was for me. Her cheeks are a little brighter as the fight seems to drain out of her, the tension in her shoulders melting when she sits up and drags a pillow onto her lap to hide her pink slit.
It was pretty good.
Pretty good, I repeat, lifting my brows.
Fine, it was fantastic. Better?
For now. You can elaborate over breakfast, I say, grinning at the way her mouth drops open like she might argue. But I'm already throwing open the door to her bathroom. You have 30 seconds now, princess. I'm not sure Katya should be drinking any more coffee. Her hands are already trembling around her mug as she takes another sip. She's jittery, and her eyes keep darting around the restaurant as she scans and takes mental notes of everyone seeing us together. I reach out for her hand when she puts the mug down and squeeze it reassuringly. Relax. She swallows hard and looks at our hands, but doesn't break the connection. There's that damn word again.
I'm relaxed. Why wouldn't I be?
The way her voice trembles would give her away even if her hands weren't shaking.
I just don't like being the center of attention, and I feel like all eyes are on us.
They are, I reply with a chuckle, stabbing one of the grilled peppers and a bite of egg with my fork.
I just prefer to be the one watching, the one taking notes, she says.
I take a sip of mimosa to wash down the food and nod. Ah, yes, your infamous notebook full of all the dirty details of every power player in New York. I pause and drink again. Actually, the world. Setting my glass down, I glance at the ceiling where, many, many floors above us, her notebook is hidden somewhere. I want a peek. What does it say inside? She shrugs playfully. I'll never tell, and I definitely won't show you. You don't have to show me, just tell me. What does it say about me in there? Wouldn't you like to know? She gives a wicked raise of her eyebrows and a smirk, and I want to grab a fistful of her hair and kiss her, before doing a whole lot more to her. You really do like playing with fire, don't you? I shake my head, suppressing a smile as I point at her food. Go on, eat your breakfast. Katya wrinkles her nose. I'm not hungry. I don't care. It's yogurt, fruit, and muesli, not a grand slam. Take a bite. I'm usually not even awake at this hour, and I rarely eat breakfast, she says, picking up her spoon to push the items around in her bowl without eating any of it. Is this how you're always going to be now? You mean giving a shit about you eating? Like the food I ordered for you yesterday that you never even touched? I shrug. Yeah, I can be kind of a dick when someone I care about doesn't bother taking care of themselves. Her spoon freezes, and it takes me a second to replay the words in my head before I realize why. I'm someone you care about? So, does that mean you don't hate me anymore? She asks. What? I've never hated you, Katya. Even when I really, really wanted to, I reply, setting my fork down to meet her gaze. Do you hate me? In the softest voice, she answers, No, I don't hate you. Well, then I should hate your twisted, bossy, dominating, and infuriating morning person self, but I don't. The corner of her mouth lifts a little, and I find my lips mimicking hers. You like me dominating, I whisper, enjoying the return of the pink to her cheeks. Admit it. What happened to not humiliating me at breakfast? Do I need to repeat the question louder? Her eyes widen. No, I heard you the first time. Then answer me. She hesitates, pushing her spoon through the yogurt in little patterns until she quietly says, You already know the answer. I want to hear you say it. Dex? She snaps my name out in a harsh, exasperated whisper, but I don't back down. I can make a scene if you want me. Yes, okay, she says, sighing. Yes. Yes, what? I tease, grinning as she clenches her jaw, a little muscle in her cheek twitching from the effort. Yes, I like your dominating personality, she finally whispers, before adding, sometimes. Good girl, I praise quietly, pointing at her bowl again. Now take a bite before I pull my chair over there and feed you myself. You wouldn't dare. I grin. Try me. Katya acts like I'm forcing her to eat something disgusting instead of perfectly ripe fruit with organic muesli and pasture-raised organic and whatever the fuck else yogurt. I find it more than a little satisfying as she eats 3 small bites and a whole blueberry before reaching for her water. Happy? I'll be happy when you actually make some progress on the bowl, but that's okay. We have time. Plus, the longer we sit here enjoying each other's company, the more staff and guests will get the chance to see us, I say, noting the way her back straightens just a little further, the tension returning. And we have plenty to talk about anyway. How much do I need to eat? She asks, glancing around us again. Enough. So helpful, she snarks. Fine, what do you want to talk about? Us? Us, she repeats. Is there an us? That's an excellent place to start. I think we proved last night that there are certain aspects of a relationship where we work together well. Her blush intensifies, and she takes a bite to avoid responding, which is fine. She needs to eat. It's the other parts that we haven't really tested. Such as? She asks without looking up from her bowl. I don't have a list, but there's something between us. Something far more than just 2 stubborn people trying to win a battle of wills. Don't you agree? Katya doesn't answer me as quickly as I would have liked, but she eventually nods.
Yes, but I don't know how that could ever change.
We control that. Exactly. She sighs, setting her spoon down again to scan the room before finally bringing her gaze back to mine.
We've never been able to avoid arguing with each other, or competing, or whatever all of this has been.
But aren't you tired of playing these games, I ask? Because I am. I'm done acting like we're two generals at war rather than partners with the same goals.
I don't think last night counts as a mutual goal.
I mean the Whitney. Reaching across the table, I offer my hand and my heart is racing as I wait for her to slip her hand into mine. I squeeze, brushing my thumb across her skin until she meets my gaze. We both love this place. It's home for both of us, and I know we'll treat her much better if we work together than if we're on opposite sides.
So, business partners?
She asks quietly, and I squeeze her hand tighter in mine when she tries to pull it back. I think I've made it pretty damn clear I want more than that. The question is if you do.
Dex.
She sighs, staring down at her lap, and I feel my stomach tense, threatening to return the omelet I've eaten as I prepare for rejection, trying and failing to build up walls inside that might keep the pain out. But after a minute or so, I hear the quietest sniffle. Look at me. I manage to keep my voice quiet, but there's no question it's a command, and when Katya lifts her head, I can see the shine of unshed tears in her eyes. I've never seen you back down from anything in your entire life, so what the fuck are you running from now?
I'm not running.
You're not answering me either.
I don't have an answer. How can you expect me to have one? Yesterday you did that on the rooftop,
she says, looking around as she avoids using words that would definitely pique someone's attention.
And before that was the other stuff. And yes, last night was good. And while you've been bossy this morning, you've reminded me a lot more of the Dex I used to know. But I can't. I won't be treated like that.
What if I said I won't do those things anymore, I ask, but quickly correct myself by adding, in public spaces, I mean.
I don't know.
Okay. I take a deep breath and release her hand, dropping mine into my lap. Forget everything else that's happened. I know that's hard, but take the money off the table. Ignore all of it except what happened last night. If nothing else mattered, would you want to pursue something?
Of course I would, but that's not...
Stop. Raising my hand, I cut her off so that I can hold on to the maybe. It's not like I'm completely sure about this. I still have questions, doubts. But I also can't imagine going backward. Not now that I know how perfect she feels in my arms. Fuck the rest of breakfast. We need to be somewhere we can actually talk.
Dex, let's just...
Wait. I push my chair back and get up, moving to her side of the table to offer my hand once more. Come up to the rooftop with me. I got new tiles put in around the hot tub, and I want to go check on the craftsmanship. Plus, we'll be alone. And even if you don't want to talk at all, it's worth it just for the early morning views. Katya is thinking again, and while I've always respected her brilliant mind, right now I really wish she'd stop overthinking this. Please? It's not a word I'm accustomed to saying, and I'm not sure if I've ever said it to her, which is why I think it actually works. She stays silent, but she takes my hand and moves her napkin to the table as I help her up and lead her toward the elevators. We don't speak the entire way up to the rooftop, and as the doors open, I gesture for her to exit first.
You redid the floors,
she says as we take a few steps out of the elevators.
I didn't notice yesterday.
She's looking the tile over, her expert eye examining every inch. I hadn't planned on this being some kind of inspection, but I should have known better. When it comes to design, hotel decor, and class, no one is better at it than Katya, which is why she shocks the hell out of me when she says,
"They look really nice. You always did have good taste."
You think I have good taste?
Aesthetically, yes. It's always been your taste in friends that was lacking. Ouch. Taking the gloves off already. I walk past her toward the hot tub, but the clicking of her heels as she follows gives me a sliver of hope. That came off harsher than I meant it. I was trying to make a joke. Hilarious. She grabs my arm and pulls me to a halt, turning me toward her. I'm sorry, okay? I'm really not a morning person, and that was rude. I want to see what you've done up here. Okay. I hold out my hand again and can't ignore the thrill I feel when she willingly slips her hand into mine and steps closer to me as I walk her around the remodeled items. The best part of it is that Katya really cares. Z never wants to listen to my opinion on tile materials or textures or why colors matter in a space. But Katya isn't just willing to listen. She wants to hear it. The tension between us fades as she asks questions, makes suggestions, and even compliments a few more of my ideas. We end the walk around the rooftop near the bar, and I know both of us are thinking about what happened behind it less than 24 hours ago. We're still waiting on the new countertop for the bar, but that had to be imported from Rome, and it's held up on some freight right now, I say, avoiding the memory of her exposing herself for me by focusing on the transformation I've almost completed. I feel proud as I look around. The place has never looked better. Your guests are going to love it up here, she says, but I notice her gaze lingering on the table where my friends were yesterday, and some of the warmth has leached out of her tone. Ah, right. My guests that are a side effect of my poor taste. I told you I didn't mean it like that. It was just a... But you did, I interrupt, noting how she quickly avoids my eyes. I think we should be honest with each other, don't you? Let's not do this right now. This is why we came up here. We're all alone. There's no one spying, no one watching. So you don't have any excuses, I say, facing her even though she's looking at the skyline instead of me. We have to be honest with each other. And there's no time like the present. I've laid my cards on the table, and I think I've made it pretty fucking clear that I think we have something here. I think we could be great together. Do you disagree? I have no idea what I think. Then let's figure it the fuck out. We've both done some fucked up shit to each other. But you admitted you enjoyed last night. You admitted you like my dominating personality. Sometimes, she inserts. Right, I acknowledge, blowing out a breath as I drop my hand on the bar and try to get my words together. My point is that I don't want to be at war with you anymore. I don't want this massive divide between us. It's not good for the Whitney, and it definitely isn't good for us. You're talking about your business up here, she says, and the hint of disgust in her tone makes me clench my fist. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Katya. You're still looking down on me and what I do, even though it's my money that's keeping you and the Whitney afloat. Do you really not see the blatant hypocrisy in that? You know I wouldn't have taken your money or done any of the things I've had to do for it if I had any other option that wouldn't hurt this hotel. It feels like I've been slapped, and all those lingering thoughts that made me feel hesitant come roaring back. After everything I've done to improve the Whitney, you still see me as trash, don't you? Dex, she groans, leaning back against the bar as she buries her face in her hands, making her voice come out muffled as she says, I don't think you're trash. You sure about that? You've been pretty open about your opinion of me and my so-called friends that clearly disgust you unless it's helping you pay the bills. That's not fair. She turns to face me. You were groomed for this life. I wasn't. You think that makes your hands clean? I laugh. You may not have been taught the same things I was, but your side of the equation isn't innocent. Your father knew everything my father did here at the Whitney. They were partners, Katya. Sure, your dad ran the hotel side, but do you really think the Whitney would have survived all the economic shit in the last decades without my father's side of the business? No. And what do you do the second your father puts you in charge? You kick Z and I out on our asses. Like we're disposable. Useless.
You act like we're beneath you, like I'm some kind of monster. You've always looked down on me with that mix of fear and disgust, and I used to get off on it because it was a lot easier to make it a turn-on than to recognize how shitty it made me feel. But here's the truth, Princess. There is no Whitney without what I do. Even if I stopped today, all those friends of mine would continue doing all the shit they do. They just do it somewhere else. Someone else would get a cut of the pie, and the Whitney would just become just under chain hotel. So yeah, I deal with criminals. Maybe I even am a criminal in your eyes, but there's one big difference between us. I've never pretended to be an angel, because I've always had my eyes open about where the money comes from. You just preferred to believe the fairy tale. I'm so pissed that I can't even enjoy the look of shock on her face. Pushing away from the bar, I pace across the rooftop, my heart hammering against the inside of my ribs, because I don't know if I just fucked up permanently. Part of me is glad I said all of it, that I finally called her out on her shit. But the other part is remembering how good it felt to wake up with her beside me. And I know just how cold the bed will feel tomorrow morning if she isn't there because of this. Fuck. I'm so tense that I jump when she touches my arm, and it bothers me that she flinches back. I have never hit her, or any woman. Not like that anyway. A belting or a spanking, sure, but to see the wary, wounded look in her eyes makes me feel more like the thug she's accused me of being than anything else. Katya, listen.
Dex, I want...
She stops because we both started talking at the same time, but she continues before I can.
Wait, I want to apologize.
You do? I don't have to fake the surprise in my voice.
Yes.
She takes a deep breath.
You're right. I have looked down on you, and I have treated you badly, and I'm sorry for that. My dad never let me see the other side of the arrangement he had with your father and Simon's. I knew that sometimes scary people spent time with your fathers, and as I grew up and learned more about it, that's all I focused on. I had this naive idea that I could make the Whitney... She waves a hand around, obviously searching for a word until she finally settles on pure. I know how stupid that sounds, and I clearly failed spectacularly. I even married a man that was supposed to make that idea possible, and instead he made everything 10 times worse.
She takes one step forward, and then another, closing the gap between us, until she has to tilt her head back to meet my eyes.
But no matter what I thought of you, when my life fell apart, you showed up.
She slowly glides her fingers down my arm before finally linking our hands together.
You were an asshole, but I know that if you hadn't been there, things could have been a lot more messy.
Hold on, she says, squeezing my hand, and I nod.
Then when things got worse and I realized the Whitney was in jeopardy, I knew without hesitation that I could come to you. Even though I viewed you poorly, I knew you loved this hotel more than you might have hated me.
I never hated you.
I see that now. And I know I never truly hated you either, no matter what thoughts or opinions I may have had about you.
Past tense, I ask, reaching up to trace the line of her jaw where the rising sun has highlighted her in gold and pink. Does that mean you don't think it anymore?
It means I'm a little more aware of my own prejudices and privilege.
A tiny smile tugs at her mouth. Does that mean you're willing to make this a real partnership? Combine the light and the dark sides of the business so we can work together to make the Whitney successful? She doesn't answer right away, and it almost feels like she's searching my eyes for some hidden truth. But I don't press her. I can be patient, especially for her. I do take the chance to move my free hand to the small of her back, pulling her closer, and it's nice that she doesn't hesitate at all.
I promise I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm not saying no. I just don't think I'll ever be comfortable being around men like that.
I wouldn't like that either, I say. If they looked at you wrong, I might alienate more than a few business associates by tossing them off this roof. Her laugh breaks the tension between us, and I can absolutely see the angel in her as her beautiful smile is bathed in warm golden light. I mean it, I insist. I'm not asking you to sit at the table with me and Z, or even know about every deal we make. I just don't want to feel like your shameful secret. I think I could handle that. What about me? Do you think you could handle being seen with someone so beneath you? I squeeze her hand and bite back a smirk. Can you handle people seeing us hold hands in the hallway? You're not beneath me, she says softly, lifting up on her tiptoes to place a gentle kiss on my lips as she adds, in fact, I definitely prefer you on top of me. Is that right? The thrill of her acceptance has me scooping her off the ground, and I love the way her skirt rides up as she wraps her legs around my hips while I carry her to one of the tables closer to the edge of the roof. I almost trip over a chair when she steals another kiss, and I practically growl when her little tongue teases mine. We're making out like teenagers, and I'm seriously contemplating tearing her panties off to fuck her under the morning sky in full view of the New York City skyline. But I need to hear it one more time. So, you're willing to try this? To see where it goes between us? Yes, she says, nodding. I want it. I want to see if we can make this work. In private and in public. I hope you mean it, I say, reaching under her skirt to grab her panties and yank them down her thighs. Because I'm not waiting until we get back downstairs to taste you again. And I don't give a fuck who has a view of this rooftop.
Chapter 20. Katya.
Good morning, Princess.
As long as I live, I'll never be a morning person. But even I have to admit, I could get used to these early Dex Cohen wake-up calls. His gentle nibbles along my shoulder start to tickle when he gets to the crook of my neck. That tickles, I complain with an uncharacteristic giggle as he pulls my body flush against his, and I can feel his morning hard-on poking my ass.
Christ, I love to hear you laugh first thing in the morning,
he says, never fully taking his lips from my skin. His nibbles turn into a small bite, delivering a zing of pain before adding,
Happy anniversary, baby.
Anniversary? I tried to reboot my brain enough to figure out what he could be talking about. Anniversary of what? I ask, still fighting the urge to go back to sleep.
Are you kidding me? If I would have told you a few months ago we'd be celebrating a week-long ceasefire in our war, and that we were trying out an actual relationship, you would have told me I was insane.
He isn't wrong. There are moments I still have trouble believing Dex and I have been able to put aside our years-long feud. Even while meeting with our lawyers to work out the minute details of the new contract between us, the negotiations have been almost uneventful. We're on track to sign on the dotted line sometime next week. That our newly formed business arrangement seems to be working out is surprising enough. It's our personal relationship that feels more like a fairy tale. That his favorite nickname for me is Princess completes the illusion. As I've fallen asleep in his arms each night, well, fucked and cared for, I find myself dreaming that we might have a shot at our own happily ever after.
Come on, time to jump in the shower and get our day started. I have a lot of work to do today before our big night tonight.
It takes me a few seconds to realize I have no clue what he's talking about. What's happening tonight? I mumble, worried I've forgotten something important. Dex rolls me onto my back so he can pounce on top of me. Just the sight of his sexy-as-hell face inches away has me spreading my legs wide, allowing him to nestle that growing cock of his against my core.
You're looking at the guy who was able to score 2 balcony seats to the newest show that opened last week on Broadway. We have dinner reservations at Antonio's at 6:30, and we can't be late, or we'll miss the opening curtain.
Wait, you mean the new musical?
I think so. It's the one I heard you talking to Rowan about in the lobby. It sounded like you wanted to go.
Who are you? You look like the same dangerous Dex Cohen I've known all my life, but I think you must be an imposter, I tease, only I'm not really joking. This past week I've seen a side to Dex that I never dreamed was hidden inside the dark and dangerous exterior he usually shows the world. In a flash, Dex jumps out of bed before reaching back to drag me from my nice warm cocoon of covers.
It looks like you need a little reminder of just how dangerous I can be,
he says, as he flings me over his shoulder in a fireman's hold. I do my best to wiggle away, but the hard slap on my bare ass gets my attention. The last 2 days I'd sweet-talked him into letting me sleep in until after he'd showered, but it looks like I won't be that lucky today. Put me down! I'm not ready to get up yet, I cry as he carries me into the bathroom. Dex doesn't stop until we're in the mammoth shower. Cold water sprays down on us in a rush from all 3 shower heads. It's freezing, I cry out. His chuckle pisses me off.
I think you're being a bit melodramatic, don't you?
Thankfully, the jets of water are already starting to warm up. This is not how I like to wake up, I complain, still over his shoulder.
Oh, well then, maybe I can come up with a better way to make sure you're awake.
I feel myself slipping off his wet shoulder as he leans over, helping to guide my feet to the floor. I squeeze my eyes shut under the barrage of water cascading down on us, which makes it harder for me to know what he's up to before it's too late. Dex roughly pushes me to my knees, the hard tile beneath me. I try to wipe the water from my eyes, just as I feel the tip of his cock pressing at my lips, demanding entry. I gasp for air, and he takes advantage, shoving his hips forward while yanking my head toward him. His shaft chokes off my airflow just as he emits a guttural groan of pleasure that bounces off the tiled walls.
Now this is how I love to wake up in the morning,
he gloats, pulling out just enough to let me get a sip of precious air before filling my throat once again. As much as I'd like to be angry with him, the truth is, I love this side of him. Since our rooftop blow-up, he's let down his guard with me more than I thought possible, showing me a nurturing side along with a fierce protectiveness of both me.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
And the Whitney. These moments where he dominates my body, pushing me beyond my comfort zone, help calm me in an odd way. They remind me this is still the Dex I've always known, a man who takes what he wants. It doesn't take long to bring him to the brink of his orgasm, but now that I'm fully awake, I think it's time to take back a little bit of my own control. With one hand, I cup his balls, massaging and squeezing until he moans with pleasure. While he's distracted, I snake my other hand up his thigh, reaching to grab his ass. Dex's thrusts become erratic as he chases his orgasm. The first jet of hot cum sprays down my throat, making me cough and sputter. For once, I'm glad we're still in the shower as I feel drops of his jizz spilling down my chin and onto my left breast. My knees are sore by the time he helps me to my wobbly feet. I'm grateful for his embrace, helping to hold me up as we each catch our breath.
As much as I'd love to stay here with you all morning, I need to get moving,
he says, stepping away to grab the bottle of his shampoo to lather up. Hey, no fair. You make me wake up and then you don't even take care of my needs? I pout playfully, scrubbing his muscular chest with the foamy soap spilling down his perfect body. I've only seen him work out once in the hotel gym since moving back into the Whitney. I honestly don't know how he maintains his Adonis physique without working out more often. My soapy hand moves lower, enjoying washing the part of him that was just in my mouth. With each stroke, I can feel him growing harder and harder.
Katya,
He warns, leaning his head into the spray of water to rinse out the shampoo. I take the opportunity to lean in and suck one of his nipples into my mouth, making sure to nip at the tip until he growls.
you're playing with fire, dirty girl.
God, why do I love it when he calls me that? In a fast second, his arms are around me, grabbing both my ass cheeks and lifting my whole body off the floor until I have to wrap my legs around his waist to keep from falling. Dex takes a few steps, putting my back against the tiled wall of the shower. Our faces are inches apart, giving me a front row view to his growing desire. I can feel his shaft getting harder, pressing against my pussy.
Such a naughty girl, trying to make me late this morning.
Guilty as charged, I tease, wiggling to try and get more pressure against my clit.
It sounds like you've earned a punishment then, doesn't it?
My core cramps with the kind of dark desire I never knew I needed until Dex introduced me to his special brand of dominance. In such a short time, I've learned to crave a bite of pain with the pleasure he so expertly delivers. Dex, please, I beg.
I know exactly what you need this morning,
He barks, just before releasing me so that my legs fall back under me. He spins me around until I'm facing the shower wall, just as he drags the teak shower bench closer.
Bend over, hands on the wood. Do not lift them up until I give you permission. Do you understand?
Holy hotness. Yes, I answer. The crack of his hand spanking my wet ass gets my attention.
Yes, what?
He barks. My mind is scrambled. All I can think about is how much I want him inside of me. Yes, sir?
Good girl. You remembered.
His palm rains down on my ass a half-dozen times, building my fire both inside and out. I'll never admit it to him, but the few times he's disciplined me in the last week have led to the hottest sexual encounters of my life. My brain hates the idea of losing control, but my body is starting to long for it. The spanking is almost at that point where it hurts too much, when his swats stop. I move my feet a few inches farther apart, subconsciously opening myself up for Dex to claim me from behind. My pussy is primed and ready, so when I feel his fingers moving between my back cheeks, just before pressing against my tight pucker, I bolt upright. "What are you doing?" I shout, swatting his hand away from my ass. He tisks.
Oh no. Did I give you permission to take your hands off the bench?
I can't see his face, but I don't need to know he's got an evil grin plastered there. My heart rate shoots up as I start to put his plan together. I move toward the jets of water. "I think you're right. We're late. We better get ready." His rich laughter bounces off the walls of the shower.
That was a quick about-face, baby.
He pulls me back into his arms again before adding,
I really do need to get upstairs to the rooftop for a breakfast meeting, but I promise you...
He hugs me closer as the water sluices down our bodies.
Tonight, before we leave for our night out on the town, I'm going to lube up a butt plug and shove it up that tight virgin asshole of yours. You'll wear it for me all night, in public, knowing that as soon as we get home, I'm going to take it out and shove my cock deep inside you instead.
Oh no. I feel my knees wobbling under me just thinking about his dirty promise.
Oh yes, and I guarantee you're going to love every second of it.
I highly doubt that.
Now, as much as I'd rather stay here with you, I need to go. The guests I'm meeting are not the kind of men who are used to being kept waiting.
Dex leans in and places a soft kiss on my forehead before opening the glass door and leaving me to finish my shower alone and horny as hell. An hour later, I've enjoyed a cup of the coffee Dex took the time to brew for me before leaving for his meeting. I also ate not just one, but two of the flaky croissants that have magically become a morning staple in our kitchen. Our kitchen. How quickly life has changed since the night of the Met Gala. In the few quiet moments I've had to myself in the last whirlwind week, I've tried my best to keep a few protective walls up around my heart, but Dex's playful affection has made it hard to stay guarded. Each day spent working together has brought us closer together, and each evening eating dinner, watching movies, fucking like rabbits. It scares me how often I think of him when we aren't together. I tell myself we're moving too fast, but then I remember we started down this path decades ago. Dex was right when he said we've been in a 15-year game of foreplay. Enough thinking about Dex. While finishing my shower, I decided this morning would be a good day to pull my neglected notebook out of my safe and add a few updates. Knowing Dex is in important meetings that will keep him busy for a few hours ensures I'll have the privacy I need. I lightly stroke my hand across the worn leather cover of one of my most prized possessions. I open the thick ledger to the last page with my handwriting. The date on the entry is from the night of the Met Gala, the night I became a widow. How odd that such a horrible night has led me to such happiness. I stop short of feeling happy that Tristan is dead, yet I don't try to deny the sense of relief at realizing my disastrous marriage has come to an end. I shudder thinking about just how close I came to losing the Whitney, hell, to complete financial ruin for that matter. I can't imagine how different my life would be if Dex hadn't been able to help me pay off Tristan's irresponsible loans with his creditors. I feel another inkling of shame that I ever treated him badly just for doing what his father raised him to do. The things he said to me on the roof were harsh, but I needed to hear them. He was right, and more than once I've caught myself looking at pictures of my dad and I in new ways. I think it's normal for kids to idolize their parents, and when my mom died, he was all I had, so I think it was even more intense for me. Which is why I willfully ignored his part in how the Whitney was really run. Dex and Simon's fathers were just as important to the success of this hotel as my own father was. It seems so simple and obvious now, but I know that my father wasn't an innocent bystander, and I'm not either. Sure, he's promised that I'll never need to know the gritty details of what he and Simon do, but I've come to terms with the fact that I have to accept both sides of the Whitney. More than just accept it, I'm finding myself grateful for Dex's connections to the underworld. They helped him ferret out who was behind the letters demanding money, and he's assured me the payment demands are a thing of the past. When I pressed him for more information, he refused to tell me what he had to do to make the loan sharks slink away for good. And if that wasn't enough, he even helped me locate investors willing to buy me out of the troubled real estate projects Tristan had left in ruins. Once we close on that deal, my bank account will once again be flush with cash, all thanks to Dex's help. To think that I ever viewed him as beneath me, less than or detrimental to the Whitney, seems insane to me now. The ring of my cell phone makes me jump, and I glance down to see it's Rowan calling. I've been so busy playing house with Dex that I've been avoiding her. I tap the answer button. "Hey there, how's it going?" "It's about time you answered your phone. Haven't you seen my texts?" she complains. "Yeah, well, I've had my hands full these last few weeks. That's why I'm calling. Please tell me all of the rumors are true." I chuckle. "I guess that depends on what rumors you're talking about." "Don't play innocent with me. Are you really dating Dex Cohen?" she asks. This is why I've avoided her. I'm not prepared to talk about Dex and me yet. "Define dating," I finally say with a small chuckle. "That's it. You're joining me for lunch. I need the whole scoop, and you aren't going to leave out any of the juicy details. That man is like sex on a stick. Seriously. I really should get into the office. You can work after lunch. Come on, we'll go to that new Thai place that just opened. Lunch is on me." I relent when I realize it might be good to have a friend to talk to about all the changes happening in my life. Fine, I'll meet you in the lobby at 11:30. It's after 2 when I get back from lunch. Despite getting almost no work done today, I'm glad I went. I'd forgotten how much fun it is to talk with Rowan. She may be a few years younger than me, but we have a lot in common, particularly knowing the unique challenges of growing up as Manhattan royalty. Gordon is waiting to open the door when my hotel limo pulls to a stop.
Welcome back, Miss Katya,
he says, reaching in to assist me from the vehicle. When the ground sways under me, it dawns on me that perhaps I shouldn't have had the third Cosmo with lunch. Hello, Gordon. Thanks.
It looks like you and Ms. Rowan had a nice lunch,
he observes with a smile. We did, I say, doing my best not to wobble on my heels.
If you don't mind me saying, it's good to see you happy again.
I would never feel comfortable talking about my personal life with most of the employees, but Gordon has always been so much more to me. I know he's been worried about me since my father died. Thanks, I reply. I am happy. And I am. I can acknowledge at least that much. After losing my father and then my disastrous marriage to Tristan, it's been a long time since I've felt this light. Gordon's grip on my arm remains, keeping me from going inside. I turn, trying to understand what's happening. The doorman looks conflicted as he opens his mouth, but no words come out. Is everything okay? I ask.
Yes, I'm fine. It's just, I'll always be loyal to you and to the Whitney. You know I've been critical of Mr. Cohen in the past, and well, I wanted to let you know I think I might have been wrong about him.
You and me both, Gordon. I try not to think about how much trouble and money I could have saved both Dex and myself if I'd never severed ties with him in the first place. I appreciate you saying that. You've been part of the Whitney my whole life, so your opinion means a lot to me. Gordon breaks into a broad smile before patting my hand, and then finally releases me so I can get out of the heat. As I push through the revolving door into the air-conditioned lobby, an irrational urge to see Dex comes over me. It's crazy, but I feel like a giddy teenager, unable to wait for my Friday night date. I'd planned to get a few hours of work in, but thanks to my long lunch, the idea of sneaking in a little afternoon delight with my newfound sex god sounds like a much better idea. It only takes a few minutes to get up to the 13th floor. The boardroom is empty, and the lights are turned off as I pass by on my way to Dex's office. His door is closed, and as tempting as it is to barge in to surprise him, I'm very aware he holds the kind of business meetings I really shouldn't burst into unannounced. I knock, but the rap of my knuckles goes unanswered. I press my ear to the door to see if I can hear anyone talking inside, but all is quiet. Disappointed, I'm about to head up to the penthouse when the door across the hall opens, and a guest who looks vaguely familiar emerges.
Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting anyone,
the tall man says. Despite his expensive tailored suit, I'm not fooled into thinking he's in the city for sightseeing. I'm sorry if my knocking disturbed you. I'm looking for Mr. Cohen, I reply. The man with a large scar above his right eye looks me up and down before answering.
I just left Dex up at the rooftop. He was saying goodbye to some of his guests after our meeting concluded, but I know he's planning on heading back down here soon. Would you like to wait inside? He asks, stepping aside and waving his arm toward the interior of his room. I could make us some cocktails while you wait.
My heart rate spikes. I'm not used to feeling unsafe in my own hotel, but I don't like the predatory look in the man's eyes as he takes a step closer to me. My back bumps against Dex's office door. I try to keep some distance between us without being obvious enough to insult him. My fingers fumble inside my purse to find my master key, and I finally find my voice. Thanks for the offer, but I'll just wait for him in his office. As relieved as I am to hear the click of the door unlocking, I won't relax until I have a locked door between me and the man who is currently ogling me as if I'm his next meal. As soon as the door opens, I scramble into the office to the sound of his mocking laughter behind me. Once inside, I lean my back against the heavy door, trying to calm my nerves. What the hell just happened? I feel like a naive idiot. He hasn't told me more than I've been willing to hear, but Dex has been honest that more than a few of the guests he deals with aren't exactly safe to be around. It's part of the reason their floors have always been set aside from the regular guests at the Whitney, for their privacy and everyone's safety. Still, I've been honest about my hesitancy to be around them, too, and getting cornered by one of them is definitely not on my top 10 list of experiences to repeat. Pulling my phone out of my purse, I shoot Dex a text, asking how long he's going to be. When 5 and then 10 minutes pass by with no reply, I give up on waiting. Feeling playful, I decide to leave him a note to let him know in obscene detail about all of the sexy things he missed out on doing to my body by not arriving in time. I glance around his desk for a notepad to write on. Finding none, I open his top desk drawer and pull out one of the fancy Mont Blanc pens he gives to all of his guests. It isn't until I open the bottom drawer of his desk that I find a pile of paper I can use. Pulling the top sheet out, I put the pen to the paper and freeze. I swear I can hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I sway on my feet again, but this time it has nothing to do with the number of Cosmos I had at lunch. Part of me wants to run from the room and pretend I never opened the drawer, but that's what the old Katya would have done, the naive woman who was fooled by her lying husband. In slow motion, I lean down and pull the drawer open again, this time lifting out the entire stack of paperwork from inside. The urge to throw up is strong. I swallow down the bile rising in my throat as I leaf through the stack of heavy linen stationery on top. The distinctive letterhead for Enterprise Investments, the loan sharks that have been so aggressive about repayment, swims before me as unwanted tears flood my eyes. I swish them away before digging deeper into the pile of envelopes and folders. There are bank statements showing large deposits and withdrawals, deeds to several properties with Tristan's signature scrawled on the bottom. My hand is shaking by the time I open an envelope full of photos. A tear finally falls onto a picture of my Paris apartment with a post-it note stuck to it containing the date and amount it had been sold for. The new owner is Enterprise Investments. My mind races, trying to come up with any explanation for why these items would be in Dex's desk. He's told me he handled things with my creditors. Is that all this is? Not until I get to the bottom file do I get my answer. I pick up the certificate of incorporation for Enterprise Investments, holding it next to the pile of blank letterhead, comparing the information. Everything matches up until I get to the signature box at the bottom of the official ownership certificate. I collapse into his chair, my legs unable to hold me up. There, in black and white, is Dex Cohen's signature. Dex was behind it. He's behind all of it.
Chapter 21. Dex. I get off the elevator on the 13th floor, and the first thing I see as the doors open is Katya awkwardly carrying a red container of gasoline. It's a foreign sight, it's bizarre, and it makes no sense why she would be lugging gasoline from the maintenance room to this level, and why she'd be doing it without any staff assistance. I run up to her and try to take the container from her to offer some help. Hey, what are you doing? She jerks the container from me and meets my eyes with a fury I've never seen before.
I'd rather see this fucking hotel burn to the ground than see you have one part of it.
I freeze and confusion washes over me. This isn't the woman I left this morning. Something happened. Something... Katya, what's going on? I try to stay calm, but I can feel a buzz of panic trickling into my veins.
Fuck you, she spits as she opens the cap of the gasoline, preparing to pour.
Not wanting to replace the new flooring I just had installed, I lunge forward and yank the gas from her hands before taking several steps back to place it down next to me. I need you to talk to me. What has you so upset?
Your office. I was in your fucking office.
She's struggling to breathe and get the words out, but I don't need her to explain. I should have been honest on the roof when we were laying it all on the table, but I'd been afraid, and now it's too late. She pushes me out of the way and storms past me down the hallway before spinning on her heels to face me head-on. Her hands are on her hips, her eyes are narrow. I can see the veins in her neck, and I've never seen such a terrifying sight in my life. To say the woman is furious would be a gross understatement. "It was you all along," she accuses. "You wrote those letters to me demanding the money. It was you!" Fuck. I inhale deeply and slowly, let the air out. Yes. Her mouth falls open for a moment before she recovers. "Wow. You weren't even going to try and deny it." I see the fury in her eyes morph to sadness for a moment, but the rage quickly returns. "You're a sick motherfucker." "I'm a vengeful motherfucker," I admit. I'm not going to deny that fact. She moves forward as if she's going to charge me, but then stops herself. "You extorted me for money out of revenge? Because I kicked you out of the Whitney?" All I can do is tell the truth, even though my heart feels as if it's being constricted by chains. Yes. "That's all you have to say? Yes, I'm vengeful, yes? Really? Nothing more?" "I'm trying to be honest with you." "Oh, really? Now you want to be honest?" She laughs bitterly. "You expect me to believe you? You expect me to believe you're not hiding more from me? After everything we've talked about? After everything you've done? What do you have to say for yourself?" "What else do you want me to say, Katya?" "I want you to explain yourself. I want you to make sense out of this madness. I want you to tell me that this isn't as fucked up as I think it is. Tell me I have this all wrong, and there's a good explanation. Tell me something to make this right." The way her voice breaks feels like a knife twisting in my gut. I can't, because I'm not going to lie to you. "Are you going to try and apologize at least? Try to beg for my forgiveness?" I feel helpless, empty, wrecked, and all that comes out of my mouth is, "Would it make it better if I did?" Her eyelashes flutter and her lip quivers, but she quickly composes herself, and any sign of devastation vanishes once again. She glances around the 13th floor. "So, this was all part of your plan, huh? Trick me into believing I'm going to lose everything, make me beg for money, humiliate me with your consequences, and then force me into bed with you?" "Originally, yes. On everything except forcing you into bed. You were a willing participant when it came to that." "Fuck you," she shouts. I know Katya's emotions are out of control. She's not one to curse like this, but I'm clearly making her feel as if there are no other words to say. I don't blame her one bit. "You tricked me into believing there was something between us. You said you wanted a partnership. You said you wanted me, that you wanted us." She reaches for a vase on a table, picks it up, but then pauses. Taking a deep breath, she puts the vase back down and adds, "Congratulations. Your plan worked perfectly." I can hear the pain in her words, and I hate it. That's not true, I admit. Nothing went according to plan. She laughs sardonically as she looks at me, her eyes cold, her jaw locked. "Is that so? To me, it seems like everything you wished for happened. Goals achieved. You wanted to fuck me over and make me pay. You wanted to hurt me. Success." I nod slowly. Yes, when I started all this, I wanted to hurt you. I wanted you to feel what I did when you forced me out. I wanted you to feel the betrayal, the pain, and what it's like to get screwed over. She opens her mouth to speak, but I raise my hand to silence her. And I know you're feeling all of that now. But my plan was also to rebuild the Whitney, which is well underway. I knew I needed to fix a lot of damage that you allowed Tristan to do. But I didn't expect to get back in here, to be back working with you, and I didn't expect to feel how I did all those years ago. I didn't expect to feel the need to protect you again, the need to care for you again. And I sure as fuck didn't expect to fall in love with you. That wasn't part of the plan. Love?
Are you going to stand there and declare your love for me after what you did? How fucking dare you? If you even had an ounce of love for me, you wouldn't have done what you did. You bought up all the assets from Tristan just so you could fuck me over. No, I bought up all the assets I could because if it wasn't me doing it, someone else would have. Would you rather some stranger have stepped in and seized everything? Yes, actually. Anything would be better than what you've done to me. I understand your anger. Don't patronize me, she interrupts. Don't stand there and act like you have any idea how I feel. You feel like I did, I shout for the first time, raising my voice back at her. That punch to the gut feeling you have right now? Yeah, I've been living with that feeling for years. I see her features soften for a second. Maybe it's wishful thinking on my part. But then the look of anger quickly returns. So explain this to me, she begins in a much colder, yet calmer tone. Why would you make me borrow money from you just for me to give the money back to you? What did you gain from that? Your bare ass before me, you on your knees, and you're begging and pleading, I confess, feeling no urge to hide the truth any longer. It was to see you pay for what you did. It was to make you need me, for you to realize that you had no one to turn to but me, for you to see just how foolish you were and recognize the situation you put yourself in. Frankly, I put my hands in my pockets and repositioned my weight. It was to teach you a lesson you'd never forget. She's still for several moments, her face completely expressionless. The awkward silence is almost too much to bear, until she finally huffs and walks to the elevators with her head held high. As she passes me, she pauses just long enough to meet my eyes and say, "Trust me, I'll never forget." When the elevator doors open, she looks at me one last time and opens her mouth to say something, but then quickly closes it. I see everything she wanted to say in her eyes. Pain, betrayal, humiliation. All the same feelings I felt and wanted her to experience. My goal achieved. Except her pain, betrayal, and humiliation are ripping my soul to shreds. And the way she looked at me, the way she wouldn't dare let me see a tear shed. What the fuck have I done? I stand here on the 13th floor, my 13th floor, that I worked so damn hard to regain, alone. I storm to my office and see my desk drawer open. It's clear how Katya found out about everything. But does it really matter how she found out? She knows all. I should have told her myself. I should have found a way to word it properly, because it was only a matter of time until she found out anyway. She's smart, savvy, and, well, my guard has been down. I suppose love can do that to a guy. Love is a goddamn distraction, and I was, still am, head over heels in love with Katya Belov. Not that it does me any good to realize that now. I had a chance at love, and just watched it slip from my grasp. I glanced down at the contract for our business partnership on my desk, and realized how close I came to having it all. The hotel, the girl, the happily ever after I never thought I'd have in my life. But the villain in the story doesn't get the happily ever after. I should know better than to think I could. Taking hold of the contract that Katya and I were ready to sign, I storm up to the penthouse. Though we may not get our happy ending to this story, we sure as hell deserve some kind of ending. Or at least Katya deserves an ending. When I reach the penthouse, I ready myself to see her packing my belongings, or possibly shredding them to pieces with a butcher knife. What I don't expect is to walk in and find her sitting in a chair facing the floor-to-ceiling windows with a glass of wine in her hand. She doesn't turn to face me when I enter. She doesn't scream for me to go fuck myself or demand I leave, which she has every right to do. No, she simply stares at the skyline in silence, which somehow seems even worse to me. I walk over to where she's sitting, towering over her,
fighting back the urge to take her into my arms and refuse to let her go no matter how much she resists me. But that wouldn't be fair to her, and frankly, I'm done taking. I'm done forcing. Katya doesn't look at me. She doesn't even acknowledge that I'm standing right next to her. It's as if I'm a ghost from her past, and she can no longer see me. But who the fuck am I? A vengeful motherfucker, that's who I am. Katya, I say softly. Don't, she snaps, still staring straight ahead.
I don't want to discuss this any further.
I place the contract on the arm of the chair she's sitting in. This is for you. She glances down at it for a split second and then back at the window.
From now on, all business matters will go through our lawyers, she says.
I sigh and then decide to say what I should have said the minute she confronted me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the second I realized we could be more than enemies. I'm sorry that the Whitney brought us together, but it's the Whitney that's destroying us as well. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry that I lied. I'm sorry for so much of what I did, but there is one thing I won't ever apologize for, and that's for loving you. Because, Katya, that is one thing in all of this that is the truth. I do love you. I think I've always loved you. And for that, I pick up the contract and tear it into pieces. Katya looks up and watches me do it, but doesn't say a word. I'm not going to make you sign this contract. I won't force you to work with someone like me. I won't make you sign a deal with the devil. I turn and walk toward the door of the penthouse with no intention of ever returning. Opening the door, I pause before I leave and say, "The Whitney is yours. Your debt is cleared."
Chapter 22. Katya. My debt is cleared. The only problem is, the price had been too high. The sun has shifted lower in the sky, bathing me with warmness in direct conflict with the chilling numbness I feel deep in my bones. It's 6:30. My heart lurches, realizing Dex and I should be sitting down to eat dinner for our big date night tonight. Dinner and a show, romance and hot sex. But it was all a lie, every damn minute of it. My gaze falls to the pile of torn papers still lying on the floor next to me, right where Dex dropped them before he walked out. The Whitney is safe, and she's all mine again. I should feel relieved, but I don't, and that might be what pisses me off the most. I've been such a fool, making mistake after mistake. From the minute my father died, I'd done nothing right. I've spent hours today sitting in this damn chair, reliving every fucking one of those mistakes again and again. As each hour has passed, the fury I directed at Dex earlier has boomeranged back on me. Looking back, I know it was a mistake to kick him out of the Whitney, more than just because of the things we discussed on the roof. It hardened him, turned him into a true enemy. I know I was naive. I panicked because he scared me back then. I can admit that much. The invisible pull of the magnet between us was already affecting my confidence around him. I knew I wasn't strong enough to keep him in check where the Whitney was concerned, and, to some degree, I had been right to be afraid. But maybe if I'd negotiated with him then, laid down rules we could both have lived with, maybe we could have... What? I still don't have an answer to that. I'm not even sure we could have come to an agreement back then, which is why I rushed into mistake number 2, Tristan Miller. I actually felt guilty early in our marriage, knowing that not only did I never love him, but I attached myself to Tristan for his social and financial stability. I bet he got a good laugh lying in bed with his many mistresses, knowing it was my money funding his playboy lifestyle all along. But those mistakes pale in comparison to me naively allowing Dex back into my life the night Tristan died. He swooped in like he owned the place, and in the shock of it all, I let him. It must have been like child's play for him after that. He had access to me, the staff. He plotted and planned, and then all he had to do was execute. I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Had Tristan even borrowed money from him in the first place, or was it all part of the big lie? How much of my late husband's financial ruin was his own doing, and how much had been Dex pulling the strings all along? Just thinking about it has the pressure in my chest so heavy, it makes it hard for me to catch my breath. After finishing an entire bottle of wine, I let the empty wine glass slip from my fingers, falling to the carpet next to my chair. The final drops of red wine splattering across the cream carpet are the perfect metaphor for my heart bleeding out from the pain of Dex's betrayal. And my damn bleeding heart was my biggest mistake of all. Like an idiot, I let myself trust him. I let down my guard. I fell in love. The realization pierces my heart. He said those words to me earlier, but I'm not stupid enough to believe for 1 minute that he meant them. He's done nothing but lie to me for years, and that's all today was. More lies. He just said what he thought he needed to in order to keep manipulating me. He's a master at playing the long game. He's proven that perfectly. His profession of love and then tearing up the contract is all part of that same game. Well, I've fallen for his lies for the last time. I stumble to my feet. I've been sitting in the same chair for hours, wallowing. The problem is I honestly have no clue what I'm supposed to do now. The rug was figuratively pulled out from under me, and now I feel like I'm free-falling. And yet everything I want to grab onto for support is gone. My father, Tristan, Dex. Tears cloud my vision, but I swish them away. I am not going to cry. I refuse to fall apart. That's what he wants. Me to fall to pieces so he can come in and rescue me again. Well, fuck that, and fuck Dex Cohen. The bathwater is cold, and my fingers are pruned. I locked myself in the bathroom hours ago, as if the flimsy door and lock might keep Dex out if and when he comes back for his next round of lies. Only he hasn't come back to the penthouse. That should make me happy. It doesn't. My stomach growls, upset that all I've fed it since lunch with Rowan is alcohol. It dawns on me that for the first time since Dex moved into the penthouse, no dinner has been delivered. He's pampered me by making sure I got my morning coffee and croissants and by ordering healthy meals every evening. I've loved having fresh-cut flowers around and falling asleep in his arms. These small details have meant so much to me, but now I see them all for the manipulation they were. He did none of those things because he cared, only because they were a means to his endgame, revenge. The distant sound of a door slamming breaks the silence. I peek my ears, trying to keep my heart rate down as I listen for Dex's movements. The sound of the door to our suite crashing open comes next, and although I locked the door to my bedroom, it dawns on me that perhaps I shouldn't lay naked in the tub just in case he breaches the door. I push to my feet, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around my body as I step out of the tub and onto the rug. I don't have time to dry off before the pounding on the bedroom door begins. Heavy fists slam against the wood, and for a second, I'm afraid. The playful Dex I woke up with this morning would never truly hurt me. But now I know that version was just an illusion, and a real fear takes hold. Just how far is he willing to take this dangerous game of revenge? When the pounding finally stops, I frantically glance around the bathroom, opening a few drawers until I find a pair of scissors. I catch the reflection of myself in the huge mirror and almost laugh at the hot mess I see. Wouldn't the tabloids love to get a picture of me now? They'd caption the story with something like, "The princess has fallen off her high horse." And for once, the salacious story would be true. I throw the pair of scissors into the sink after I remember Dex Cohen is the king of the criminal elite. He's already proven that if he wants to hurt me, he will. So any weapon short of a gun will be useless against him. In the distance, I can hear movement in Dex's old bedroom, the one he hasn't slept in for a week because he moved into my room. Half of me is relieved he's decided to leave me alone. Unfortunately, that leaves the other half of me crushed, longing for him to knock down the door, take me in his arms, and make me forget about the horrific things I learned today. I've only just turned around to head toward my walk-in closet to grab my robe when I hear the doorknob rattling. I spin back around just in time to see the door fling open wide. A furious-looking man blocks the exit, only it's not the man I was expecting. "Get the fuck out of here, Z!" I scream, pulling my towel around me tighter as I stumble a few steps backward, trying to put more distance between us. Z holds up a long metal tool that looks a bit like a key.
You do realize that lock is a complete joke, right?
"Only for hardened criminals like you and your boss," I retort, proud of myself for thinking of the insult fast enough. He takes a few more steps into my bedroom, and I clutch the towel closed at my chest while holding my right hand out like a lame stop sign. I've known this man since he was a baby. Hell, for the first few years of his life, he was like the baby brother I never had. Tonight, all traces of that bond are gone.
What the fuck did you do to Dex?
He demands. Me? That's rich. Don't pretend you don't know what the fuck Dex did to me. You were his accomplice.
Oh, for Christ's sake, you have no idea what the hell that man has done for you, do you?
For me? Don't you mean to me? He lied to me, plotted and planned against me, humiliated me, made me fall in... I choke back the word love just in time. I won't give him the satisfaction of saying it out loud.
Yes, he did those things, but only after you fucked him over first, after your father died. Years. He has wasted years of his life obsessed with whatever the hell this game of cat and mouse is between the two of you. It clouded his judgment, keeping him here in New York when our business has been growing all over the globe. He could have taken his millions and started over in any number of cities, but he wouldn't hear of it. He said it was because of the Whitney and his father's legacy, but I always suspected he's been lying to himself just as much as he was lying to you. Then your asswipe of a husband bites it, and all of a sudden he's ready to swoop in here and play house with you, instead of keeping his eye on business where it belongs. And now, after all the work and money we've invested in finally getting things back online here, he tells me we're moving out again? Well, fuck that shit.
Z is shouting by the time he finishes, his face ruddy with fury. I try to think through what he's said logically, but my roller coaster emotions are making it hard. Dex told me the Whitney was all mine, but I hadn't believed him for a minute. Now, seeing how angry Z is, I start to question everything. I guess he should have thought of that before he put his vengeful plan into motion. He's gotten exactly what he set out for: revenge.
Bullshit. All he's gotten is another kick to his balls, and it's all because you're too stubborn to admit that it was your damn mistakes that put every part of the last 3 years into motion.
Hey, I wasn't the one who created a fake company to extort millions from the woman I claimed to love.
He didn't extort a dime. He bailed Tristan out of failed investment after failed investment. He bought up the things he knew you loved when your husband put everything on a fire sale just to make a buck. You can try to spin this if it makes you feel better, but you need to at least get your facts straight. Dex may not have been living in the Whitney these last 3 years, but he's been taking better care of it from afar than you have while living here. It's his money that's made repairs and upgrades while keeping other creditors at bay. That was money he should have been investing in his own business. So by all means, cut him out of your life again. But know that this time, you're gonna truly be on your own, because I'll kill the bastard myself before I let him throw the rest of his life away out of some misplaced guilt for hurting your feelings.
Z's words are like a knife, cutting into me with the brutal sharpness of truth. An awkward silence stretches between us for a moment, and I'm too busy processing everything he shouted at me to think of any retort. He must have said what he came to say, because he spins around and stalks out of my bedroom as quickly as he arrived. Just in the nick of time, I call out to him, "Simon!" He freezes just outside my door, not bothering to turn and look at me. "Please, The words choke off. I'm too afraid to ask the question I need the answer to more than my next breath. He finally turns, A small smile on his face reminds me that inside the tattooed and muscled cleaner of the underworld, he's still the same kid I used to play with as a child.
You know, you're literally the only person on the planet I allowed to call me that name, right?
It is your name, is it not? He doesn't answer, but instead waits for me to speak again. I have to know the truth, please. Can I trust him? He pauses a second before walking slowly toward me, only stopping when he's a few inches away. He's close enough that I can see the flecks of caramel in his brown eyes.
Dex Cohen is not a perfect man. He's made mistakes, but I promise you, he would lay down his life for you, Katya.
Answering him is impossible over the lump in my throat. I choke back a pent-up sob of relief just as Z spins back around and leaves me standing alone, still wrapped in my towel. The second the door closes behind him, I let my knees crumble beneath me, falling to the carpet as I finally allow the grief I've pent up all day pour out of me. I cry for all I've lost and all my mistakes, but mostly I cry because I know without a shadow of a doubt that Dex Cohen is the only man I'll ever love. I just don't know if our love is enough to erase the pain we've caused each other.
Thank you for listening to Devil's Contract, Dark Pen Series Book 1, written by Alta Hensley and Livia Grant, performed by Lynn Barrington and Michael Gallagher. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2023. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.